No, oops. Hello, everyone. We are just setting to be ready to do this reconstitution. So we have some technical issues because we don't have electricity. So please be patient with us and we'll be back very soon. Entonces, buenas tardes a todas y todos. Estamos en esta sesión de reconstitución. Apenas vamos a empezar porque tenemos unas cuestiones técnicas. Entonces, denos un segundito y ahorita estamos con ustedes. Yeah, it's ready.
Hello, I'm gonna be in and out today, but it's gonna stay on, but I have some work to do, so
Yeah, and just now we received a message from the people in Winnipeg. They are gonna be joining us only at 3:30.
yeah, so but anyway, I'm still gonna listen to this. This is interesting. So
Okay.
just so you know, I may not be there by my image, but I'm right here in front of my computer.
Perfect.
Have a
Okay.
great day.
You too. Okay, so is it already working? That's so good for them.
Edith, I answered to your text, but you're not answering my questions.
I'm just looking at my phone now. There's so many things to be doing at the same time.
Too much juice on that. Keeps going up.
Well, I'm giving connection from my phone for now, so.
Do you want to stay a host?
No, well, actually, I'm not even supposed to be there. It's just that I wanted to launch the live and we're just.
I'll record on my computer then?
Yeah, well, if you can put it in the cloud.
Did you make space?
I have cleared out everything that I have there, so I don't know.
Okay, we should have space then. Okay, I'll start it.
Okay, next word. What's that? Winnipeg to Ganawagi, and then I can. Like to go over here.
No, it's visible, so I need to record on my computer. It's probably the last meetings that were put there.
I'll be back on in a minute. You gotta give it time. I told you it went out a minute ago. Yeah, it saved it. It didn't erase it from Google.
So are you connected to the Longhouse connection?
But this is how it's gonna go now.
Okay, so I'm gonna close this one. Oh,
So
yeah.
is Angela saying that you're gonna do it?
Well, she said that she needs to go to the grocery at some point, and
So the recording is on my computer because the cloud is visible, so there's meetings there. And I'm ready to share stuff, but I don't know what's out.
yeah, well, it won't be right now. It will be after 3:30. So,
okay, then so I'll go right now. I'll go right now, so then I'll be back for 3 at max 3. So, but I'm host on my phone, so I'm able to spotlight people.
Okay, perfect. And
Good.
so it could be like Lake Titicaca in Bolivia or Peru or something like that. Marie-Claude has it ready in case you're not there too, but I mean, we're trying to save juice here too.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Lake
Titicaca, then?
already, Angela, I'm gonna send you what I have here. I don't know if you can find it. I'm sending.
It would make it way more complicated. I was just waiting for where, so I'm already ready on my computer. So
Yeah, he wants Winnipeg to Ganawagi, Winnipeg to Peru, Winnipeg to Bolivia, Winnipeg to. He wants line to the different places.
he wants what?
Lines to the different places between Ganawagi, Winnipeg, then Winnipeg to the south. Bolivia, all the different places where we have the participant from the Zoom. So
Bolivia, Peru. You said Bolivia, Peru?
yeah, I guess Argentina, because that's where I have someone from Argentina too, yeah.
But a line, I don't know how do you want me to draw a line? What I use is I said I go by plane and then it's drawing a line.
Well, that's what I said, you know, that's why I sent you an email right now with what I have. I don't know if you can open it, maybe you're gonna see exactly, because on Google Earth, you've got the option, it's the first time I use it, to draw a line between the places.
It's because it takes a lot of space. I have the recording on, I'm pinning and doing a lot of stuff on my computer. I'm afraid I won't have enough juice.
Angel, can you just make the Longhouse co-host, please, just in case we are.
Longhouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the lines, I could be just like showing it. I mean, it's like whenever people.
Yeah, you just log in and you share screen. Because you can go as co-host for just for that, you know what I mean?
I wonder if it's gonna stay though.
I'm trying to look at your email for now.
Can't stay.
Maybe you can take a print screen and copy it in Word and leave it there just to take the word out. It's ready.
So the link you send me, it's the only thing I need to share, or there's others?
No, there's different lines to be added, but it just shows you if you click on it, then you'll see how to make the lines, and you can make additional lines. I'm doing it as we speak. I was about to do Peru, because now you've got Bolivia, but there's no line to go to Peru.
Don't see lines. It just
Lines?
position somewhere in the south. That's the link you sent me. So I don't see any lines.
So it doesn't save it?
No, that's the thing. It's not stay online because my computer is going to go out because it's only at 3:30. So if I go back, it's going to take a long time to set it up. So it would be better if it was Angel doing it.
She just said she doesn't see the lines.
Yeah, but that's why we can find it. But at the bottom, you know, when you have like a add place mark, there's like a sort of a
Draw a line or a shape.
Yeah,
Okay, I see
the
it.
one. Yeah,
So from Ganawagi to Winnipeg to Bolivia, Peru, and Argentina. That's it.
Mexico. Yeah, you can also do Mexico.
So as I said to Edith, I'll have to go to the grocery for maybe an hour, and then I'll be back before 3. But I'll have my phone, but I won't be able to share when I'm out.
Yeah, that's okay because like she said, it's gonna be only after 3:30, 3
Good.
something.
And the post you were talking on Facebook, it's like the photo for Hemp Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Good.
We also have the poster in Spanish, remember? I think we did.
The one that I just posted has all 3 there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so it looks like we're really just gonna be wasting time until 3:30. What time is it anyways?
1:20.
Holy crap, we're 20 minutes late.
I wanted to come and say hi also with some Maracames that are over
Who?
there. Griselda. But she says that the Zoom doesn't let her in.
Nobody's waiting or asking to be in.
Oh, she's using a wrong code.
Sorry, it's too bright. What was that?
Yeah, better. You don't need to move the table. No, because we're not going to use it.
You can't even bump that table now. Can't even bump it, move it at all because the way the camera is set up.
Yeah, I
So
know.
no bumping that table. Well, wanna go to a joke? So I don't see you, Snarly. Because he does real, you just go how energy on touch going to star. Lonata Roni. Written over the Gurunka Gary, I guess. Yet the sort of as the Tonka Garako, and yet in the stars in Honzagi. A goigo Scott Neganungui. Written over the so year and Condor heads at Gauss, ne a grades in knee, and yet the Gerda than a goigo of Quadri or Noko Sopa. Written over the yet the sort of gunhan there on the headstone, I'm gonna go real at the Hawakoi. Dam Dow are on Hetzer and a Gazat Stasser and a Ganungui. Dam Dow are on Hetzer, a Gazat Stasser and Asset Nigat Dardige, Ganyanka Hager, Radinyato, Ronata Arluni, Dano Discarewagi. Dam Dow are on Hetzer and a Guego on a Gordo, Guyana Dasa go on Escana. Dano Origilio, Karimo Gori Shunsera, Dono Gazat Stasser. Dam Dow are on Hetzer and Gazat Stasser and Gayandawana. So, as always, whenever we get together for meeting, ceremony, council, anything of importance, we always have to carry out a Honda Gadi with Neko first. This is the words that come before all else, where we identify and give thanks for the things in creation that have created us and the things that we need to continue to sustain us. So we always begin by giving our thanks to the great spiral of creation that when you look up into the nighttime sky, you're not looking at cold, dark, empty, lifeless space. No, instead you are looking into the living, vibrant body of our great mother. And so we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman, as it is she who has given us spirit. From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to our grandmother Moon. It's she who regulates the flow of the lifeblood in all things. And so we give thanks to her, to Grandma Moon, as it is she who has given us blood. From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of what color you are, what language you speak, where you have grown up from our Mother Earth, or what you imagine divides us. We all come from the same mother, making us all one family, sisters, brothers, all relations, all together. And so we give thanks to her, to our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body. From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to them, for in this world, they give us purpose and direction. And this is to identify that in all strains of life, that regardless of you, if you are a bear cub, a wolf cub, or a bird, or a worm, anything, everything is nurtured by its mother. Everything is shown how to be, how to exist in this world by its mother. And so we acknowledge and we give thanks that this is how that the mothers, the life givers, give us purpose and direction.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Les damos la bienvenida a esta 90ª ceremonia de reconstitución. Como siempre hacemos la apertura con el Honda Gariwadekwa, las palabras de agradecimiento por todo aquello que está ahí, que nos ha dado la vida, el sustento y que continúa haciéndolo. Entonces agradecemos nuestros orígenes, que cuando vemos en la noche el cielo lleno de estrellas, no estamos observando un cuerpo vacío y sin vida, sino el cuerpo de la mujer cielo, quien nos da el espíritu de todo lo que existe. Luego agradecemos a nuestra abuelita Luna, que es el corazón latiente de nuestra madre tierra. Es ella quien inició el movimiento de rotación en la tierra. Es ella que generó las aguas en nuestra tierra. Entonces es ella quien nos da nuestra sangre y por eso le agradecemos. Y también agradecemos a nuestra mami tierra, que es la mami de todas, de todos. Es ella quien nos ha dado el cuerpo que tenemos en esta vida y le agradecemos porque nos hace parte no solamente de una familia humana, sino de una familia viviente. Y también le agradecemos a todas las dadoras de vida, desde la más pequeñita recién nacida hasta la más ancianita de las abuelitas, porque son ellas las madres de nuestras naciones, quienes nos dan nuestro objetivo y nuestra dirección en este mundo. Y no estamos hablando nada más de las humanas, y hay que recordar que cada especie viviente, ¿cómo va a ser? ¿Cómo va a aprender a poder ser esa especie que es gracias a sus madres? Son las madres las que van a guiar a las crías, a las pequeños para poder ser. Entonces, son las madres que nos dan nuestra guía en esta vida.
From there, we give our thanks to the power, the energy that flows between all things, the spirit of our Mother Earth that keeps all things alive. Just like you within your body, it's your spirit that is keeping everything alive, everything functioning. And so the spirit within all things, flowing through all living things upon our Mother Earth and through all creation. This is what we identify as Sawyerda, the life force. We give thanks to this that connects the trees to us, to the birds, the animals. We give thanks to the mother force in all strains of life, in all of these strains, because it is the mother force that perpetuates all these strains. We identify that we give thanks to all the waters and all the medicines and all the shapes and forms that they come in. And this is to identify that you are made of 100% water. And so you are medicine to your grandparents, to your parents, you're medicine to your friends, to your loved ones. We are medicine to each other. And so this is within every individual's power, every person on earth, all 8 billion people, all have a medicine. And you can either be a good medicine into the world, or you can allow it, or not even know about your medicine and allow it to be misused by something else.
Y después le damos las gracias a toda la interconectividad que existe en este mundo, que es realmente el poder de nuestras madres. Son ellas las que nos dan completamente el sustento, nos enseñan a ser como somos. Y es toda la interconectividad que se encuentra abajo de la tierra, que va a hacer que crezcan raíces, que a la vez va a flotar en el aire, que a la vez va a crecer en los árboles. Toda esta fuerza es femenina, es materna, y le agradecemos a eso que nos da esta red de sustento. Después le damos las gracias a todas las aguas y todas las medicinas. Por supuesto, estamos constituidos a 100% de agua. Hay diferentes manifestaciones y como somos base de agua, también somos una medicina los unos para los otros. Y es nuestra responsabilidad el recordar que somos una medicina, porque si no aplicamos de forma consciente esta medicina hacia nosotros mismos, hacia nuestras relaciones, hacia nuestra madre tierra, todo lo que nos ha creado, entonces algo más nos está manipulando, algo más está utilizando nuestra energía y está haciendo que no seamos esa buena medicina.
We offer our thanks to our ancestors who carried the good mind, and we ask them to help us to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations so they can manage all of our people properly once again.
Y le damos las gracias al buen espíritu de nuestros ancestros y les pedimos que nos ayuden a hacer que nuestras madres puedan volver al sitio de autoridad que les corresponde para que puedan volver a manejar a la gente de nuevo como se debe.
We ask them to help us to return the true spirit of the 3 clans, the 3 universal clans of turtle, wolf, and bear.
Y les pedimos también que nos ayuden a que los espíritus de los clanes, hay muchos, pero los tres universales son el clan, el lobo, perdón, la tortuga, el lobo y el oso, que puedan volver a que la gente los viva de nuevo.
To return every wampum, every onagora back to the knowledge of the great law of peace, back to the hearts and minds of the people.
Y que cada artículo de la gran ley de la paz pueda volver dentro de los corazones y de las mentes de las personas para que podamos volver a vivirla de nuevo.
We ask our ancestors to help us to return the true spirit of peace, power, and righteousness.
Y les pedimos también que nos ayuden a hacer que el verdadero espíritu de la paz, el poder de nuestros ancestros y el buen camino, en el camino derecho, digámoslo así, puedan volver a la gente.
And then to take all of this that we ask for and to put love, extend our love everywhere on the earth, to everything.
Y que todo esto sea tomado en su esencia, en su constitución, y que a su vez pueda ser regresado a toda la tierra en este inmenso amor, que es este amor de nuestra madre tierra que ha permitido eso, entonces que le vuelva a ella también.
Okay, so here we are again. What is this? This is our 90th? Wow. Our 90th Reconstitution ceremony. In the beginning, when we started doing this, we didn't even have anybody really to talk to. We were just reaching out to the people of the South.
Y bueno, hoy estamos en la 90ª, si así se dice, ceremonia de reconstitución. Y bueno, al principio cuando iniciamos este proceso, pues ni siquiera teníamos con quién hablar, nada más estábamos así como echando una red a ver a quién podíamos alcanzar.
That we were responding to a worldwide reality.
Pero estamos respondiéndole a la realidad mundial.
And this is what everyone on earth can see, that things are just deteriorating on every level of our human experience.
Y es pues la evidencia de que todo mundo puede observar que nuestra humanidad se está deteriorando, es decir, la experiencia que podemos tener en los diferentes niveles no está mejorando.
And we see that everyone on earth is helpless because everyone in every country is protesting against their governments, protesting against corporations, protesting against the destruction that's going on.
Y vemos que alrededor del mundo la gente está cansada y la gente se pone a hacer manifestaciones y protestas en contra de las corporaciones, de los gobiernos, es decir, en contra de lo que está ocurriendo.
So if you examine this, I mean, if any individual wanted to make sense of what's going on, as opposed to just listening to what the talking heads are telling you.
Y pues cuando esto se analiza, alguien que tenga sentido común, pues diría, en lugar de ponerse a escuchar a las supuestas cabezas mundiales que dicen cualquier cosa,
Then you have to have a proper assessment of your circumstances.
pues tendrían que sentarse a hacer un análisis bien específico y realista de las circunstancias.
But as everyone knows, just in the last couple of years through this nonsense pandemic thing, you know that there is two sides of the story, and that the two sides cannot come to a common understanding. There is no common ground. There's just this one side of the story that's a lie, and this other side of the story that's a lie.
Pero como sabemos, es lo contrario lo que ha ocurrido. Como ejemplo, esto de la pandemia en los últimos años. Lo que se hizo fue polarizar a la gente en dos extremos completos, pero ambos son una mentira.
And if this is all that you're exposed to, you look to your left, there's a lie over there, you look to your right, there's a lie over there, then what you're being fed is you are the one that has to pull the truth out of these lies.
Entonces, si voltean a la izquierda y ven mentiras, y ven a la derecha y ven mentiras también, pues entonces le corresponde a la persona tener que jalar la verdad de esas mentiras.
But you have to consider, why is it, or how is it, or what's the reason that no one is doing this, that no one can do this, that everyone is subjected to whatever your so-called governments are telling you, whatever your so-called scientists are telling you. You're subjected to what the politicians say, which is the lie on one side, the scientists say, the lie on the other side, and everyone is victim to it. You cannot, you don't have any other option than what these two lies are handing to you.
Y bueno, las personas saben que voltean para un lado, voltean para el otro, y no hay nada más que las mentiras que estas supuestas cabezas mundiales están infligiéndole a la gente.
So how come people aren't able to come to a proper conclusion?
Y entonces, ¿cómo es que la gente no puede llegar a una conclusión adecuada respecto a estas circunstancias?
Every single person can look around them and they see it's destruction. It's destruction of the environment, deterioration of society, everything just deteriorating.
Porque se sabe por todos lados hay destrucción ambiental, deterioración humana.
I think you would probably have to I don't know where on earth you would have to live to be able to get away from this, because it is completely clear. No matter where you are on earth, there's no one who can get away from this truth of this massive lie everyone is living.
Y quién sabe en dónde tendríamos que vivir para que eso no fuera así, porque hoy en la tierra esta mentira ha cubierto todo el rostro de nuestra madre tierra.
Anyways, I and here, everyone in the longhouse, just like you, are subjected to the exact same thing.
Y yo aquí, y así como ustedes, pues todo el mundo está sujeto a la misma cosa.
So, well, if we're subject to the same thing, well, I know that we have to deal with this circumstance.
Y pues si estamos haciéndole frente a lo mismo, pues yo sé que tenemos que hacer algo.
And dealing with the circumstance means that I have to assess it.
Y para hacer algo significa que primero lo tengo que analizar.
Same way that you do.
De la misma forma que ustedes.
Okay, but there obviously is something a little different that's happening between the peoples.
Pero hay algo que ocurre de forma distinta entre los pueblos.
Now, within the longhouse, it's not just an individual that is going to say, hey, what's going on? And let's figure it out.
Y en la casa larga no es nada más así como decir, bueno, esto es lo que está ocurriendo y a ver cómo le hacemos.
Within the longhouse, we have law to deal with.
En la casa larga hay una ley y esa es la que nos guía para hacer las cosas.
We have Constitution that tells us how to deal with absolutely everything.
Es esta ley que es una constitución que nos dice cómo hacerle frente a cada situación.
And if and when the people are confronted with a problem that, say, like almost stops us dead in our tracks,
Y sí, cuando hay algún problema que tal vez nos haga no saber ni para dónde ir,
then we have the council process in which to arrive at, to assess and arrive at conclusion and solution.
entonces tenemos el proceso de consejo, que es el que nos va a hacer saber cómo llegar a la solución adecuada.
And so this is our journey of the longhouse.
Y ese es el viaje de la casa larga.
Our journey here, it begins back in, well, this particular chapter of the story begins back in 2008.
Y este viaje de la casa larga, bueno, en este capítulo específico ahorita, empieza en 2008.
Where I myself personally had seen that, arrived at the conclusion what the United Nations scientists only arrived at 9 years later.
Cuando yo personalmente llegué a la conclusión a la mismita a la cual la ONU llegó 9 años después.
That we were facing, the path that we were on was leading to our certain destruction.
Y era que el camino en el que nos encontrábamos nos llevaba a nuestra destrucción certera.
Not that we're gonna all be at war and we're gonna kill each other and the human race is gonna be eliminated. That will never happen in war, through war.
Y no como que vamos a hacer una guerra y todo va a ser eliminado, no pasaría así.
But that the conduct of all at the time, I believe it was only still 6.5 billion people.
Pero que la conducta de los 6, en la época creo que eran 6.5 billones de gente,
That everybody was and is confronted with the same thing. I can see the same thing that everyone else on earth can see.
que todo mundo puede ver lo mismo que yo veo.
And so I, like everyone else on earth, have to assess what's right in front of our face. And so we had arrived at conclusion.
Entonces, todo el mundo ve lo que yo veo y tiene que llegar a la misma conclusión.
So in 2008, we stopped the ceremonies for one complete cycle. I refused to continue to do any more ceremonies if the people were not doing anything to stop the destruction of our Mother Earth. Why? It makes no sense. Why give thanks for that tree right outside the window when you can see the person? You know that they are out there to commodify that tree, to cut it down, to destroy it. Why be inside giving thanks for that tree, knowing that it's being destroyed? That's hypocritical. It's utter stupidity.
Entonces, en 2008 decidimos parar todas las ceremonias, un ciclo completo, no tener absolutamente nada con no hacer las ceremonias, porque lo que ocurría es que decidimos, ¿cómo es posible que veamos allá afuera el árbol que está siendo cortado? Estamos viendo a la persona que va a ir a cortar el árbol y no vamos a hacer nada. ¿De qué sirve estar aquí adentro haciendo ceremonia y pidiendo que todo esté bien en la tierra si no estamos haciendo nada por lo que está ocurriendo aquí afuera de nuestra casa?
Anyways, within that year, from 2008 at midwinter to midwinter within the next year, I don't know if it was in 2009, it may have been in 2008, but the midwinter to midwinter.
Y entonces del medio invierno de 2008 a 2009,
that no one in the longhouse, it didn't matter to anybody. Nobody even cared. Nobody asked. Nobody said, what's going on with the ceremonies? It didn't affect nobody.
a nadie le importó, a nadie dijo, oye, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué no estamos haciendo ceremonias? ¿O qué hacemos para que vuelvan? Nadie.
The only ones that were really on track and understanding what was happening, why it was happening, was my father and I.
Los únicos que entendían realmente lo que estaba ocurriendo en ese entonces era mi papá y yo.
There was only one at the time, one little girl, I think she was 11 years old at the time, that she had asked her father, what's going on with the ceremonies? But he didn't even pursue it. He just mentioned it to us in passing. I don't know, maybe a couple of months after that she had even brought it up to him.
Y de hecho fue solamente una niña, era hija de una de las personas que venían a la casa larga, que preguntó y que dijo, oye, ¿cómo no estamos haciendo las ceremonias? Pero su papá ni siquiera nos lo compartió, lo supimos mucho más tarde después.
So it was there that, this is the first time I'm going to say this, but this is what the reality was. It was at that time in 2008 from 2009, where I had seen that nobody cared, that I knew that regardless of what was going to happen on this earth, I knew that I was standing alone now.
Y fue así que yo me di cuenta que si en un ciclo ceremonial de 2008 a 2009 a nadie le importó, me di cuenta que estaba yo solo.
I was standing with my father, but of course my father was on a limited, he was on a limited time.
Y yo estaba con mi papá, pero mi papá ya tenía un tiempo limitado.
So he actually only lasted, I think, 10 years. When did he die? He died 5 years ago. So what is it now?
2008.
He died about 9 years later.
Entonces falleció mi papá, de hecho, 10 años después de eso.
So, but I knew in that time that he wasn't going up the hill now. He was already coming down.
Porque pues yo sabía que ya mi papá ya no iba a subir la cuesta, ya más bien iba para bajada.
So at the end of the year, we brought the people back together and said, if the ceremonies are to continue, if we're to continue doing the ceremonies, that there's only one way, that the people are going to have to agree to work 100% in defense of our Mother Earth, to not just say, go out and protest. We are the ones that have to heal our Mother Earth here in this house.
Y entonces al final de ese ciclo ceremonial que no se hizo, llamamos a la gente de vuelta y les dijimos, ok, lo que tenemos que hacer es que no podemos seguir nada más saliendo a manifestar, a protestar, sino que somos nosotros los responsables en poder transmitir la medicina para curar a nuestra Madre Tierra.
Because our assessments based on the science that we trust the right man's science, he just doesn't understand his own science.
Porque nosotros confiamos en la ciencia del hombre blanco, es solo que él no la entiende él mismo.
You know, there is an inversion in white man science.
Porque hay una inversión en esa ciencia del hombre blanco.
That, let's say, like if you were in a maze and you came to a T, like a dead end where you're going to go left or right, well, white man science will lead you to either the left or the right, which is the wrong way to go because they don't know of inversion.
Si estuviesen en una cruce de caminos en el que tienen que ir o a la izquierda o a la derecha, no sabrían para dónde ir porque están completamente invertidos.
And so you take the non-native science, and for that example again, like if you're in a maze and you come to a T where you got to go left or right, you take the non-native science and you know that when you get to that little transition, that you know where the non-native science leads you to, you know not to go that way. You know to go the exact diametrically opposite way.
Entonces, cuando llegamos a ese cruce de caminos, pues habría que saber que no hay que ir al lugar al que la ciencia nos indica, sino que tendríamos que ir al lugar completamente opuesto.
So let's think of what that means for a second.
Y pensemos, ¿qué es lo que eso significa?
We are identifying to you that the non-native's way of thinking will take you to a place where you are addressing something, a transition, and no matter which way the white man non-native goes, don't go that way. That's the wrong way.
Lo que estamos diciendo es que cuando se llega a una transición, el hombre blanco les va a decir que vayan para este lado y nosotros les decimos, no vayan para donde él dice.
So let's look at from where we are.
Y si vemos de dónde estamos,
Let's look backwards.
hacia atrás,
Well, from here we can look back 500 years of the great darkness of the white man.
podemos ver desde aquí la oscuridad de 500 años del hombre blanco.
And of course, hindsight is 20/20, so we could see it all perfectly clear.
Y pues como vemos para atrás, lo podemos ver todo muy claro.
So let's ask any non-native person who is here with us right now, anybody, answer this question.
Y a cualquier no nativo que se encuentre aquí con nosotros y puede responder.
Now that we're looking back 500 years, let's go back the furthest we can look. 500 years ago, it's 1492. They're getting ready to come and inflict their colonial genocide.
Estamos hablando de 1492. Están listos para venir a infligir su colonialismo genocida.
Okay, so now from where you are at, not about to answer this question, would you do that? It's not a matter of would you do that, it's a matter of is it right or is it wrong? This is the problem with the non-native people. They do things and they never assess if it's right or wrong or not.
Y no sería una cuestión de lo harían o no, más bien la pregunta sería, ¿sería correcto el hacerlo o no? Porque ese es el problema en el mundo no nativo, que no se hacen la pregunta primero de si lo que va a estar hecho es correcto o no.
So let's say you're in like a train, one car linked to the next one.
Entonces, digamos que se encuentran en un tren que los carros están ligados el uno al otro.
But you're the middle one. There's one behind you, the caboose, and then there's the engine in front of you.
Pero ustedes son el de en medio. Está la locomotora enfrente y el último vagón atrás.
Well, you can look back and you can see then where you took off from. Colonial genocide 500 years ago. Is that the right path to be on? Would you stay on that path? Is it correct? Is it right? Is it good or bad?
Entonces, cuando se ve para atrás, el camino, cómo era correcto o no.
So based on that, would anybody go back and make that choice to embark upon colonial genocide? Who here? Can anyone answer that question? Was that a right or wrong move 500 years ago for all white Europeans together to collectively embark on a colonial genocide? Right or wrong? Good or bad? Which one is it?
Entonces la pregunta sería para todos aquellos europeos que vinieron acá a colonizar, ¿es una opción correcta o incorrecta, buena o mala? ¿Cuál sería?
Wrong.
Wrong, definitely wrong.
Incorrecta, completamente incorrecta.
Can you turn the volume up on that? Okay, so it's easy to determine, like we said, looking back. But the people who were there actually doing it, how come they done it? How come people are doing wrong things every day?
Bueno, entonces hoy es fácil determinarlo, pero entonces, ¿por qué la gente en aquel entonces no lo determinó y por qué siguen haciendo lo incorrecto hasta el día de hoy?
The native people don't do that.
Los nativos no hacen eso.
Now, maybe individuals, yes, individuals can make wrong decisions every day and have bad outcomes. It happens to everybody.
Y bueno, los individuos tal vez sí pueden hacer malas decisiones y tener malos resultados. Eso le ocurre a quien sea.
But when we're into collective thought, to address things collectively, natives never, ever make the wrong decision.
Pero cuando estamos en el pensamiento colectivo, de acuerdo a la ley, nunca se va a hacer una decisión incorrecta.
Because of our council process rooted and governed by law.
Gracias al proceso de consejo que está basado en la gran ley de la paz.
And not a law that we created, but a law that is extrapolated out of creation that thereby tells us how to fit into creation.
Porque no es una ley inventada o fabricada por el hombre, sino algo que se deriva completamente de la creación que nos dice cómo interactuar.
So if a person uses that constitution to decide, make all their decisions, then a person can never make a wrong decision. So this would mean if it was native people 500 years ago, you would not be experiencing the last 500 years.
Y si una persona utiliza ese proceso de consejo para hacer sus decisiones, no podría ser una decisión incorrecta, y eso significa que si ese proceso hubiese sido utilizado hace 500 años, pues el proceso de colonización no habría ocurrido.
So the white people, the white Europeans, the people from the other side of the earth, you should be thankful that we never embarked on our colonial genocide upon you. We made the decision to not do that. You just don't know when that happened.
Entonces, el continente europeo, de hecho, debería de agradecer que aquí nunca decidimos que iríamos en una colonización genocida, porque ustedes no creen que eso hubiese podido pasar, que nosotros conscientemente decidimos no hacerlo, pero así fue.
The victim of murder has decided never to murder.
La víctima del asesino decidió nunca asesinar.
But the murderer, they don't even have the power of decision within them. They're just a murderer.
Pero el asesino ni siquiera tiene el poder de decisión dentro de él, solamente es un asesino.
So when we extrapolate that and understanding from any person's humanity, that I would never be a part of a colonial genocide. I'm not a monster.
Y cuando entendemos que yo, por ejemplo, nunca haría parte de un genocidio colonial porque no soy un monstruo.
So it tells me that the people who did embark upon colonial genocide, all the white Europeans, all the non-native people for 500 years now who have all been here in Turtle Island illegally, that they all don't have a functioning brain. None of them had a functioning brain.
Pues esto me indica que quien haya embarcado del colonialismo europeo en esa forma de infligir genocidio, pues su cerebro colectivo no funcionaba.
If I told all of you right now to murder, to kill somebody, who was going to do it?
Si ahorita les dijera que vayan y asesinen a alguien, ¿quién lo haría?
You'd have to be a retard, right?
Tendrían que estar locos, ¿no?
And whose choice is it? Once, if you did listen to me and you actually killed somebody, whose choice is it? Is it mine or is it yours?
Y si ustedes me escuchan y de hecho van y lo hacen, ¿de quién es esta decisión? ¿Mía o de ustedes?
I could have influenced you.
Pude haberles influenciado.
I could have said, I'll make you a millionaire. if you kill the person you love?
Les habría dicho, te voy a hacer un millonario si matas a la persona que amas.
Would you accept that $1 million?
¿Aceptarían ese $1,000,000?
Well, you right now can say, no, you wouldn't.
Y bueno, ustedes ahorita pueden decir que no sería el caso.
But what if I pressured other people around you?
Pero ¿qué tal que presiona a otra gente alrededor de ustedes
What if I bought off everyone around you?
y comprara a todos alrededor de ustedes?
What if I inflicted them with oppression and criminalized them if they didn't do what I said?
Y les infligiera con criminalizarles y oprimirles si no hicieran lo que yo digo.
And what if I punished them? What if I kidnapped their children?
¿Y qué
What
tal,
if I beat up their women? What if I murdered their sons?
qué tal que les castigara, que secuestrara a sus hijos, golpeara a sus mujeres, inclusive asesinara a sus hijos?
The bottom line, think about this. Anybody who is here right now in Turtle Island, who comes from bloodlines that come from across the Great Waters, and right now to these questions or these queries that I'm posing to you, you are saying, no, I wouldn't do this. But the reality is that you have done it.
Entonces,
Maybe not you, the living body right now, but think of this. If I punched you in the face and you charged me with it, and what if I said it wasn't me? It was the skin that was on my hand, but it died off now and it's no longer there. So it was the generation before me. It wasn't me. It wasn't this. The dead skin, the skin that was there that punched your face is dead and gone now. This is new skin. It wouldn't do that.
porque la gente de hoy puede decir que los que vienen del otro lado del océano, que ellos no lo hicieron, que no hicieron la colonización. Pero digamos, si yo les doy un golpe en la cara y digo, ay no, yo no fui, fue esta parte de mi piel que ya se murió, entonces ya no soy yo. Es el equivalente de decir, pues mis ancestros no lo hicieron, es decir, ellos lo hicieron, pero yo no.
What this tells you is that this is the way that the non-native people think. And what it tells you is that it makes clear to you that you are under mind control.
Y los no nativos, todos piensan así, entonces esto les indica claramente que se encuentran bajo un control mental.
But the fact that you can see this,
Pero el hecho de que puedan ver esto,
it's like, just imagine there's a monster coming out of the woods at you. You see a monster, and then all of a sudden you don't see him again.
es como imaginan, ven que viene un monstruo hacia ustedes, ahí lo ven, pero de repente ya no.
But if while you were seeing him, if the monster came at you and bit you, but then he runs away, and where's the monster?
Pero mientras lo ven, es decir, viene hacia ustedes, corre, pero de repente ya no lo ven. ¿A dónde se fue?
And time goes by, and then you see the monster coming out of the woods again.
Y de repente vuelven a ver lo que sale del bosque.
What does it mean that's going to happen next?
¿Qué significa? ¿Qué va a pasar?
The point that I'm making here is that when you are aware of something, when you become aware of it, once it has tricked you already, and you become aware of it, you're only becoming aware of it because you're seeing it again, coming at you again. It is about to pounce on you again.
Entonces, lo que trato de decir aquí es que cuando lo ven de nuevo es porque ustedes ya lo vieron antes, ya estuvieron conscientes, pero ahora se repite.
So the non-native people are being confronted by a reality that you can't understand.
Entonces, los nativos hacen frente a una realidad que no pueden comprender.
Right now, well, you are under a relative state of peace.
Ahorita, aunque estén en un estado relativo de paz,
You're not pushed to your limits.
no están siendo empujados a sus límites.
There's nobody that has your son or daughter with a gun pointed to their head right now.
No hay nadie que tenga una pistola apuntando a la cabeza de su hija o de su hijo.
So you say, I would not make those bad decisions. I would not do those bad things. I would choose wisely. I would do good. This is what everyone is believing of themselves right now.
Y todo el mundo diría, no, yo no haría esas cosas, yo haría la buena decisión. Es lo que todo el mundo quiere creer de ellos.
Is it true?
¿Y es cierto?
Do you think that's really what you're going to do? That you're really going to make the right decision? That you're not going to do bad? That you're not going to do wrong? Do you really believe that's what you're going to do?
¿Creen que eso es lo que va a ocurrir? ¿Que no van a hacer nada malo ni incorrecto?
Well, the non-native people don't have that power to decide.
Bueno, los no nativos no tienen el poder de decidir eso.
For those of you that are here in so-called Canada, a couple of years ago, the so-called Canadian government was shitting on the Wet'suwet'en people by trying to put a pipeline through their tiny little reserve. Imagine, that's like trying to put it's like as if you're going to put a very thin line. Let's see, what do we got? Like this. Imagine it's a cable, but you want to put a very thin line through this territory. But what you do is you make that thin line go to every tiny little native community. Why would that be when you have so much area in which to go through?
Es como hace un par de años el gobierno de Trudeau quería pasar un oleoducto por el territorio de los Wet'suwet'en. Entonces, digamos, está este cable representando el oleoducto. ¿Por qué pasar por cada comunidad nativa, siendo que hay un montón de territorio para hacerlo también?
No, back then, a couple of years ago, every non-native person pretty much who thought they were good people in the so-called country, all were on the native side. They were all saying, at least at their dinner table, that this is crazy. How is it that we're still genociding upon the native people after 500 years?
Y bueno, la gente aquí en el así llamado Canadá que platicaba de esto en sus horas de cena o de comida, decían, ¿cómo es posible que estemos haciendo esto? Que sigamos infligiéndole el genocidio a los nativos después de 500 años.
And the golden boy, Justin Trudeau, used his hired thugs, the rapists, criminals, murderers, and pedophiles, what they call the RCMP, used them to continue doing what they were created for in the first place, to inflict genocide upon the native people.
Pero Trudeau siguió utilizando esta gendarmería que le llaman real, que son los que desde el inicio han generado el abuso, el genocidio, el secuestro de los niños nativos.
So all so-called Canadians all watched it, and everyone had an opinion, one way or another. You were either thinking, don't do this, or you were either saying, kill those stupid natives.
Y todos los así llamados canadienses vieron eso, entonces de alguna forma estaban divididos en el pensamiento, decían hay que protegerlos o decían hay que matarlos.
I'll guarantee you the majority of so-called Canadians were saying, kill those stupid natives.
Pero yo les apuesto que la mayoría de los canadienses decían, pues mejor maten a esos indios estúpidos.
I can guarantee you that based on the historical behavior of all so-called Canadians.
Y puedo garantizarles eso basado en el comportamiento histórico de los así llamados canadienses.
Anyways, if you were a good person and thinking, hey, look, let's not do this.
Y si fueran una buena persona y dijeran, no hay que hacer esto,
then you experience the complete helplessness of being within a corrupted schizophrenic.
entonces ustedes estarían viviendo la esquizofrenia corrupta de una sociedad.
Because people all over the country were saying, don't do this. And then you had the golden boy, Justin Trudeau, just inflicting the genocide directly upon the Wet'suwet'ens.
Porque la gente estaba diciendo, no hagan esto, pero después tenían a Trudeau infligiendo el genocidio a los Wet'suwet'en.
And you all sat there and didn't do anything. There's a few people who actually went out there to put themselves in between the natives and the police, non-natives, to get arrested. There's a bunch of non-natives. I think right now to this date, there's like over close to 2,000 non-native people who went and put their physical selves on the line in between the genociding, rapist, criminals, murdering pedophiles, the RCMP, and the native people.
¿Y qué ocurrió? Bueno, la mayoría de los canadienses se sentaron a observar, a pesar de que sí, hubo algunos no nativos que fueron literalmente al lugar y se pararon enfrente de esta policía que le llaman de nuevo la gendarmería real, pero que son realmente los violadores, asesinos, pedófilos, y se pusieron entre ellos y entre los nativos y fueron arrestados, y estamos hablando tal vez de unos 2,000 no nativos que se levantaron a su responsabilidad a ese grado.
But who knows, who remembers what happened next? What was the next thing that happened? Once we were at that stage and everybody's seen confrontation, genocide happening, police, human violation, what happened next? What was the next violation upon all, not just native people, but upon all so-called Canadians?
Pero ¿y después qué pasó? Después de que vimos esas confrontaciones bien vivas entre no nativos, defendiendo nativos en contra de la policía y todo esto, ¿qué fue lo que ocurrió después? Que fue una violación no solamente a los nativos, sino a los nativos y no nativos.
Does anybody remember what happened next out of that scenario?
¿Alguien se acuerda qué fue lo que ocurrió después?
Is that when they raided? Is that when they came in, the RCMP came in and raided? And maybe it was after that time that there was a big, there was, the railways were shut down, various stuff happened in response to that. Is that
Well-
what happened at that point?
Ann dice que fue cuando después entró la gendarmería porque había habido algunos trenes que habían sido bloqueados.
Well, that is what we're talking about. That's the clash. That's the genocide being applied that everybody could see, and everybody was polarized on one side or the other. What happened next? What was the next thing that happened within that that thing of them trying to put that pipeline there?
Bueno, de hecho, eso es de lo que estamos hablando. Llegaron a ese grado, inclusive los no nativos, a bloquear vías de tren y todo lo que era necesario para defender a los nativos. Pero estamos hablando de qué pasó después.
Something that didn't only violate Native people, but it violated every so-called Canadian.
Algo que no violó solamente a los nativos, sino a todos los llamados canadienses.
Nobody recalls? What?
He went and bought it with the money of the taxpayers. Después fue Trudeau y dijo, yo voy a comprar el oleoducto y vamos a hacerlo con el dinero de los que pagan, los contribuyentes.
Yeah, so here you were sitting at your dinner table knowing that that was completely wrong, and maybe you were one of the people who went there physically. If not, maybe you were one of the people who were at least maybe posting stuff on social media saying, this is genocide, this is wrong.
Entonces, bueno, para los llamados canadienses, ahí están, ya sea se están quejando de lo que está ocurriendo enfrente de la tele o en sus mesas cuando están platicando a la hora de comer, o ustedes de hecho fueron a proteger al territorio nativo de la policía y a lo mejor fueron arrestados. ¿Y de qué sirve todo eso si de todas maneras su primer ministro viene y dice, yo compro con su dinero el oleoducto y de todas maneras lo paso por ahí?
So herein is the thing that reveals to you that any so-called Canadian that is confronted with the question of, would you do colonial genocide again? And you would say no. Here's the thing to prove to you that no matter what you say, you will do it again.
Entonces, para cada persona, sobre todo canadiense, que se le preguntara, ¿volverías a hacer la colonización? Y dijera, no, para nada. Pues aquí está la prueba de que a pesar de que digan que no, toda su energía colectiva se está dirigiendo así.
As a so-called Canadian, you are subdued by the schizophrenia of democracy.
Porque como así llamado canadiense, están sujetos a la esquizofrenia colectiva que provoca la democracia.
And so, within that democracy, it is said that you have the right to protest.
Y en esta democracia les dicen que tienen el derecho de hacer protestas.
Let's see, protest what? You're not going to protest yourself, right?
¿Y protestar contra qué? ¿Van a protestarse contra ustedes mismos?
That would be stupid. What would you do? I protest against me getting up at 6 o'clock this morning. Down with getting up early. What would you do to protest yourself? It's just stupid.
Porque obviamente no saldrían a las calles para decir, ya no queremos levantarnos a las 6 de la mañana, o digo, es decir, ¿por qué protestarían?
So you would only protest against things that are bad and wrong.
Pues obviamente solamente contra las cosas que ustedes saben que son malas, incorrectas.
Nobody ever protested anything that was good. Let's see, go and protest, I don't know, daycares or something, or go and protest that hospital emergency rooms are open.
Porque nunca nadie hizo una protesta contra las guarderías o contra el hecho de que haya emergencias abiertas en los hospitales.
So the fact is, you will only protest something that is bad, something that is wrong. So every so-called citizen within a democracy has the right to protest.
Entonces, lo obvio es que pues nadie protestaría contra algo bueno, sino solamente contra algo que saben que es malo,
Against their government.
contra su gobierno.
But the government is supposed to be made up of you. So no matter what, if you're protesting a government, you're actually protesting yourself, which is, again, stupid.
Pero el supuesto gobierno está compuesto por ustedes. Entonces, ¿cómo es que la gente va y protesta contra el gobierno cuando es realmente protestar contra ustedes mismos?
So what it shows you is that you may have the right to protest, but it tells you that the government doesn't have to even, what do they call that? The UN's position, you gotta consult. That the government doesn't even have to consult you. Justin Trudeau didn't have to consult anyone to pay $6.5 billion to buy that pipeline that you were protesting against.
Y el gobierno y su democracia ni siquiera pone provisiones de lo que hoy está muy de moda, de hay que consultar, porque Trudeau nunca consultó absolutamente a nadie para saber si podía usar el dinero de los así llamados canadienses para comprar el oleoducto.
Okay, so I got a question here for everybody in so-called Canada who is considers themselves to be a Canadian citizen who pays taxes to Canada.
Entonces tengo aquí una pregunta para cualquier persona que se identifique como canadiense y que paga impuestos a la Canadá.
I have a question for you.
Pregunta para ustedes.
Would you continue the practice of colonial genocide?
¿Ustedes seguirían haciendo la práctica del genocidio colonial?
I guess there's nobody here that pays taxes in Canada. Nobody with us to answer this question.
Nadie de quienes están con nosotros paga impuestos a Canadá, por eso no responde.
No one?
¿Nadie paga impuestos?
Well,
I pay taxes in Canada, and because I have to pay taxes. That time when that happened, I did post on social media. I also sent in some letters to the government stating that it was against the pipeline. When the railways were shut down in Tandonega, because that's close to me, I got in contact with some friends, men from Sagaba, who came down to my house. I made a bunch of food, and myself and these men went to Tandonega. We took our pots of food and our everything. We had to park way away from the railway tracks. We had to walk for police there, and there were news cameras. We had to walk through that. We had to and make our way to the tracks where they had their fire. They had their sacred fire. We introduced myself. The men that were with me all introduced themselves. We brought tobacco, made offerings at their sacred fire, and we spent the day on the lines with those people. Yes, I still have to, because of the system that locked me into as a Canadian citizen, pay taxes. So as an individual, I protest, but recognize that the government money was doing exactly the opposite.
Entonces, Anne, que trabaja con nosotros en el Wampum de 2 días, nos comenta que obviamente cuando ella se enteró de toda la red de apoyo que estaba ocurriendo a lo largo del país para protestar en contra de lo que le estaba siendo infligido a la nación Wet'suwet'en, ella fue a Tandinega. Tandinega es una de las comunidades Gañangajaga, conocidas como Mohawk, que se unieron en solidaridad con la gente en territorio Wet'suwet'en. Entonces ella preparó comida, fue a las vías de tren que estaban bloqueando ahí también, había un fuego sagrado, se ofreció tabaco para decir que era hora de unificarse en contra de esta locura. Todo se hizo de forma ceremonial, con mucho amor, y pues era básicamente una protesta. Entonces Anne constata que efectivamente, a pesar de que ella va a ir a hacer estos actos, va a ir a protestar, pues el primer ministro con su dinero, es decir, robó el dinero de la gente sin ni siquiera preguntarles, y es mediante el dinero de todos los impuestos que son pagados por los canadienses que efectivamente se sigue haciendo el genocidio a pesar de que la gente no lo quiera.
Okay, so let's focus our attention here on this spot. Let's get tunnel vision. Only focus on this.
Entonces ahora hay que concentrarnos en esto que acaba de ser dicho para que concentremos nuestras energías juntos en esto y lo comprendamos.
You went and supported what the native people were doing in pushing back against genocide.
Tú, como canadiense, fuiste y apoyaste a la gente nativa en sus acciones contra el genocidio.
This is what every non-native person is supposed to do,
Ese es-
because genocide is wrong.
ese es-
You are not supposed to do wrong, are you? Unless white people and non-native people from around the world have the exclusive right to inflict wrong and crimes upon others.
Porque es exactamente eso lo que cada canadiense debería de hacer, porque ¿quién quiere seguir promocionando y apoyando lo que es incorrecto? Es decir, seguir infligiendo un genocidio sobre un pueblo que les dio la bienvenida, a menos de que crean que son la única raza que tiene el derecho de ir infligiéndole esto a todo el mundo, claro.
So then, here is the next question. Then who paid for that pipeline? $6.5 billion. Who paid for that?
Entonces, la pregunta que sigue es, ¿quién pagó por esos oleoductos? Porque fueron 6.5 billones de dólares que fueron utilizados para comprar el oleoducto.
Also, all Canadian.
Canadian taxpayers. Oh, I did.
Todos los que pagan impuestos en Canadá, es decir, todo el mundo lo hizo.
Okay, so let's understand, we're not exposing anything about the individuals. We're exposing something about a corrupt system that the individuals are locked into.
Entonces, no estamos presentando nada en contra de los individuos, sino estamos analizando cómo los individuos están atrapados en un sistema que les impide hacer lo que es correcto.
Now, is that right or wrong? And I don't mean right in as far as did it happen or not. I mean, is it right or wrong as in as far as being legal? Is it good or bad?
Y,
Right or wrong?
y esto es correcto o incorrecto, y no me refiero a que haya pasado o no, sino esta forma de proceder es una forma legal, es decir, hablemos de lo que es correcto en términos legales. ¿Es algo legal lo que se hace o no?
It's wrong. Illegal.
Okay, wrong and illegal. So when we got a tunnel vision looking just at that, you can see that, well, at the time, I think there's like 37 million people in so-called Canada. 37 million, well, let's round that off to 40 million into 6.5 billion.
Es incorrecto e ilegal. Y bueno, si en aquel entonces hablamos de que había tal vez unos 36 millones de canadienses en el país, si hacemos la división de cuánto pagaron porque fueron 6.5 billones.
Okay, I don't know if I could, my brain can't figure this out, but I think it's somewhere around about $380 each that each person paid.
Y bueno, ahorita no tengo el cerebro matemático, pero creo que son como $360 each.
380, I think.
$30 por cabeza.
Can,
más o menos.
can somebody do 37 million divided into 6.5 billion? Or however you do that, 6.5 divided or times.
Si alguien quiere hacer esta operación matemática de ver 37 millones, cuánto se divide si hay 6.5 billones.
Or is it 3,000? Anybody got a calculator?
Yeah.
This is easy to figure out. 6.5 billion divided by 37 million.
And so, you know, Griselda is connected and she's along with other life givers in Monterrey that are gonna go see some Maracames that are the Huichol ceremonial people that are visiting their territory. So they are there. So they have been in and out.
Okay, Griselda, we're gonna come to you in a few minutes. We're just gonna finish this little thing we're doing.
Entonces, en esta pausa matemática, nada más le estoy diciendo a Stuart que Griselda está ahí conectada con otras personas que va a ir a visitar unos maracames que están de visita en su territorio. Entonces, ahorita les damos la palabra.
Okay, is there anybody who's watching us right now who has a calculator on their computer? Can anybody just tap in 6.5 billion divided by 37 million? This is easy to do, I know that.
Alguien que tenga una calculadora podría...
0.17. That's what I'm saying, doesn't make sense.
well, it's because
0.17.
you need the bunch of zeros, no? It's like 6.
Okay, somebody else.
500.
I tried on my phone calculator, but there's not enough zeros. So that's
Okay,
why I
well,
didn't.
Yeah.
if you tried it and you don't get nothing, well, there's no need to adjust this. Only the person who found the answer. That's the only thing we're looking for.
El problema es que no tenemos los suficientes ceros para traducir el asunto en la calculadora. We can nail it to 6,500 divided in 37, and then we just add the zeros.
Well, this is why I know this is easy to find out, but now we're just gonna rely on my brain, and I say it comes to about what did I say?
175.
$175 each for 37 million people in so-called Canada. That's all it cost you to genocide upon the original peoples.
Entonces, $175 por cabeza es lo que costó hacer el genocidio de los canadienses sobre los pueblos originarios.
So what this means, and for you, is that all the energy that you expended to do everything that you did and then to go out there to assist the native people, it was undermined with $178.
Entonces, bueno, si esta cuenta no salió correcta, Ann, tú que fuiste a apoyar a los nativos y que hiciste tu ceremonia con ellos y que dijiste, esto tiene que parar por nada más $175 por cabeza, esto fue completamente eliminado.
But let's figure this out. Let's try to figure out how much money it actually costed you to go and do that to assist the native people.
Pero si consideramos cuánto dinero te costó a ti el ir a apoyar a los nativos.
Well, if you made soup, you must have made a big pot of soup. Let's just say for the soup that you made, maybe $40, $50 max, maybe, you know. Okay,
Bueno,
let's say $100 to be.
conociendo a Ann, que es muy abundante en lo que siempre da de comer, entonces habrá hecho una ollota de sopa que a lo mejor le costó $100 al hacerla.
And then the gas to travel there, knowing in the time frame that we were at, that gas was so high and expensive that from your place to there, and then the time to be there, just for gas alone, I would say maybe that's a full tank for you to get there and back. So let's say maybe another, at the time, about $110 in gas to fill up your car.
Y bueno, aparte tenemos que contar la gasolina para llegar hasta allá, son unas buenas horas de ida y de vuelta, entonces a lo mejor hablamos de un tanque lleno para ida y vuelta, que serían tal vez $100 y tantos, porque estaba bien cara la gasolina en ese entonces.
And then maybe little tiny costs. So let's say, you know, out of your pocket, you might have spent maybe $200.
Entonces, digamos, otros poquitos de gastos al lado, digamos, habrás gastado un poco más de $200 de tus bolsas.
But as everybody knows, time is money.
Pero como todos saben, el tiempo es dinero.
So how much time did you spend there?
¿Y cuánto tiempo pasaste allá entonces?
And that's not to say just how much time you were there. How much time did it actually take for you to decide that this is what I'm going to do? Because I know you had to have been thinking about it for a while. Who knows, maybe an hour, maybe a couple of days, seeing this on the news over a couple of weeks until that's enough. So the time that you actually spent in making the soup and organizing the people and the time being there, how much is your time worth? Let's say your average person, just to be unfair here, will go by minimum wage.
Y no se trata nada más del tiempo que fuiste y estuviste ahí, porque se trata de la preparación, es decir, es toda una energía. Cuando uno empieza a tener una idea y decir, ok, la voy a aplicar, entonces es ver la planificación, cuándo vas a ir, qué necesitas, es un montón de energía. Entonces, si lo queremos comparar con dinero, si vamos a ser un poco injustos, vamos a compararlo con el salario mínimo.
And so, what's the minimum wage in Ontario? Is that like maybe $11 or so?
¿Cuál es el salario mínimo en Ontario? ¿Como $11?
17, I think.
Wow,
How much?
17, I think.
17. Woo. Okay. So let's be fair to say, well, not only people who are minimum wage, but others, let's go to $20.
Entonces, si el salario mínimo en Ontario es 17 por hora, vamos a decir unos 20 por
That's safe to say that anybody's time, $20 an hour, that's like medium.
Eso sería como el promedio de un empleo, digámoslo así.
So in all that time that you spent, let's say, how long were you there? Were you there just for one day or a couple of days?
¿Y cuánto tiempo estuviste allá? ¿Un día o más?
Just one day, morning to after dark.
Okay,
Solo
so
un
you were
día, de la mañana a la noche,
there at least 12 hours.
unas 12 horas.
And other times, say residuals, let's say in all about 16 hours.
Entonces, digamos unas 16 horas.
So that would be $320
Entonces, unas $320
on top of the 200 of
aparte,
taxes and that. I mean the price of gas and all that.
aparte de los 200 que ya contamos en la comida y la gasolina.
So approximately $500 it cost you overall to do all of that, to go on to support the natives.
Entonces, digamos, vamos a darle una cifra de unos $500. Eso fue lo que te costó el ir a apoyar a los nativos.
But you were undermined by half of that.
Pero a ti todo eso ya no valió por menos de la mitad de ese monto.
Let's make sense of this. Let's play poker.
Entonces, para entender esto, pues sería como jugar póker.
I'm
Okay.
betting on the cards that I got in my hand, and we can see each other's hands.
Entonces, Stuart está apostando con sus cartas y está viendo las cartas
I know I got 4 kings in my hand.
y sabe que tiene 4 reyes en su mano.
You can see them also, and I can see what you got in your hand. You don't have nothing.
Y todo el mundo puede ver lo que tiene, él también puede ver lo que tienen allá y él sabe que no tienen nada.
So I'm going all in on the bet. I know I'm going to win
Entonces va derechito con la apuesta porque sabe que va a ganar.
because logic tells you 4 kings beats nothing on the other side.
Porque la lógica les dice 4 reyes vence a lo que hay en el otro lado que no es nada.
So how did the player on the other side, Justin Trudeau, who had nothing in his hand, how did he win over the 4 kings?
Entonces, como el que no tenía nada en su mano, que es Justin, de repente le ganó a los 4 reyes.
How does half of something overpower the full of something?
Como la mitad o menos de algo va a hacer más que la totalidad del otro.
This is where assessment, the individual must assess.
Es ahí en donde es bien necesario el análisis.
What is wrong here? This tells me, I believe that this weighs 1 pound. I believe that this weighs half a pound. So in the things that I know and believe, that if I put them on a scale, the 1 pound is going to go down and the half a pound is going to go up. Why is it that in the reality, outside of what I believe, that it's actually the half a pound that goes down and the pound goes up? How can the half defeat the pound, the full?
Porque si el encendedor vale 1 libra y el otro lado es media libra, pues la lógica diría que el peso va a irse hacia el más pesado, pero como en la realidad es lo opuesto.
Can anyone explain how that can logically happen?
¿Alguien puede
It
explicar?
means it's a trick. It means that the scales are weighted. If something like that happens, you're, playing
It's a
games.
what? What'd you call it?
Said it's a trick. It means the scales are weighted.
A trick.
Es un truco, es como cuando van a arreglar las balanzas en los mercados.
Or else, maybe not that the scales are weighted. Maybe the trick is that what we are looking at, what we believe, isn't true. Because if the half a pound is heavier than the pound, maybe our perception is inverted. Maybe it's not that thing at all. It's us. Our perception is inverted.
Entonces, tal vez no sería necesariamente que las balanzas las hayan truqueado en el mercado, sino que tal vez sea más bien nuestra percepción, que nosotros creemos que esto pesa 1 libra y esto menos, pero en realidad es lo opuesto, porque eso es lo que la realidad nos está demostrando.
So this is where all the non-native people are. Everyone in the world now, and even native people, are getting subdued into the corruption of democracy, where there is an inversion in what you believe, in what is true.
Y entonces, pues es así donde está la inversión, porque la gente cree en algo que ni siquiera es verdad.
Which brings us back to where we said that in the non-native world, democracy, it's like being in a maze. When it takes you to the dead end, the T, where you got to go left or right, you are believing, science tells you go left, you're going the wrong way. Any way that the non-native democracy, the system, the science tells you to go, it's the wrong way. You go the opposite.
Y es el equivalente a lo que decíamos hace rato, cuando llegan a ese cruce de caminos y la ciencia les dice que vayan para allá, pues si van para allá, van en el sentido contrario hacia donde deberían de ir.
So in healing our Mother Earth, let's put that on a scale.
Entonces, cuando hablamos de ayudar a sanar a nuestra madre tierra, si ponemos esto en una perspectiva de balanza
And let's look at what the non-native people say.
y vemos lo que los no nativos dicen,
Who's the biggest voice about what we got to do, what humanity's got to do in relation to the deterioration of our Mother Earth's ecosystem? Who's the biggest voice out there talking, saying something, pushing an agenda?
¿quién está hablando acerca de tenemos que hacer algo para sanar a nuestra madre tierra? ¿Quién está muy vocífero empujando una agenda así?
The whites and the scientists.
Who's the biggest voice? We know that it's the whites and the scientists. Who?
¿Quién dentro de los blancos y los científicos?
Yeah, well, the media is presenting it on behalf of the corporations heads.
Okay, that was just said. So who?
Oh.
Who is saying this? This isn't coming from a big giant building of a corporation and it's coming out like that. It's a voice. Someone is saying it.
Dice Kelly de los medios de comunicación que lo presentan y dice, sí, eso es cierto, pero ¿quién lo dice? Que no lo dice alguien en un edificio, en una corporación.
Britain.
Okay, again, that's the same thing that was just said. Who is the biggest voice? We're looking for a name,
Yeah.
name of a person.
The
Ross, Bronston, there's NASA, WHO, the World Forum Organization. What is that called that is talking about it? Elon Musk and Bronson are huge names in it.
Okay, there's the answer in the names that were said.
Entonces, Ann dijo Bronson, NASA, es decir, todos aquellos multimillonarios que están infligiendo la colonización del espacio.
Okay, NASA isn't one of the names. NASA is the answer that other people gave and saying it's the corporations and stuff like that. But the names, Branson, you mentioned what did you say, World Bank or World Health or something? That's Charles Schwab.
Yeah.
No es tanto, sino más bien los nombres como los que están atrás de los foros mundiales de economía como Schwab.
But the biggest voice that everyone on earth is hearing in relation to the degradation of the ecosystem of our Mother Earth is, in fact, Elon Musk, because he's the one that's saying, if our species is to survive what's going on here on Earth, we have to leave. And all monies are being funneled to that science.
Es, por ejemplo, Elon Musk, quien está controlando los hilos de la ciencia y diciendo, si queremos sobrevivir como humanidad, nos tenemos que ir de la Tierra. Y es basado en ese argumento que la ciencia está empujando por la colonización del espacio.
So when we use the knowledge of that within democracy, there is this inversion that gets you to believe that up is down.
Y entonces cuando vemos este conocimiento de la inversión que les hace creer que arriba es abajo,
We can then apply that to what you're hearing Elon Musk, Charles Schwab, Ted Branson, NASA, others, everybody. You can then apply that to what they're saying and to know that, well, to use the same inversion means the lie that they are telling tells you that the solution is diametrically opposite to the direction they are pointing.
bueno, se puede saber que si estas cabezas de industria están diciendo hay que ir para allá y sabemos que cuando llega uno a un cruce de caminos, si uno sigue la ciencia se va por el mal camino, pues es lógico que esa no es la avenida que tomar.
So imagine if I'm Elon Musk.
Entonces, imagínense que yo soy Elon Musk,
Money.
el dinero.
It's not even science or technology. It's just money. And
Porque,
you believe in money because you know that you don't even believe in science and technology.
porque ni siquiera se trata de ciencia, innovación, tecnología, es dinero. Ustedes ni siquiera creen en eso tampoco, es el dinero.
So here's Elon Musk with his other gang of white billionaires. They're only white people.
Entonces ahí está Elon Musk con su paquete de multimillonarios blancos, porque eso es lo que son.
No, I'm not saying that only billionaires, I mean that only whites are billionaires. I'm just saying that in this particular thing we're looking at, it's only white people.
Y no estoy diciendo que los billonarios son nada más blancos, estoy diciendo que los que están haciendo este empuje por la colonización del espacio son ellos, multimillonarios blancos.
So what happens in any town meeting or in any meeting of the people when there's, I don't know, say some issue of like what's going on in Ohio? So let's figure a town meeting like that. What happens when money walks into the room?
¿Y qué pasa, digamos, cuando hay algo como lo que acaba de ocurrir ahorita en Ohio y hay una asamblea de la municipalidad y que la gente está diciendo lo que tendría que hacer, pero de repente alguien entra que sabemos que está representando el dinero?
Does everyone listen or does everyone just turn their back?
¿Todo el mundo va a escuchar o nada más le van a dar la espalda?
Everyone's listening.
Todo el mundo va a escuchar.
Everybody listens. Okay, so let's just imagine this. We're all in a room right now and we're talking about the environmental degradation that's happening to our Mother Earth.
Entonces, digamos, ahorita estamos aquí hablando de la degradación ambiental de nuestra madre tierra.
I'm Elon Musk. I walk in the room. I'm looking at all of you.
Y yo soy Elon Musk, entro y les miro a todos ustedes
And I say, the answer is out there.
y les digo, la respuesta está allá afuera.
What does this tell us where the answer actually is?
Entonces, ¿qué nos dice de en dónde se encuentra la verdadera respuesta?
When we apply.
It's here. It's here.
Where?
The answer is here.
Where?
In the people.
Entonces, la respuesta es aquí, la solución está aquí, con la gente en nuestra madre tierra.
So here's the sleight of hand. Elon Musk, Ted Branson, all the billionaires. You want to be a billionaire, don't you? Come on, all the songs on the radio. I want to be a billionaire. You want to throw money out like this at women. You want to buy a Rolls Royce. Everybody wants that.
Y bueno, pues ahí está el dinero que dice hay que hacer esto y todo el mundo quiere ser un millonario. ¿A poco no quieren tener un montón de dinero que le van a hacer así a las mujeres y van a tener Rolls Royce y cosas así?
But I'm going to show you part of the poison of which this mentality that Elon Musk, Ted Branson, all these billionaires with NASA, part of the poison that they're all a part of. that's going to show you a different perception of it.
Pero todo este veneno, porque eso es lo que es, de las mentiras que cuentan Elon Musk, Branson y todos estos que dicen la solución está allá afuera.
Is Elon Musk on the same levels or say the same category as Donald Trump?
Porque Elon Musk está como digamos en la misma categoría que un Donald Trump.
I would imagine, yeah.
It's a question. Anybody?
Es una pregunta. ¿Alguien la
Some
quiere
level, yeah.
responder?
It's on the exact same level. They're billionaires, so that means their money's got to go where the money is. Their billions have to produce more billions.
Sí, la respuesta es sí, porque ambos son millonarios, lo que significa que el dinero les une, que quieren más millones por sus millones.
Okay, now I'm going to say something that Donald Trump said, that if there's children around, block their ears, because you know what I'm going to say, what Donald Trump said. So it's bad, but this has to be said to exemplify the scenario here.
Y si tienen niños, tapen los oídos porque voy a repetir algo que Donald Trump dijo.
Okay. Remember when Donald Trump was just campaigning?
¿Se acuerdan cuando estaba haciendo campaña?
All kind of stuff came out about him.
Que un montón de cosas fueron dichas acerca de él.
And there was something that came out about him and something that he was saying to some other guy about women.
Y dijo algo acerca de las mujeres a otro individuo.
Okay, I'm going to say it. So get ready. If you're offended by this, get ready. You're going to be offended. If there's children around, block their ears. I'm forewarning you.
Entonces, lo voy a decir, puede ser ofensivo porque él lo dijo. Si hay niños, por favor, bloqueen los oídos, no dejen que lo escuchen, lo estoy advirtiendo.
Okay. You remember when Donald Trump, it was all over the news. There was even a recording of him saying it. You could even find it right now, where he said, to some other guy about a woman, get ready, here it comes. Just grab her or grab him by the pussy.
Entonces, ¿se acuerdan cuando dijo a alguien que solamente la agarrara? Ni siquiera sé cómo traducir esto. Por
Okay. Wasn't every woman on earth offended by that?
Y si una mujer escucha esto, no va a ser ofendida.
Didn't this give every woman on earth reason to, even if you've seen that guy, at the very least, slap him in the face?
Eso no le da razón a alguien que si escucha eso, pues sería como al menos quererle dar una bofetada en la cara.
Yeah.
How do women feel about that? Just one word. Anybody, throw out a word.
¿Cómo las mujeres se sienten así? Aquí inmediatamente responden asqueadas.
Angry.
What? What?
Angry.
Okay.
There was a delay with the Zoom, that's what I saw. Can you repeat it, Anne?
Angry, disgusted.
Enojada, asqueada.
Okay, for you, Anne. Are you offended just for yourself, or are you offended for your daughter?
¿Y tú, Anne, te sientes ofendida nada más por
I'm
ti?
offended for my daughter, myself, all women.
Por mi hija, por mí misma, por todas las mujeres.
Okay, what about your grandson?
¿Y qué pasa con tu nieto?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want him to have that mindset.
Por supuesto que yo no quiero que él piense así.
So it's safe to say that since that time, which is only what, about 6 years ago now? 7 years ago? I don't know how long. Since that time, you would think then that every woman on earth, or women, would at least have maybe bonded together a little bit to say, let's fight off this male dominant asshole.
Y desde ese entonces, pues tal vez uno hubiese pensado que entre mujeres habría habido un poco más de conciencia y solidaridad para decir unámonos para luchar contra ese completo pendejo.
You would think that's what would happen.
¿Ustedes creerían que eso ocurriría?
You would think that women would have fortified themselves against the blatant, in-your-face, systemic male dominant oppression against women.
Y que las mujeres se habrían fortificado en contra de este sistema de dominación masculina que les oprime.
Because the system made that guy president.
Porque fue ese sistema que hizo que ese tipo se volviera presidente.
Even after he said those words, offending every woman on earth, in the so-called United States, there's what, about, I don't know, it's about 380 million, maybe about close to 400 million now. So let's say out of them, half of them, 200 million women, out of those women, how many of them are underage? Let's say if there's 200 million women, well, we could guesstimate that there's at least about 25 million to 30 million that are under the age of 16.
¿Y a cuántas mujeres les afectó? Es decir, ¿a cuántas insultó? Digamos, si hay 380 millones de personas en Estados Unidos, ¿cuántas son mujeres? La mitad. ¿Y cuántas son menores? Que es realmente un insulto directo para incluso las niñas.
Some of those women can say they cared and they were offended and they wanted to fight against them, whatever. But the reality is that all of those 200 women, including those, what did I say, about 28 million, 30 million under 16, however much I said, including those that are supposed to be protected and defended by their mothers.
Pero a pesar de eso, ¿cuántas mujeres pues no dijeron nada o tal vez ni se ofendieron? Y digamos, si hablamos de unos 30 millones de niñas bajo los 18 años, pues ¿cómo, o sea, quién las defiende?
But the system, which all those women are a part of, who were all offended, puts in a guy who is male dominant. Clearly, male dominance against women, who said such a thing and it's broadcast around the world. This is what all those women, 200 million women in the so-called United States, who all accept that rich white man grabbing them, block your ears, again, I'll forewarn you, they all accept that rich white man grabbing them by the pussy.
Y bueno, pues de todas estas mujeres, a pesar de que se quejaron, a pesar de que se indignaron, pues ese tipo acabó siendo su presidente. Entonces, ese tipo que hizo esa declaración a nivel de medios de comunicación masivos, que pasó por la tele en todos lados, pues está dejando esas mujeres que ahora es fue su presidente, pues está dejando que las agarre por sus partes.
So, let's see right there, just on that one example. Is democracy corrupt?
Entonces, nada más con ese solo ejemplo, ¿la democracia es corrupta?
Yeah.
Absolutely it is.
Claro, a 100%.
Okay, is corruption right or wrong?
¿La corrupción está bien o está mal?
Wrong.
Wrong, okay.
Incorrecto.
Is wrong legal or illegal?
¿Y lo incorrecto es legal o ilegal?
Illegal. Well, how come if something is illegal that approximately in this, just the so-called United States, that you have 400 million people all participating in a process that they believe in 100%? How is it that it's wrong, it's immoral, it's illegal? How could that be when 400 million people believe in it and participate?
Entonces, algo que es incorrecto, es inmoral, es ilegal, todo mundo cree en eso porque participa en el sistema democrático. 400 millones de personas en el caso de Estados Unidos.
Okay, so now let's take this a little bit further to show the complete disassociation that each individual has from their own power, unable to affect it into the so-called democracy that they believe they're a part of.
Y si llevamos aún más lejos esto que afecta a los individuos, que hace que no tengan poder, que crean que no pueden tener poder para afectar esta democracia que les afecta a todos.
Okay, so from the time that Donald Trump said that, this rich white man says, grab her by the you-know-what.
Cuando este hombre rico, que es Donald Trump, hace esa declaración de agárrenla por ahí,
He is an immoral person,
él es una persona inmoral,
which makes him ineligible, should disqualify him from holding any public position.
que les hace inmoral, es decir, que debería de descalificarles de poder tener cualquier posición pública.
But the white people, the non-native people, don't know nothing about eligibilities and being qualified and what actually disqualifies you.
Pero los no nativos no saben cuáles son las calificaciones, las formas de ser elegible o qué les descalifica.
So that's, again, it's approximately 6 or 7 years ago that he said, grab her by the you-know-what.
Entonces es hace unos 5, 6, 7 años que dijo él eso, agárrenla por ahí.
All the women should have said, what the hell? We're under attack. This is wrong. All the women should have got together and fortified, and said, hey, we got to protect ourselves. We got to defend ourselves. We can't let none of us give in.
Y todas las mujeres en ese entonces debieron de haber dicho, pero no, ¿cómo es posible que esté diciendo eso de nosotros? Tenemos que hacer algo, ponernos fuertes entre nosotras.
Okay, since that time, let's look in the so-called United States. In their music, a so-called woman, a Black woman, singing a song about that very thing that Donald Trump said to grab, and she's singing this song that made it to #1 in the Grammys or #1 on the charts about big sopping wet, that thing that Donald Trump grabbed.
Y desde entonces, ¿qué pasó? Bueno, en la música de Estados Unidos, esta cantante que se dice de pop está hablando de esta cosa mojada y que hace burbujas, que es la misma que Donald Trump agarró.
Myself, I don't know the song. I'm not into that kind of music, and I wouldn't listen to that anyways, because it is male dominance coming out of a woman.
Y yo no conozco ese tipo de música, ni siquiera la escucharía o la querría poner, porque es pura dominancia masculina que está saliendo de la boca de una mujer.
Well, I won't call her a woman. I'll call her a girl that for money rises to the top of their so-called music industry, gets a #1 song, exploiting the very thing that Donald Trump was exploiting.
Bueno, pues no la voy a llamar ni siquiera mujer, voy a decir esa chica que utilizó la industria musical para explotar eso que Donald Trump dijo.
So overall, what it tells you, clearly, you can see that the moral atmosphere in the so-called United States since Donald Trump has deteriorated. Clear, in your face, male dominance, grab her by the you-know-what. And then a couple of years later, the girls are singing about big sopping wet you-know-what. And it rises #1 to the charts where your sons, your daughters are listening to this garbage. This is an agenda.
Entonces, primero Donald Trump dice eso y después un par de años, en lugar de que las mujeres se solidificaran, ¿qué pasa? La cosa se deteriora porque es una tipa que canta pop, que está influenciando la mente de las niñas, los niños, los adolescentes, que ellos son los que le levantan al la canción más famosa de las listas y que son esos niños que están cantando exactamente esas letras.
But you do not look at it as an agenda.
Pero ustedes no ven eso como una agenda.
Most people, from what I'm gathering, you hear these cars going down the street that go boom, 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 boom. Most people are following that path and paying for that song, promoting that immoral lack of morals, paying for that male dominance, and paying to have women subjected to it.
Y la mayoría de la gente que escucha esos carros que andan con estos grandes bajos en los estéreos y van boom, 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 y traen todo ese tipo de música completamente denigrante hacia las mujeres, de dominación masculina y la están promocionando.
And in that time, you have all seen this. You all know that this is so. You see videos all over this place, all over social media. First, it was, it was like marginalized women in the sex industry or who really didn't care about their bodies, and they show them on videos what they call twerking.
Y por ejemplo, en los años hemos visto cómo a las niñas incluso se les ha infligido esta promoción de la dominación masculina. En español realmente no sé cuál sea la traducción exacta, pero es donde las mujeres van a estar como contorsionándose de forma muy sensual, sexy.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not against that.
Y bueno, pues no me malentiendan, digo, yo no puedo estar en contra de eso.
But I'm also not against making love.
Pero tampoco estoy en contra de hacer el amor.
But it would be wrong to make love right in the street in front of everybody. It would be wrong to make love on the 6 o'clock news in front of everyone.
Pero sería incorrecto hacer el amor en el centro comercial enfrente de todos o en las noticias de las 6 de la tarde.
So I'm not against it. So it means it's not illegal.
Entonces, no estoy en contra, lo que significa que no es ilegal,
But I'm not for it because it's immoral.
pero tampoco estoy por eso, porque es inmoral.
So here, this is to show that there is no division between illegal and immoral, what's moral, what's not moral, what's illegal, what's not legal. There's no divisions. The lines are blurred completely within democracy. It's anything goes.
Entonces, todo esto para decir que dentro de la ley no hay división de lo que es inmoral y ilegal, pero en la democracia todo cabe, todo cabe.
So if we look in the whole history of what's happened to women from the non-native people,
Y si vemos la historia de lo que le ha pasado a las mujeres en las sociedades no nativas,
you go to their origins of so-called democracy in early Greeks, you look at what democracy was upon women. It was slavery, is that women were not even considered citizens, which means they weren't considered human. That they were just basically baby factories to leave a legacy for the men, that the woman's children were handed over to the men.
si se ve el origen de la democracia, bueno, las mujeres eran esclavas en la Grecia antigua, ellas ni siquiera eran consideradas ciudadanas y entonces eran básicamente una fábrica de bebés para entregarle esos bebés a los hombres.
So let's see, from those conditions of early Greeks, female oppression, all of that stuff, has it improved any from a couple of thousand years to now? Or is it the same?
Y de esas condiciones de la Grecia antigua, ¿las condiciones se han mejorado o siguen siendo las mismas?
Anybody?
We just said the same.
Okay. So it hasn't changed. It hasn't improved.
Aquí dijeron, no ha cambiado, no ha mejorado.
But let's see now, all that time of all that oppression, and then you have the head of the free world say, grab her by the you-know-what. And then you have a black girl singing Big Sopping Wet you-know-what.
Entonces, aunado a toda esa opresión de ser esclavas en la sociedad antigua, ahora tienen al líder de uno de los países del mundo que dice, agárrenla por ahí, y a la chica negra que canta pop que dice mi gran mojada y que burbujea.
So, question is now, or it's not even a question, it's an assessment to tell you that, well, maybe for 2,000 years, you maybe stayed at maybe the same oppression, maybe a little bit gradual, but you know what? Just 6 or 7 years ago, your oppression, female oppression, male dominance increased tenfold, just like that. And everybody accepts it.
Entonces, bueno, esta dominación masculina ha estado siempre ahí, pero en los últimos 5 o 7 años se ha acelerado y todo el mundo la acepta.
Okay, so we can clearly see the direction we're going. It's not in a positive direction. It's a negative. Humanity, the political systems of where you make collective decisions are deteriorating. Your decisions, collective, are becoming worse and worse.
Entonces podemos ver cómo las cosas se deterioran y cómo la capacidad de poder llevar a cabo decisiones colectivas cada vez existe menos.
Okay, so now here we are confronted with another reality in that same time frame of Donald Trump saying, grab her by the you know what?
Y en esa misma época, cuando Donald Trump dijo agárrenla por ahí,
Which means that Donald Trump's statement was a distraction from what we're going to identify now.
significa que él dijo era una distracción de lo que vamos a identificar ahorita.
That as of 2017, that scientists from around the world through the United Nations finalized their study of the environment and their assessment and identified that the world only has until the year 2030 in which to reverse the destruction it has already caused to the Earth's environment.
Porque en 2017 fueron los científicos de la ONU que dijeron que la Tierra tenía hasta 2030 para poder corregir la destrucción ambiental.
You know, all it takes to distract you away from that fact?
¿Saben qué es lo que se necesita para distraerles acerca de este hecho?
Block your ears, get ready.
Bloqueen de nuevo sus orejas, prepárense.
All it takes is a rich white guy to step in, come into the room, the meeting of all the people, and to say, grab her by the pussy, and you're distracted from the facts and the science immediately, just like that.
Se necesita un tipo blanco rico que venga a decir agárrenla por ahí y les distrae absolutamente de todos los hechos científicos.
And that's not just for the people in the so-called United States, that's the worldwide agenda.
Y eso no es nada más para la gente de Estados Unidos, sino que es la agenda mundial.
Now, did that statement from those world scientists, did once Donald Trump was out of office, did they rescind that statement?
Y una vez que ya Trump no estaba en su cargo, quitaron, es decir, anularon esa declaración.
Or does that statement still stand with the warning of the year 2030?
O esa declaración sigue ahí, así como la advertencia de emergencia de 2030.
Anybody answer that? Huh?
It's still there.
What?
It's still there.
So the answer is that it's still there? No, it's not.
La respuesta es que sigue ahí, dice no,
It's not still there
no está ahí todavía.
because the scientists said the year 2030.
Porque los científicos dijeron 2030.
But in the last year, they adjusted their warning to be even sooner.
Pero en los últimos años ajustaron su advertencia diciendo que incluso iba a ser más pronto.
So first they said, we're driving down the road at 100 miles an hour towards a brick wall, and we're going to hit it in 10 seconds.
Entonces primero dijeron, vamos a 100 kilómetros por hora y nos vamos a estampar en un muro en 10 segundos.
But 1 second later, they say to you, oh, we made the wrong assessment. It's going to happen in less than 10 seconds.
Pero un segundo más tarde les dijeron, no, nos equivocamos, va a pasar en menos de 10 segundos.
They don't say it's going to happen in 5 seconds. They just say it's going to happen in less than 10 seconds.
No les dicen que va a pasar en 5 segundos, sino solamente en menos de 10 segundos.
Because the scientists' adjustment to their study of 2017, which said the year 2030, their adjustment to it has been in the last year that the exact words, but it basically means this, that our previous assessments have been, projected dates have been, like it was too long. Like they know that they were wrong in saying that it's going to take an hour, that it's less, that it might be a half hour.
Porque dijeron que se habían equivocado en sus proyecciones.
So overall, it's telling you, hey, society has been driving at the brick wall at 100 miles an hour, knowing we're going to hit it. And everybody's been thinking that, oh, we got 100 years to party along the way.
Entonces la sociedad dijo, pues tenemos todavía un tiempo para hacer la fiesta antes de que nos estrellemos.
Now, there are a lot of people who, because I've been putting up posts, you know, in relation to this, a lot of people who have been saying to me, white people have been sending to me, oh, this is a lie, this is a distraction, don't believe it. The science, you know, of them saying the year 2030.
Y hay mucha gente blanca que me ha estado diciendo que no escuché eso, que es una destrucción con respecto a 2030.
Tell me, can anybody tell me, do I believe the white man
Y alguien me puede decir si yo le creo al hombre blanco
on anything?
en algún nivel.
Anyone?
No,
No, you know I don't.
todo
I do
mundo,
not believe the white man on anything that he says.
todo mundo sabe que no le creo.
But the white man does not say science.
Pero el hombre blanco no habla de ciencia.
The white man, when he does give reference to science, he even undermines his own science. So it's not his voice.
Sino que cuando se refiere a la ciencia, incluso daña a la ciencia misma. Entonces no se trata de su voz.
You actually have scientists around the world right now scratching their head and wondering, saying, what's wrong with these governments? We just told them. They hired us to tell them, and we told them 2030, and they're acting like as if they got 100 years.
Y los científicos deben de estar diciendo, ¿cómo es posible que la gente no haga nada si les dijimos 2030 y todo el mundo hace como si nada?
I don't believe anything that the white man says. I know that there is an inversion. If the white man said, I love you, I know he's saying that he hates you and he's going to kill you.
Y yo no le creo nada a lo que el hombre blanco dice. Yo sé que siempre hay una inversión. Entonces, si él dice, te amo, eso significa que me va a matar.
Individual white people can get offended by that.
Y las personas blancas individualmente pueden sentirse ofendidas por esto,
I don't care if you're offended by it,
pero pues no importa,
because what makes me say this is your own historical behavior.
porque lo que me hace decir esto es el comportamiento colectivo histórico del blanco.
And not what I come out and say is your historical behavior, but your own self-recorded behavior, historical behavior of yourself. I go on what you identify of yourself.
Y no lo que yo estoy diciendo de ustedes, sino lo que ustedes mismos han guardado en su propia historia de ustedes mismos.
And I have 500 years of knowing you in which to go by.
Y tengo 500 años en que les conozco y sé cómo funciona eso.
Which tells me never to believe a white man,
Lo que me dice que no le puedo creer a un hombre blanco,
unless that white man is able to present his position in the public arena and to substantiate it.
a menos de que ese hombre blanco pueda presentar su posición en la arena pública y substanciarla.
Now, you will never have a white man doing that. You will never see this.
Y nunca van a ver a un hombre blanco que haga eso.
Instead, what they do is the sleight of hand of democracy.
Porque en vez de eso, lo que hacen es digamos, el truco de la democracia.
Which clearly, as you see through these examples, gets you to believe them. Gets you to actually carry out the agenda of grab her by the you-know-what.
Porque claramente, como ven, les hace llevar a cabo la agenda que se les dice de agárrenla por ahí.
So when it comes to assessing the health of our Mother Earth,
Entonces, cuando hablamos de analizar la salud de nuestra madre tierra,
the white man has nothing to offer.
el hombre blanco no puede ofrecer nada.
And so it comes down to the rest of the world to assess properly.
Entonces le corresponde al resto del mundo el analizar de forma correcta.
And so this is the reason why since 2008, we stopped our ceremonies and gave the people an ultimatum that either we are going to fight 100% in defense of our Mother Earth or no more ceremonies.
Y es por eso que desde 2008 dimos un ultimato, ya sea íbamos a trabajar por defender a nuestra madre tierra 100% o ya no íbamos a hacer ceremonias.
The people had to agree. That's logic. They had to, but they lied.
Y la gente tuvo que estar de acuerdo, no les quedó más que eso, pero estaban mintiendo.
Because even my people are subdued by democracy.
Porque inclusive mi gente está sometida a la democracia.
But as you can see, I'm not stupid. I am not subdued by the corruption of the white man's democracy. Only stupid people are.
Pero como pueden ver, yo no he caído en esa estupidez, no estoy sometido a la estupidez de la democracia.
And so that tells you stupid people cannot provide any solution for anything because they're the stupid people. They're the ones who caused all the destruction. Are the stupid people who caused the destruction going to come up with the solution? It's impossible. Their brain doesn't have the capacity.
Y alguien que haya provocado toda la destrucción, que porque hizo eso es estúpida, pues no puede crear la solución.
So in 2008 through 2009, here was the process of how we determine how we, and at the time, it was quite simply just my father and I, to determine how we're going to push our mother's voice to the world.
Entonces, de 2008 a 2009, nosotros, y cuando digo eso es básicamente mi papá y yo, vimos cómo íbamos a empujar la voz para las mujeres en el mundo.
How one person can address everything on earth.
Y como una sola persona puede hablar de todo lo que ocurre sobre la tierra.
Because whose responsibility is it to change the atmosphere of grabber by the you-know-what?
Porque de quién es la responsabilidad de cambiar la atmósfera de agárrala por ahí.
It's your responsibility.
De ustedes.
It's not anybody else's. No government is going to come along and fix the problems. No religion is going to do a goddamn thing. They are the ones who done these things.
No es de nadie más, porque todas las que hicieron las corrupciones, la guerra, la democracia, no son ellos los que van a corregirla.
And so the process that we had determined was to expand our mother's voice to throughout Turtle Island, from north to south, to reconnect to all our original identity.
Entonces el proceso de cómo hacer esto fue el de ir a buscar la voz de las madres para hacerlas reconectar de sur a norte en nuestra identidad original.
And so this finally came about in from north to south through this process of reconstitution of the eagle and the condor. Now our 90th ceremony, which at first was done only every full moon. But now, over the past couple of years, every new and full moon, but still to be at 90, this is years of work.
Y bueno, es así como llegamos a este proceso de reconstitución y es así que hoy estamos en la 90ª sesión, que bueno, a pesar de que al inicio nada más se hacía una vez por luna llena, pues el hecho de estar ahorita en un proceso de luna llena y luna nueva desde hace un par de años, pues 90 sesiones es años de trabajo.
And so you're sitting here, a part of a process that took years of work.
Y entonces están sentados aquí en un proceso que ha tomado años de trabajo.
But it's not our work.
Pero no es nuestro trabajo.
It's my mother's work.
Sino el de mi madre.
It took me years to figure out how to push my mother's voice into the world.
Me tomó años el saber cómo iba a empujar la voz de mi madre hacia el mundo.
Then the only way it can be done is through law.
Y la única forma en que puede ser hecho es mediante la ley.
There's only one way that only one voice will rise above millions.
Hay solamente una forma en que una voz se va a levantar en medio de millones.
And that's through adherence and application to law.
Y eso es mediante la aplicación de la ley.
And so we are here speaking of law. Everything that we just spoke of is law. It's exposing to you the trap that you are in, that you are stuck in, that you haven't been able to do anything about getting out of.
Y entonces de lo que hablamos es aquí de la ley y es analizar circunstancias en las que ustedes han estado atrapados, de las que no han podido zafarse.
But I will go as far to say that this is the only process that's going to be able to get you out of the insanity you are trapped into.
Y voy a ir incluso más lejos diciéndoles que es el proceso que va a hacer sacarles de esta locura en la que están metidos.
It's a reversal of democracy.
Porque es la inversión de la democracia.
And you would think, hey, wait a minute, democracy is the voice of everyone.
Y ustedes creerían, bueno, pero la democracia es la voz de todo mundo.
Was it? Is it? Is grabber by the you-know-what? Is that the voice of everyone?
Es la realidad, es decir, que alguien diga, agárrenla por ahí, es la voz de todo mundo.
Approximately 400 million people in the so-called United States. One person rise above all of them and says, grab her by the you-know-what. Is that the voice of everyone?
Que una sola persona se levante en medio de 400 millones de gente y diga, agárrenla por ahí, ¿esa es la voz de la gente?
No, that is clearly the voice of one.
Bueno, no, esa es claramente la voz de uno.
That's what democracy is.
¿Qué es eso, la democracia?
Everybody wonders and says, everybody for the past 10 years, we're saying, down with the millionaires, down with the billionaires, down with the oligarchies, whatever the hell they want to call them, down with the Rothschilds, down with this. But yet, every country on earth put that 1% in place. They all said down with the 1%. But everyone through democracy put the 1% in place. You're stupid. You're a part of democracy. You are stupid.
Y todo mundo se quejó y dijo, es nada más 1% el que tiene el poder y protestaron contra ese 1%, pero a pesar de eso, ese 1% sigue controlando todo debido a la democracia. Entonces, realmente quien siga participando en la democracia, pues ya cayó en la gran estupidez.
So I show it to you right in your face that you can't dispute it. You can't deny it.
Entonces se los presento así de frente porque no hay forma en que lo puedan negar o contestar.
You know what I'm going to do?
¿Saben qué es lo que yo voy a hacer?
I'm going to rub it in your face.
Se los voy a embarrar en el rostro.
If you're stupid, I'm going to call you stupid in front of everyone,
Y si son estúpidos, pues les voy a llamar estúpidos en frente de todos,
even in front of your children.
incluso en frente de sus hijos.
And your children will see the truth of it.
Y sus hijos van a ver la verdad.
This is what I'm doing. You know I'm doing it.
¿Saben que eso es lo que estoy haciendo?
Does it apply to you? Are you going to be on that side of stupid where I'm going to be able to call you stupid right in front of your children and you will not be able to deny to your own children that you are in fact stupid?
Y eso les va a aplicar a ustedes, es decir, van a estar del lado de la estupidez y que cuando yo los nombro y les digo eso en frente de sus hijos, no les va a quedar nada más que aceptarlo.
Because what was just described is a description of absolutely everyone on earth. Tell me that it's not.
Porque lo que acabo de describir es lo que le corresponde a cada persona en la tierra, o me van a decir que no es así.
So what has happened to everyone on earth where you can all be on the exact opposite side of me? Let's look at this scale. 8 billion people now on this side, and they're all saying, grab her by the you know what. And then there's this voice right here. How does this balance out? How does this compensate when you think of the opposite of that poker example that we gave earlier?
Entonces, ¿cómo es posible que haya 8 billones de gente que esté diciendo agárrenla por ahí y que del otro lado haya una voz que diga eso no es posible? ¿En dónde se encuentra el contrapeso?
This brings to mind a meeting that took place in the Longhouse back around 1965, 60, from 64 to 66, somewhere in that time.
Y esto me hace pensar en un encuentro que ocurrió en la Casa Larga por ahí del 64 o 65.
I was a little kid, I remember it.
Y yo era un niño y lo recuerdo.
This is how I'm able to talk about it.
Y es así que puedo hablar de esto.
Okay, all the men. And you know what? There's a bunch of Delarones alive today who will remember this.
Y hay un montón de la ronda que van a acordarse de esto.
Because I remember Alan Delarone, Thomas Delarone, Nataway, Louis Hall, Dion, Peter Dion, other names anyways. Can remember them. But I remember them all being in this meeting.
Porque yo me acuerdo de estas personas, de estos nombres que estaban en esta junta.
And they were all sitting there like this.
Y todos estaban sentados así.
They were at a loss. They did not know what to do.
Estaban perdidos sin saber qué hacer.
So my father, and anybody can ask any of these people who are still alive that I named, anyone can ask them about this.
Y mi papá, y bueno, acá, si alguien está vivo de estos nombres que acabo de dar, le pueden preguntar.
My father went in and looked at them and just shook his head and just thought, like, it's pitiful. Like, men within the longhouse at a loss. These are not men, not in a longhouse. They are people who are at a loss.
Y mi papá entró y movió la cabeza diciendo, ¿cómo es posible que sean hombres de la casa larga y que no sepan qué hacer? Bueno, son hombres que no saben nada qué hacer.
So my father went out and he done a ceremony
Entonces mi papá salió e hizo una ceremonia
to return law.
para que la ley volviera.
And this is where those people whose hands were down like this back in the early 60s, this is where the line was drawn. These people were all on the side of corruption, all on the side of the elected system, what created the warrior society. They were all the problem within the house. They were out to divide the longhouse.
Y eso fue lo que hizo el dibujo de la línea entre quién era quién, porque toda esta gente años más tarde fueron los que crearon la sociedad guerrera, que eso fue lo que dividió a la casa larga.
One of them, as you know, some of you know this, that I even went to the longhouse in Akwesasne to charge him on the floor, to put charges upon him right to his face, Paul Dalaron, to say that I accused him of misleading the people down the path of the Gani Guraksa.
Y hay quienes saben que fui directamente a acusar a uno de ellos a su casa en Acuesasne, cuando digo casa es casa larga, diciendo que él había llevado a la gente por el mal camino.
Okay, you don't realize it. You don't know what I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is your own pathway to your personal freedom.
Y no se dan cuenta de lo que les estoy diciendo, pero les estoy hablando de su camino a su propia libertad personal.
When you have freedom, it's the only time that you will experience personal empowerment.
Porque solo cuando tienen libertad pueden experimentar el empoderamiento personal.
And if you are free within the longhouse, means you are under constitution, under law, then you have the power of the collective, one person.
Y si son libres dentro de la casa larga, significa que tienen la constitución, lo que significa que una sola persona lo puede hacer.
And how you do it is every step of the way, the same way that we done it, the same way that I had to do it. Put my foot down and to separate from that corruption all the way, even have to fight against it, even right to have attempts on our lives. Them tried to kill us, to prevent what? To prevent, quite simply, this voice you are hearing right now.
Y entonces uno tiene que ir con todo y tiene que poner su pie a tierra y tiene que defender, es decir, porque todo el tipo de ataque va a venir para impedir que esta voz surja, esta voz que están escuchando.
So you just got the blueprint to your own personal empowerment, your own personal freedom.
Entonces ahí está la clave para su propia su propia libertad y empoderamiento personal.
But still, you just won't know how to apply it.
Pero no van a saber cómo aplicarlo.
You got to have that moral anchor.
Tienen que tener esa ancla moral.
Do you have it?
¿La tienen?
Now, this is where you may think that you are in control of your own morality. It's not so.
Y es ahí en donde ustedes pueden pensar que están en control de su propia moralidad, pero no es así.
The example was what Anne and what she said earlier about how she went to support and help the people, assist them, and all the energy and everything she put into it. Of what did we come up with? About $400 or $500, and her time that she had put into it was undermined by Justin Trudeau taking, quite simply, $175 out of her pocket with taxes to go and buy that pipeline. So everyone's morality is, in fact, undermined. You are not in control of your morality.
Y este ejemplo, regresamos a lo que Ann dijo hace rato, que había ido a apoyar a los nativos y que incluso había gastado tal vez casi $500 por hacerlo, pero cuando Justin decide comprar el oleoducto, pues por 170 y tantos dólares por cabeza, a pesar de que Ann como individuo tiene moralidad, pues su moralidad se fue por la ventana.
So wherever you are not in control, you can detect these things. Now we show you the process, how you can detect them. Obviously people haven't detected it before. That's the fact, because if so, people would have dealt with their own integrity.
Y bueno, ahora les damos el camino para detectar ese tipo de cosas porque pues es fácil deducir que la gente no ha visto estas cosas porque si no habrían sido capaces de analizarlas y de poder actuar sobre su propia integridad.
So therefore, there is the thing that you have to address. So, and you going out there on the line to assist, it's a good thing, but it actually didn't help. So you got to put your energy where it actually will do something. So in this case, it's not about they're trying to stop a pipeline or blocking railroads. It's about addressing your own corrupted government and its taxation of you.
Entonces, no sirve de mucho el que vayas a apoyar sin que hables de tu propio gobierno y qué hace con los impuestos.
So any non-native people here in so-called Canada, if you want to assist the native people, you got to address your taxation because it's your government stealing money from you, even though you want to help us, then coming out to kill us. So you are, as a taxpayer, actually the genocider.
Y cada no nativo tendría que hacerlo porque a pesar de que piensen que están ayudando, pues mediante sus dólares de impuestos, la cosa se va directo al genocidio.
No, I'm not saying this just to point fingers at you and say,
Y no estoy diciendo esto para señalarles con el dedo y decir, ay, miren.
If anything, this should help all of you to be able to see the truth more clearly.
Sino que esto debería de ayudarles a ver la verdad de forma más clara.
Unless everything I just said was maybe confusing.
A menos de que todo lo que haya dicho ha sido confuso.
But this is how all of you, how we got here to this point where we are here discussing these things.
Pero es así como llegamos a este punto en el que estamos discutiendo estas cosas.
And this is the intent of this reconstitution process.
Y esta es la intención de este proceso de reconstitución.
To expose us to more truths so that we can have, in our isolated little part of the world, a proper assessment and a proper solution.
El exponernos a estas verdades para que en nuestra esquina del mundo tengamos acceso a soluciones adecuadas.
Because let's ask ourselves this and let's be truthful.
Porque hagámonos la pregunta y contestemos de forma verdadera.
What are you actually doing to stop the devolution of the planet which we grew from?
¿Qué están haciendo para impedir la involución del planeta del cual crecimos?
Nobody's doing anything.
Nadie está haciendo nada.
You know what all the native people are doing?
¿Saben qué es lo que los no nativos hacen?
They're protesting.
Protestan.
That's what the energy is.
Ahí está la energía.
So they're protesting, standing around a dump site in Winnipeg, trying to fight for murdered native women whose bodies are dumped there.
Entonces protestan porque hay cuerpos de mujeres nativas que están en un basurero.
They're standing somewhere right now in so-called BC, standing there to protect whatever from a pipeline or from a dam or from some expansion of a hydroelectric project or something. Every native, one way or another, someplace are protesting. This is precisely the design of the white man, to get the native people to do what the white man wants you to do, to protest him, which means you are doing his work.
Y en cualquier lugar del mundo hay gente nativa o no nativa que están protestando en contra de algo y eso es justo lo que ellos quieren que hagan.
When what should we be doing? What should every native be doing?
Siendo que, ¿qué es lo que los nativos deberíamos de estar haciendo?
Is our Mother Earth, in fact, is her environment deteriorating? Is it being destroyed?
¿El ambiente de nuestra madre tierra se está deteriorando, sí o no?
According to the UN scientists of that study of 2017, which we keep referring to, you can say, yes, the world is clearly being destroyed by human activity.
De acuerdo a este informe de la ONU de 2017, se dice claramente que sí.
What are you doing about that?
¿Y qué están haciendo?
You are doing nothing about it.
Nada.
The world is doing nothing about it.
El mundo no hace nada.
I know, I seen from our house that there is not a single country, organization, religion, whatever business that's doing a damn thing about it. Any efforts that they are making, let's say like cleaning up the oceans, it's all from an economic standpoint.
Y yo sé que todo lo que están haciendo, digamos, si hablamos de limpiar los océanos, lo hacen por fines económicos.
So no one is actually being proactive.
Entonces nadie es proactivo.
And so this was what we had addressed in the Longhouse in 2008. How do we get by all of this?
Y de eso hablamos en 2008 en la Casa Larga. ¿Cómo pasamos por todo esto?
We know that in the Longhouse, we are the only ones on Earth who have the medicine to heal our Mother Earth.
Sabemos que en la Casa Larga tenemos la medicina para curar a nuestra Madre Tierra.
Just like you, wherever you are right now in your house, you are the only one who has the power to heal our Mother Earth.
Como ustedes en donde se encuentren también tienen el poder de curar a Madre Tierra.
But clearly, as we just seen, everybody is restricted. Absolutely everyone.
Pero claramente, como lo acabamos de ver, todo el mundo está restringido.
So again, this is what my father and I had to assess and to set our trajectory around all of these hurdles to get our mother's voice to the world.
Y de nuevo, eso es lo que mi padre y yo tuvimos que analizar para poder pasar todos estos obstáculos y aún así transmitir la voz a nuestras madres.
And so I'm not out there protesting.
Entonces, yo no salgo a protestar.
And I'm not out there standing on some imaginary line, which is a good thing to some degree, you know, native efforts are there. No, shouldn't be natives, not at all. Nowhere should be any native protesting anything. It should be all the white and non-native people out there protesting, because the reality, it's their government that is aggressing upon the native people. The white people have to build their integrity up, which will build your morality up. Until you do that, you don't have a snowball's chance in hell of making a proper decision on anything.
Y entonces serían no los nativos los que tienen que salir a defender y ponerse en la línea, sino los no nativos, los que tienen que venir a defender a los nativos y a su territorio, porque mientras ustedes no hagan esto y no puedan construir su propia identidad, no van a poder tener una buena decisión con respecto a nada.
Okay, can we share the hemp unity document now? Is Angel there? Angel, are you there?
Entonces podríamos compartir el documento de la Unión del Cáñamo.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and so this is the voice of our Mother Earth, to address what is happening to her health.
Y esta es la voz de nuestra Madre Tierra para hablar acerca de lo que le está ocurriendo a su salud.
We had to devise the method of how to wrangle up every molecule on Earth, every turtle, wolf, and bear, and to put it into one voice, one direction, to transmit it through us into the world through law.
Tuvimos que agarrar cada molécula para hacer que pudiese hablar la verdad de la ley.
And so this is what people of the world must do.
Y esto es lo que la gente debe de hacer.
We are confronted not with the diversion of a river, the destruction of a mountain or a glacier or whatever. We're not confronted with those things.
Porque no estamos haciéndole frente a la contaminación de un río o la destrucción de una montaña.
That's breakage.
Esa es una ruptura.
We're talking about dealing with healing.
Estamos hablando de cómo sanar.
If you focus there where the white man is breaking it and you go there and protest, you are going to get broken also.
Porque si van y se concentran en donde el hombre blanco está rompiendo y van y protestan, ustedes también van a ser rotos.
Instead, you must get into the mind of that white man who is breaking that.
Pero en lugar de eso, tienen que entrarle a la mente de ese hombre blanco que lo está rompiendo,
Which is what we just done,
que es lo que hemos hecho,
and then present with the healing.
y presentar la sanación.
And so this is the voice of our mother.
Entonces, esta es la voz de nuestra madre,
This is what the longhouse does.
lo que la casa larga hace.
Anyone who is longhouse is focused
Quien sea que sea casa larga está enfocado
and is dealing with the issues that have been laid before us.
y hace frente a los asuntos que están enfrente de nosotros.
Anyone else? They're not longhouse. They're whatever the hell they want to be, whatever they think democracy has to offer them.
Y quien sea que no sea casa larga, pues son democracia o lo que esto les ofrezca.
Okay, so
Entonces,
solution to avoiding worldwide environmental catastrophe regarding the United Nations resolution of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is numbered 00-25-2015, which means that the study was commissioned in 2015 and they concluded 2 years later in 2017.
significa que el estudio fue mandado a hacer en 2015 y lo concluyeron en 2017.
Okay, I'm going to read this whole document in English and then Edith will do it in Spanish.
Voy a leer este documento en inglés y Edith lo va a leer en español.
Okay, in accord with the two-row Wampum Peace Treaty, the Ganyangahaga Mohawk people of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, Ganawagi, Turtle Island, have observed the behavior of the European for the last 500 years. The collective behavior has proven to be their collective behavior has proven by their own science to be so destructive that their own United Nations has put a deadline of 2030 in which to reverse their actions. We accept their science. And on there, you'll see that's the, what do you call that? A link to something. We accept that their science, that a worldwide action must be taken to correct the destruction to the water, land, and air that the European has caused. However, their political systems are so corrupt they cannot heed their own warnings to protect themselves. When we consider the European caused environmental degradation on all levels of the ecosystem, factored in with the UN deadline of 2030, we have concluded that the Hemp Unity Agenda is the one universal earth healing medicine that can address all of these issues on every level in the short time remaining. The European action of 1492 and the pollution of a river today are both part of a cognitive colonial agenda of planetary destruction embarked upon hundreds of years ago. Consequently, when the white Europeans kidnapped, raped, terrorized, and murdered our native children in the British Nazi residential school concentration camps, with the express intent of killing the native and the child, it was their design to stop our children from becoming our ancestral identity of stewards of the land. Britain and the church, where is that? Britain and the church designed the atrocity of kidnapping children from our families and culture to stop an entire generation of our people from being our people and our continuous fire. This is genocide. So-called Canada's official policy of reconciliation places direct responsibility for the destruction of the environment on the people upon the shoulders of the British European. It is they who must take corrective action for all the children they killed by protecting the very land that those murdered children would have grown into adulthood to protect, if not for the European killing them. As the European kidnapped, tortured, and murdered native children in every colonizing country to remove them from being the proper stewards of the land, we identify that to have proper reconciliation, the British European must take immediate corrective action from their course of planetary destruction by endorsing and facilitating the agenda of hempunity, to facilitate every person in every country on earth to plant hemp for its medicinal healing properties, plant hemp to reverse the destruction to the land, plant hemp to clean the water, plant hemp to clean the air, plant hemp to save our Mother Earth. The non-native society must endorse this agenda worldwide, as it will compel each one to become closer to the land they have destroyed and bring them closer to understanding why countless native children would rather have died in the freezing cold than be subjected to the horrors of the white European. On behalf of all the children, the Canadian, American, European, kidnapped, raped, terrorized, and murdered around the world, this is my mother's voice, and this is the process that we just related to you as to how we got this voice to you. Now,
Esta es la voz de mi madre y es así como les hacemos llegar esta voz.
now it is for you to deal with your own morality and integrity.
Entonces ahora les corresponde a ustedes el hacerle frente a su propia moralidad e integridad. Entonces esta es la versión en español, solución para evitar la catástrofe ambiental mundial, que es una respuesta a la resolución de las Naciones Unidas de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sustentable. De acuerdo con el Tratado de Paz del Wampum de 2 vías, el pueblo Kañangahaga, paréntesis Mohawk de la Confederación de las 5 Naciones de la Casa Larga en Kahnawake, Isla de la Tortuga, hemos observado el comportamiento del europeo durante los últimos 500 años. Su comportamiento colectivo ha demostrado, según su propia ciencia, ser tan destructivo que sus propias Naciones Unidas han puesto como fecha límite el 2030 para revertir sus acciones. Aceptamos su ciencia, y esta es la referencia a un video que afirma esto, que hay que hacer una acción mundial para corregir la destrucción del agua, tierra y aire que los europeos han causado. Sin embargo, sus sistemas políticos son tan corruptos que no pueden hacer caso a sus propias advertencias para protegerse. Cuando consideramos la degradación ambiental causada por los europeos en todos los niveles del ecosistema, teniendo en cuenta la fecha límite de la ONU para el 2030, hemos llegado a la conclusión de que la agenda de la Hempunity, unidad del cáñamo, es la única medicina universal para la curación de la tierra que puede abordar todos estos problemas en todos los niveles en el poco tiempo que queda. La acción europea de 1492 y la contaminación de un río en la actualidad forman parte de una agenda colonial cognitiva de destrucción planetaria emprendida hace cientos de años. Así, cuando los europeos blancos secuestraron, violaron, aterrorizaron y asesinaron a nuestros niños en los campos de concentración de las escuelas residenciales británicas nazi, con la intención confesada de matar al indígena en el niño, fue su designio impedir que nuestros niños siguieran viviendo nuestra identidad ancestral de protectores de la tierra. Inglaterra y la Iglesia diseñaron la atrocidad de secuestrar a los niños de nuestras familias y cultura para impedir que toda una generación de nuestro pueblo fuera nuestro pueblo y nuestro fuego continuo. Esto es genocidio. La llamada política oficial de reconciliación de Canadá coloca la responsabilidad directa de la destrucción del medio ambiente y del pueblo sobre los hombros de los británicos europeos. Son ellos los que deben tomar medidas correctivas por todos los niños que mataron, protegiendo la misma tierra que esos niños asesinados habrían crecido hasta la edad adulta para proteger, si no fuera porque los europeos les mataron. Como los europeos secuestraron, torturaron y asesinaron a los niños nativos en todos los países colonizadores para impedirles ser los administradores adecuados de la tierra, Identificamos que para tener una reconciliación adecuada, los británicos europeos deben tomar acciones correctivas inmediatas de su curso de destrucción planetaria, apoyando y facilitando la agenda de la Hemp Unity para facilitar que cada persona en cada país de la Tierra plante cáñamo por sus propiedades curativas medicinales. Plante cáñamo para revertir la destrucción de la Tierra. Plante cáñamo para limpiar el agua. Plante cáñamo para limpiar el aire y plante cáñamo para salvar a nuestra madre Tierra. La sociedad no indígena debe respaldar esta agenda en todo el mundo, ya que obligará a cada uno a acercarse a la tierra que han destruido y los acercará a comprender por qué innombrables niños nativos habrían preferido morir en el frío glacial antes que ser sometidos a los horrores del blanco europeo. En nombre de todos los niños nativos que los canadienses, americanos, europeos secuestraron, violaron, aterrorizaron y asesinaron en todo el mundo. Scanagol.
So this is what a longhouse person is. They are proactive in all the issues that are laid before all of humanity. I don't care where it is on earth. It is a longhouse person's responsibility to take care of everything in our house. And that is from where the sun rises to where the sun sets.
Y esta es la responsabilidad de cada persona de la casa larga, de observar qué es lo que ocurre para poder proteger desde donde el sol se levanta hasta donde el sol se acuesta, porque esa es la extensión de la casa larga.
It is for every native person to take that responsibility because the people grew out of the land, and wherever we grew out of, it's our responsibility to manage that, to take care of it, to nurture it, to keep it healthy.
Y esa es la forma de vida de la casa larga. Desde que los niños están chiquititos, se empiezan a saber que la madre tierra es la que nos da la vida y cómo nutrirla, cómo cuidarla, cómo respetarla.
And so, from this house, in our council, we had determined through law that to get this voice out to the world, that we must rebuild our ancient confederacy systems, relinking all of our people, all the original peoples of Turtle Island, back together again so that our voices, our power can be as one.
Y es de esta forma en que tenemos que entrelazar nuestras confederaciones de nuevo para que este poder de protección de nuestra madre tierra pueda ser tan fuerte como solía serlo, como uno.
This is why this reconstitution process, so from north to south, that we can have one voice.
Y ese es el objetivo de la reconstitución, que de sur a norte podamos tener una voz.
And grant you, I understand that a lot of people will not want to work with us. I don't care. I don't have to work with anybody.
Y yo entiendo que nadie quiera trabajar con nosotros.
You don't have to work with us to determine or to determine what the solution is to healing our Mother Earth based on the United Nations own study.
Y cómo es posible que, digamos, si está inclusive ese estudio de las Naciones Unidas diciendo que hay que hacer algo.
But I will challenge absolutely anyone on Earth, everyone on Earth. I challenge all 8 billion people to identify that this agenda is not the one agenda that everyone on Earth should be following.
Pero digamos, si hay alguien que está haciendo algo en su lado, está bien, pero que alguien pueda identificar que esa es la agenda que no tendríamos que hacer o que nadie tendría que participar en esto.
This is the only agenda that properly assesses the state of the environment, land, air, water, people.
Sino por el contrario, esta es la agenda que puede ayudar a sanar la tierra, el agua, el aire y la gente.
And so, this is where we identify there is no other agenda that addresses everything, that fixes and heals everything with one magic medicine. It's the chicken soup that's applied to our Mother Earth, that when you were sick, your mother always magically healed you with chicken soup.
Es un poco como el caldo de pollo que cura todo, el mismo que su mamá les hacía.
And so we look at things that just happened. Angel, can you share that story, that picture from above the clouds, you know, what just happened in Ohio. Everybody knows there was just this big train wreck, toxic chemical controlled burn in Ohio of vinyl chloride.
Entonces, podemos compartir esta fotografía de la nube tóxica en Ohio que tiene clorido de vinil.
So this is a picture of it from above the clouds.
Estas son figuras, más bien fotos, encima de las nubes.
What would you think if you were, say, Grandma Moon and looking at this black spot in the atmosphere of our Mother Earth?
¿Y qué tal que estuviesen ustedes en Abuela Luna y viesen este gran hoyo negro sobre nuestra Madre Tierra?
You know what this is?
¿Saben qué es esto?
This is what the white trash all throughout the so-called United States have been engaged in, say, about the past 10 years. This is crystal meth.
Esto sería el equivalente a crystal meth
being applied to our Mother Earth.
que está siendo aplicado a nuestra Madre Tierra.
Does anybody know what a person who does crystal meth, do you know what they look like? You know, like after a couple of weeks, what their face looks like?
¿Alguien sabe una persona que hace en crystal meth cómo se le ve la cara en unas par de semanas?
So, you are
I've s-
Grandma Moon looking at your daughter, Mother Earth, and this is what you are seeing on her face.
Eso es justo lo que está ocurriendo con nuestra Madre Tierra y lo que se ve en su rostro.
That's crystal meth. They are drugging your daughter.
Es crystal meth, están drogando a su hija.
What do they do to her after they drug her?
¿Y qué se hace después de que la drogan?
They have their way with her.
Pues le hacen lo que quieren,
They violate her.
la violan.
And then, as you know, what they do with women is after they violate them, they kill them and they dump their bodies in a garbage dump. This is, in fact, what the white man does.
Y eso es lo que le hace el hombre blanco a las mujeres después de violarlas, las mata y las avienta en un basurero.
But what happens in the mind of, well, I don't know if I can ask this question. I don't know if anybody knows. And if you did, I doubt if you'd be willing to testify to this, but what happens to a person on crystal meth? Is their mind there anymore? Can they think properly anymore? Is it chaos? Do you ever see them in the streets, maybe going like this, not knowing what the hell they're doing, not being in control, knowing that they are coming apart?
Y si alguien ha visto, me pueden decir qué es lo que le ocurre a una persona que está en crystal meth. Bueno, pueden ver que su rostro no está ahí, sus ojos están idos y están como poseídos por una fuerza que están siempre como buscando para aquí y para allá, no saber a dónde ir y como en toda ansiedad.
Okay, so this is a result from that controlled burn of vinyl chloride, class 1 carcinogen, that it's not possible that it causes cancer. It causes cancer.
Y esto es justo lo que está ocurriendo con esta nube tóxica en Ohio, que no es algo que pueda provocar cáncer, sino que esta sustancia provoca.
How many people living under just that cloud right there where it is in that instance?
¿Cuánta gente vive ahí abajo de esa nube en este momento?
This is Ohio, the eastern seaboard. So you know that in the area, well, maybe over that one town, maybe this spreads out over a few, but you know that in the area, there are millions.
Se trata de Ohio, entonces se sabe que es la costa del este y bueno, ahí es muy extendido, hay millones de gente.
Okay, so looking at this, let's assess this. Let's get a proper assessment for a proper human understanding.
Y si vemos esto para tener un entendimiento humano,
Okay, what is it that's black there?
¿qué es tan negro ahí?
Anyone?
The toxic particles in the cloud, trapped in the clouds.
Toxic particles, which of course were released from the controlled burn.
Las partículas tóxicas que fueron liberadas de esta quemadura controlada.
So this blackness, it's there in the clouds. Why didn't it, how come it's so like uniform and so thick? How come if it's like gaseous, how come it just didn't float through the clouds and into the atmosphere where we couldn't see it?
Y esto que es así, que voló hasta arriba, ¿cómo no se difundió para que no se pudiera ver?
Because it's a controlled burn.
Es porque es una quema controlada.
What's happening is intended.
Es a propósito.
So it's in the clouds there because it, what's the proper word here? The scientific term. I can't think of the proper scientific term here, but let's just talk in layman's terms. Once it rises into the clouds, it's absorbed into the condensation, into the moisture in the cloud. It's absorbed into the water.
Y están las nubes porque una vez que sube, está absorbido por el agua.
Okay, so that blackness is in the clouds, suspended above the earth. What happens to that? Where does it go? Does it just disappear?
¿Y qué ocurre? ¿A dónde va? ¿Va a desaparecer nada más?
Of course, it's in the clouds. Clouds are moisture. It's stuck in the moisture, so the clouds dissipate when it rains. So all of that is coming right back down on the earth, trees, birds, animals, people, homes, buildings, everything.
Y está ahí en las nubes, lo que significa que cuando vaya a llover, porque es el agua, pues esto va a caer encima de ríos, lagos, árboles, pasto, pájaros, animales, todo.
As a level 1 carcinogen, cancer-causing agent, is it safe for, once it rains back down to the earth, is it safe for people to breathe, to walk within, to touch, to have contact?
Y puesto que es un cancerígeno, es algo que es libre de riesgo el estar en contacto con esta sustancia y respirarla.
No way.
Not safe.
Por supuesto que no.
Science will tell you the same way that they tell you that, oh, you can have a minimum exposure to radiation. Science tells you, oh, it's okay. But does radiation happen naturally in the world? Only the ones that come from the sun and that are filtered through the radiation filter on the earth.
Y la ciencia les dice que es que uno puede tener cierta exposición a la radiación. Y bueno, hablaríamos tal vez de la radiación del sol, pero en sustancias concentradas así.
So what's the solution to this? This thing right there shows you that, well, it's concentrated right now. So think of when you buy concentrated orange juice, it comes in a small container. But how much does it actually expand into being?
Y si estamos hablando de esta concentración, digamos que ustedes compran jugo de naranja concentrado. Bueno, es una botellita, pero ¿hasta qué grado puede alargarse?
So for orange juice that's concentrated, let's say that's the equivalent of 1 cup. You make a drink, you'll get what, 6 to 8 cups out of that? Something like that, I imagine. I don't know.
Entonces, digamos, si tienen jugo concentrado, es una taza, y si la diluyen en agua, pueden llegar a tener 6 u 8 tazas, tal vez.
So just physically, that cloud alone extrapolated to 6 to 8 times its size.
Entonces, es esa taza extrapolada, digamos, cuando hablamos de la nube, a 6 u 8 veces su tamaño.
And then you extrapolate that to 6 or 8 times that size due to air wind dissipation.
Y todavía lo exponencializamos 6 u 8 veces debido al aire y cómo se mueve el viento.
This is the entire eastern seaboard.
Y este es toda la costa este.
And so this cloud is going to rain back down on everything for the entire eastern seaboard, everybody.
Y entonces es esta nube la que va a caer hacia todos pues todos los territorios de la parte de la costa este.
Okay, I'll say I'm not concerned about the people there.
Y bueno, yo digo que pues mi preocupación ahí no es la gente realmente.
I'm more focused and concerned about the land, the air, the animals, the water, because these people that are there, they're gonna all be dead within 50, 60 years max. So, but the land, this has to be a forever thing. So we should be more concerned about the land, air, animals, water, all of that, than the people.
Bueno, sería concentrarse en lo que está ocurriendo con la tierra, porque la tierra es lo único que va a permitir que sigan levantándose generaciones después. Entonces, la generación que está ahí, bueno, va a fallecer en 50, 60 años, pero si la tierra fallece.
Because it's really those people who actually caused this to happen.
Porque, bueno, es de hecho la gente que está ahí la que provocó esto.
Maybe not one individual, but it's the collective. It's all of them doing this. All of them done that.
Tal vez no un individuo, pero la colectividad.
Okay, so what's the solution to this that the white man is going to come up with? You know, they're already trying to sweep it under the rug. So, you know, they're not looking at any solution. They're not going to look at an environmental cleanup because it's going to be hundreds of billions of dollars. They will never do it.
¿Y cuál es la solución? Sabiendo que nunca van a hacer una limpieza porque les va a costar un montón de dinero.
They will lie to you and say, oh, it's okay, nothing to see here. Go about your daily business. Go shopping.
Y sobre todo que les van a mentir, les van a decir, no se preocupen, todo está bajo control, váyanse de compras.
Just like that stupid guy who was president, George Bush, who said, hey, right after remember when they done this control takedown of the World Trade Center, the day after, he says, everybody, go back shopping, go shopping.
Como ese tipo estúpido, George Bush, que estaba en la presidencia supuesta cuando ocurrió lo de las 2 torres gemelas y justo al día siguiente eso fue lo que le dijo a la gente, váyanse de compra.
So you know what all those people there, just under that cloud, what they've been doing now for the past week, 2 weeks?
Y entonces la gente que está abajo de esta nube tóxica, ¿qué han hecho en el último par de semanas?
They've been shopping.
Han estado yéndose de compras.
Isn't that stupid?
¿No es eso estúpido?
Isn't the whole thing stupid?
Y todo.
Yes, it is. It's a whole bunch of stupid people all having their power stolen from 1% and having their power and energy and money going into something that they don't want to do, but yet they're all subdued into doing it. That is the definition of stupidity.
Es un montón de gente estúpida que es el 1% el que les está controlando y diciendo de qué hacer y a pesar de eso, pues no saben que están yendo a su perdición. Esa es la definición de estúpido.
So, the reason why all of this, obviously, clearly you can see we're on a narrative here.
Y bueno, estamos viendo que estamos en una narrativa clara aquí.
So in 2008, here in our longhouse, when we decided what we decided, it was to address this.
Y en 2008, cuando decidimos, lo que decidimos era para hablar de esto.
Because everybody knew this was coming.
Porque todo el mundo sabía que esto se avecinaba.
This particular specific destructive act. Everyone knew it was coming, so much so that they made a movie about it last year. They knew it was coming.
Este acto destructivo específico, todo el mundo sabía que se avecinaba al grado de que el año pasado incluso hicieron una película de esto.
So back in 2008, when we set off on this path, people whose minds were small and stupid were against us. They didn't know anything. They didn't agree what the agenda was.
Entonces, en 2008, la gente que no veía más allá de sus narices, pues no creyó.
So that means that everybody is really just in this world underneath that cloud, which we're under that cloud too. It's not directly over us, but that is filtering to us.
Y esto significa que todo el mundo está bajo esta nube porque se está filtrando a todos nosotros.
Everyone is just under that cloud, wandering around with no concern about it, no solution for it.
Y van paseándose sin preocupación y sin solución.
Okay, so as you see in the document that we just read off, this is the solution for it. The hemp unity agenda is in fact the solution to apply healing everywhere on our Mother Earth for absolutely any circumstance that arises.
Entonces, el documento que acabamos de leer de la Unión del Cáñamo es la solución para todo lo que acabamos de hablar.
Now, we are just one voice in this world.
Y aquí somos una voz en el mundo
And so the rest of the world will never listen to this one voice
y el resto del mundo no va a escuchar esta voz
because the rest of the world is white. They are right. They believe themselves to be correct.
porque el resto del mundo es blanco y se siente que está en lo correcto.
And so here we have a clash. You may not see this, you may not believe it, but we are engaged in a battle.
Y estamos aquí metidos en una batalla que a lo mejor no ven.
And the only one on our side carrying truth, on the side of truth, is just a few of us now.
Y quien está de nuestro lado portando la verdad son solamente unos cuantos,
It's you, some of you.
son ustedes.
And if you are out there somewhere and you see this, maybe next week or next year or 10 years from now, it's got to be you who sees the truth of what is happening and being done to our Mother Earth, and how you, who are a person who doesn't agree with it, how you can rise up and take your voice and actually take a meaningful position against all the wrongs that are happening in this world.
Y si son ustedes, bueno, tendrían que levantarse para tomar su posición adecuada y hacer algo al respecto de todos los problemas del mundo.
And so we reach out from north to south.
Entonces lo hacemos de sur a norte.
Can we go to that other, the other image of the Google Earth there with the lines that, from north to south, east to west?
Podemos ir ahora a los mapas con las líneas.
So this is what we're doing. Why are those lines like that? Where's the line? That's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be Ganawagi. We're not in Winnipeg. How the hell did that happen?
No, that's Ganawagi to me.
That's not Ganawagi. That's Winnipeg. Look, that's west of the Great Lakes.
That's what I was at. I was at Winnipeg to the south.
We're not in Winnipeg. We're in Ganawagi. I said to draw a line from Ganawagi to Winnipeg and Ganawagi to the south. This image is not a proper image.
You mentioned Winnipeg.
Yeah, I did, and I just said that. Draw a line from Ganawagi to Winnipeg and from Ganawagi to the south. This is not the image. Because what we have done through the Reconstitution process, we have those communications from Ganawagi to the south. This is the Reconstitution.
Hubo un pequeño problema con el entendimiento de las líneas en el mapa, pero bueno, era para mostrar cómo estamos desde Kahnawake haciendo la comunicación hacia el sur y ahorita simultáneamente también vamos a vincularnos con Winnipeg, que está entrando en este proceso de reconstitución también.
And so for anybody who may be with us, and you don't have to physically be with us now, we know that a lot of people in the south watch the Reconstitution afterwards. So anybody who happens to see this, you know that we have been in communication now back and forth through 5-6 years.
Entonces, bueno, ustedes han estado participando en este proceso de una forma u otra, si están aquí, lo han observado.
That's to facilitate us again being of one mind, one voice.
Y es para facilitar el que podamos ser una mente y una voz.
And now, just to share in the Reconstitution, can we find the flyer for the event that's going on in Winnipeg?
Podríamos buscar el póster que está con lo que está ocurriendo en Winnipeg. Angel, if you go to a Stewart's page, it must be maybe 3 days ago that it was posted. If you could do that, please, thank you very much.
I have a hard time.
Okay, maybe, well, yeah, no. Can I share screen from my phone? You know,
I think so, but I was working on the line. So what's the priority now?
don't worry, keep on working on the lines and then we'll
Okay.
get there. Don't worry. Thank you.
Can,
It's gonna take time now, so.
but on
just
your
hang
computer, you can hook up to the
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
well, I'm
It's on.
gonna do it. It's
You don't
just
have to
gonna
use your
take
phone.
time.
Okay, so a couple of years ago, here in so-called Canada, there was a movement of people, truckers and a bunch of people, to go to Ottawa in the middle of winter, and for some reason, people keep doing things in the middle of winter. To go to Ottawa and
That's my good, so.
to go to Ottawa, and they had these protests there or whatever it was. Anyways, there was a big movement of people there.
Y si ustedes recuerdan, hace un par de años hubo un montón de protestas que ocurrieron en el centro del, no el centro del país, perdón, en Ottawa.
And we were in communication with many different groups and people who were involved in this.
Y estuvimos en comunicación con mucha gente y grupos que estaban implicados en esto.
And of course, we said, what's the point in going to Ottawa? This is ridiculous. You don't go to Ottawa, you're not going to get anything done there. Nothing's going to happen except you getting arrested.
Y por supuesto dijimos, bueno, hay un montón de locura en ir allá a Ottawa. ¿Qué va a hacer la gente? Nada más va a ser arrestada.
We advise people not to go there. We advise them to go to the center of the country.
Y le dijimos a la gente que no fuera para allá, que más bien se fuera al centro del país.
And not in the winter time.
Y bueno, idealmente, obviamente, no en el invierno.
I do not understand where the people get these ideas to go en masse in the freezing ass cold winter time. This is ridiculous. It's a thing that actually sabotages their process.
Yo no sé de dónde sale la idea de ir a algún lugar en pleno invierno, porque de hecho esto pues como que sabotea el asunto.
Anyways, probably everyone in the world knows of the fiasco that happened in Ottawa.
Entonces probablemente todo el mundo sabe acerca del fiasco que ocurrió en Ottawa.
But to some degree, it did serve a purpose in whittling away nonsense from like if you're making a statue, you chop off maybe big chunks of stone first, until then you got to work with fine detail. So it served that purpose of getting the nonsense out of the way until you're getting with a working body.
Pero sirvió al menos para tener el proceso de sacar todo lo que es así como sin sentido y trabajar con el cuerpo que es el importante.
So within that summer, this is when Kukum Francine went to the center of the country, basically all by herself.
Y fue ahí que Kukum Francine se fue al centro del país y bueno, básicamente ella solita nada más.
And when she went there, performed the ceremony as to what the intent was of to organize, to bring everyone together into one direction, all of that,
Y cuando fue allá, pues bueno, básicamente hizo la ceremonia de apertura en cuanto a lo que necesitaba ocurrir allá.
And then a year after that, the next summer, this is when our sisters' voices, our mother's voices from beyond the grave, from beyond the dump, started to speak.
Y es el año después que la voz de nuestras hermanas desde la tumba, desde este basurero, empezó a hablar.
Their voice was released from our Mother Earth.
Su voz fue liberada de nuestra Madre Tierra.
And they started speaking first to their own people.
Y empezaron a hablarle primero a su propia gente.
And from what we've seen, well, their own people heard something, but maybe didn't hear the voice complete. Maybe there was static coming in, and maybe a few words couldn't be heard here and there.
Y de lo que vemos, la gente no pudo escuchar todo, es decir, como si hubiese habido estática,
But nonetheless, they knew they were being spoken to.
pero sabían que estaban siendo hablados. And just says that the lines are corrected whenever you're ready with that.
Okay, we'll stay with this image first. The voice of our Mother Earth started to be released.
Y bueno, no es la voz de nuestra Madre Tierra la que empieza a emerger.
She's a violated, murdered, discarded voice.
Porque ha sido una voz asesinada y completamente olvidada.
And right now, I extrapolate that to all women, to all of you, every woman on earth. That's what they have done to you.
Y eso se extrapola a todas las mujeres en la tierra. Esto es lo que les han hecho.
It's trying to do to you right now, to wipe out, to snuff out life on our Mother Earth.
Lo que están tratando de hacer, el enviar, es decir, el quitarle la voz de las dadoras de vida a nuestra Madre Tierra.
It's not about white, black, yellow, brown, whatever. It's not about this gang against that gang, this country, wars between stupid people or anything like that. It's about an assault upon our Mother Earth.
Porque no se trata de hablar así como de que hay una guerra entre las razas o algo así, sino más bien es un asalto sobre nuestra Madre Tierra.
So these murdered young Native women whose bodies were discarded in a garbage dump.
Y bueno, los cuerpos fueron tirados en un basurero.
Started speaking.
Y estos cuerpos empezaron a hablar.
And just to where about a month ago, a moon and a half ago, we heard their voice and we responded to them.
Y hace tal vez una luna y media, escuchamos su voz y les respondimos.
And immediately we got crazy responses from people on the ground, Native people on the ground.
Y tuvimos respuestas completamente absurdas de gente nativa que se encontraba ahí.
That was actually ridiculous. There's no way to justify the responses that were received.
Y que de hecho era ridículo porque no se podía justificar este tipo de respuestas.
But it's shown us that there is within the women, that there is part of you that want to speak the truth, want to go to truth, but then there's the other part that is actually holding you back.
Y nos ha mostrado que a nivel de las mujeres hay una parte de ustedes que quiere hablar de la verdad, pero hay otra que las retiene.
This reveals a split mind.
Y esto revela una mente dividida.
It's a democratic mind.
Es una mente democrática.
So they're split between this party and that party.
Que está dividida entre esta parte y esta otra.
And the split in the mind of the Native people is actually coming from the British imposed genocidal elective band system.
Y de hecho esta división de la mente nativa viene del sistema impuesto genocida por los británicos.
Which is a good thing again, because what it does is it whittles away the nonsense. Here we thought, well, here's people you might be able to work with, but they immediately showed us that you can't work with them. So it done us a favor in chopping away the nonsense.
Entonces, eso demuestra que siempre va a haber posibilidad de trabajar con la gente, pero cuando la gente enseña su estupidez, pues eso les corta inmediatamente.
Now, while this was happening, there was also an organization further of the same people who went to Ottawa 2 years ago.
Y mientras todo esto estaba ocurriendo, hubo también otro grupo de los que habían ido a Ottawa hace 2 años.
For them to now go to Winnipeg, which is happening right now, again, in the freezing cold middle of the winter for some reason, in the coldest part of the country.
Y para ir de nuevo a Winnipeg, ahorita en medio del invierno, que pues hace un montón de frío.
Again, this is something that I don't understand. I don't comprehend it, but nonetheless, it is happening.
De nuevo es algo que no entiendo, pero está ocurriendo, pues.
So, the people who organized that meeting there right now, they also remember and are connected to us saying, go to the middle of the country.
Y la gente con la que estamos conectados, bueno, respondió a esto de ir al medio del país.
But they're not remembering and they're not going precisely by what we directed. And they don't, nobody, not to mean anybody's got to listen to us.
Pero bueno, no es necesariamente lo que habíamos dado como directiva, pero eso no significa que todo el mundo tendría que escucharnos y hacer lo que les decimos.
But when we said middle of the country, we were also talking about you don't go to Ottawa, you don't go to an urban area, you get the hell out of wherever they're going to have cops able to come down on you for whatever reason, which means you go to the middle of the country, which means country, not city, not where the cops are there waiting to pounce upon you.
Porque cuando hablamos de esto dijimos que tenían que ir al medio del país para, sobre todo, no ir a Ottawa, en donde encuentran todo tipo de policía que va a estar listo para asaltarles. Entonces, la idea no era que fueran a la ciudad, sino en medio del país, es decir, en el campo.
In the city, you have no control.
Porque en la ciudad no hay ningún control.
Anybody can wander right into your meeting and even pull out a gun and shoot you in the head if they wanted.
Porque quien sea puede ir a su junta e inclusive darles un tiro si eso es lo que quieren.
Which when you are involved in something on such a level, then that means you are going to constantly have government conspirators constantly infiltrating you and attempting to turn things around on you.
Porque cuando ese tipo de cosas ocurren, va a haber seguro un montón de infiltradores de la parte del gobierno que van a hacer algo negativo.
But now this is where anybody can think whatever they want about this, but as long as we're involved, there ain't going to be any of that infiltration taking place. We are not going to allow it.
Pero bueno, ahí es en donde la gente puede pensar lo que deseen, pero mientras estemos implicados en esto, no vamos a permitir que haya infiltración.
No, you can say, like, who do you think you are? Like, oh, you're impervious? Is that the word? Not impervious, impermeable. Impervious.
Y ustedes pueden decir, bueno, ¿y qué estás tratando de decir? ¿Que eres así como impermeable?
Anybody who knows what that little switch on words there, the meaning of those words, no, crazy. Where were we? Oh, okay. Bunch of years ago, there was the Innu that came down to Montreal to protest against what was referred to as the Plan Nord. This was maybe about 8 years ago, something like that.
11 this year.
11 years ago.
It was in 2012. En 2012, un montón de Inus también vinieron a protestar en contra del Plan Norte.
At the same time, this was when, and anybody can look this stuff up if you want it. In Montreal, there was protests happening all summer long, all summer. There was hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets. There was people banging their pots. You know, they would stand on their back porches, on their front porches, everybody, every night. There was police helicopters all over the city. There was riot squads all over the place. There was super high tensions all over Montreal.
Y es el año en que había un montón de cacerolazos, la gente salió a manifestar, había policía por todos lados, había un montón de tensión.
Anyways, we go to help the Innu in their protest, and we're at Montreal Convention Center.
Y fuimos a ayudar a los Innu en su protesta y nos encontrábamos enfrente del el Centro de Convenciones de Montreal.
Anyways, we're outside and we're having like a loose protest. There's just standing there, people are talking, that's it.
Y bueno, estamos ahí, hay una protesta.
And then we hear a ruckus down the street. We hear boom, cops, everything, sirens, a bunch of people. You could tell there's something going on. And then we see coming down the street right at us is a bunch of people that are called the Black Bloc. These are troublemakers paid by the government in every city on earth.
Y luego escuchamos así como un estallido y escuchamos un montón de gente que viene corriendo y entonces vemos a lo lejos un montón de gente vestida de negro, que aquí son bien conocidos en las protestas en Montreal, que son llamados el bloque negro, que son justamente los infiltrados pagados por el gobierno.
And all of them have face masks on. This was obviously before the pandemic.
Y todos tenían máscaras en las caras y obviamente esto es mucho antes de la pandemia.
Pandemic was a criminal's fantasy, criminal's dream. You can walk around on the street covering up your face. No one will ever detect who you are.
Y que de hecho esta pandemia fue el paraíso para los criminales porque todo el mundo portaba máscaras y se podían esconder atrás de lo que fuera.
So here comes this black bloc running away from the riot squad who are shooting smoke bombs at them and running at them with billy clubs and everything like that.
Entonces ahí vienen estos del bloque negro, o sea, estaban listos para el ataque.
And they came running straight at us, the native people.
Y vienen derechito hacia nosotros, los nativos.
When I seen this, I grabbed the bullhorn right away and I yelled to everybody, all the men, form a circle right now, women and children in the center.
Y cuando vi esto, dije, ok, todos los hombres formen un círculo alrededor de las mujeres y los niños.
And I yelled to the black bloc that was running at us.
Y le grité al bloque negro que estaba viniendo hacia nosotros.
Can't give you the exact words now, but it's basically this, that here, this is, everything is based on truth. We do not cover our faces. There is no one allowed into this circle that has their faces covered. Any face mask, that is not allowed. It's not permitted. It's illegal.
Y con el altavoz les dije a lo lejos, aquí este es un círculo de verdad. Quien sea que porte máscaras para ocultar su identidad no es bienvenido.
And we said to all the native people, the men who had the circle form, do not let anyone into this circle with coming at us, this group.
Y le dijimos a los hombres que no dejaran entrar a nadie a este círculo.
Everybody stood their ground, and the black bloc, hearing what we said, you're not allowed here. You're not allowed to be here with the masks on. They just went around us and dissipated. And you know what happened? The riot squad just stopped. They didn't continue chasing them beyond us. They just stopped, which tells us that that was all a setup to come and to attack and to beat up the native people.
Y en cuanto el bloque negro escuchó eso, de que no eran bienvenidos y que todos los hombres se mantuvieron en su terreno, lo que hicieron fue que al llegar al círculo se disiparon y toda la policía que venía atrás con sus escudos y sus palos para atacar al bloque negro, nada más se quedaron ahí, lo que indica que claramente era el objetivo el atacar a los nativos.
Now, because of law, we know how to organize.
Y debido a la ley sabemos cómo organizarnos.
Not just like say over time, like to organize the people in the council or whatever, but to organize instantaneously.
Y no nada más así como a lo largo del tiempo, sino hablamos instantáneamente.
Because of law, we know how to represent all peoples,
Debido a la ley sabemos cómo representar a la gente,
which any people, upon hearing whatever statement that would be made, they would be able to stand behind it.
y la gente podría mantenerse atrás de lo que fue dicho.
And so, just as in that instance there, it says it was in 2012, 13 years ago now, in that instance, we prevent, 14 years ago. 12 years ago, sorry. 12 years ago.
11.
You said 2011 just now.
I said 2012, which means 11 years.
Anyways, that because of our ability, because of law, our ability to organize people in an instant and apply it and the words to say, we stopped, you can say a massacre from happening there.
Bueno, en resumen, debido a la ley se evitó una masacre.
And so this is what we apply all the time.
Se aplica en todo el tiempo.
Some of you know, some of you have seen, when there is a corruption within the people, I will attack it.
Y hay quien ha visto que cuando hay una corrupción la voy a atacar,
I will not allow it.
no la voy a permitir.
And then, of course, anybody can say, oh, who do you think you are? Well, then anybody could just tell me if the position that is taken is wrong, if it's illegal. That's who I know who I am.
Y todo el mundo me puede decir, ay, pues, ¿y tú quién crees que eres? Bueno, solamente mantengo mi posición legal y eso es todo.
It's just to identify that we are not going to be a part of any corruptions. We will filter it out.
Todo esto para identificar que no vamos a ser parte de ninguna corrupción y que la vamos a filtrar.
And you will even see us take the one that you know is the most corrupt. We will take them and push them right to the forefront.
Y aquel que es más corrupto es al que vamos a empujar hasta adelante.
And you will be wondering why.
Y se van a preguntar por qué,
But you are not looking through inversion.
pero no están viendo la inversión.
This is the reason why the whole world is in the mess that they're in, because they don't know about inversion.
Y es por eso que el mundo no ve lo que ocurre, porque no lo ve mediante la inversión.
Inversion is law within creation. You just don't know it any longer.
La inversión es la ley en la creación, es solo que ya no lo saben.
That's why every effort that every person takes in whatever, protesting or whatever, it always gets nowhere.
Y es por eso que cada esfuerzo en protesta o algo así nunca llega a nada.
Okay, so this is the event that's happening in Winnipeg right now.
Y este es el evento que está ocurriendo en Winnipeg ahora.
So it's birthing one fire, unification pre-convention, true Condor and Eagle prophecy with traditional longhouse teachings, February 17, 2023, blah, blah, blah. Invite to traditional and hereditary closed meeting, calling oral keepers of tradition, Friday 17th, Monday 20th, Thunderbird House, Winnipeg, Manitoba, open to public 2 days. Broken Head Ojibwe Nation, Broken Head Ojibwe Nation. Community hosts ignites the fire, Tracy Bone and White Buffalo woman, Sharon Moore. So this is what was organized. We didn't organize that. They organized it, but we are all linked together.
Entonces, en este póster se dice el nacimiento de un fuego, la unificación de la preconvención mediante la profecía del cóndor y el águila con enseñanzas de la Casa Larga tradicionales de febrero 17 al 20 de 2023 en el territorio de las grandes praderas del noreste, no, del norte, de las 10 de la mañana a las 9 de la noche a diario. Y se invita a toda la gente tradicional y hereditaria, se llama a los que conservan tradiciones orales, del viernes 17 al lunes 20 en la casa del pájaro de trueno, y allí está la dirección y reservar, y está abierto al público durante 2 días, el sábado y el domingo, en la nación Broken Head, en la nación Ojibwe.
Okay, can we go to the other image of the map now, Angel?
Y Ansel, podemos ir ahora al mapa, por favor.
So in a minute, we're going to go to Francine just so that she can relate to you as to what took place last year when they went to the middle of the country.
Y en un minutito también le vamos a dar la palabra a Cucún Francine para que nos pueda contar qué es lo que ella vivió cuando fue en medio del país.
Because it's crucial, if you can imagine a body that is, say, like in a coma,
Porque si pudiesen imaginar, digamos, un cuerpo que está en coma,
that, let's say the person wakes up, you know that it's slow that the faculties will return to the person, like the control back of their systems, and that even breathing becomes something that has to be relearned.
la persona se levanta y, bueno, es decir, cuando la persona vuelve del coma, nada más puede ser que sea un tiempo paulatino para volverse a recuperar.
So this is what's going on right now as we speak.
Y esto es lo que está ocurriendo ahorita mientras estamos hablando.
You see the communication, the lines of communication to the south.
Ven la línea de comunicación hacia el sur.
It's not only there, that line, but the line goes to so-called modern day Mexico. It goes to Guatemala, to Honduras, Panama, Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru. Where else do we have communications? Argentina,
Chile, Brazil,
Chile.
Colombia, Venezuela.
Yeah. So you may not see people here right now with us that to say we're communicating with all these people direct.
Entonces, estas líneas ejemplifican cómo desde Canahuague se ha llevado la comunicación a
You know,
lo que hoy se conoce como México, como Guatemala, como Perú, como Bolivia, Argentina. Es decir, a pesar de que ahorita en este Zoom no estén viendo a todas esas personas, es con estas personas que hemos tenido la comunicación a lo largo de este tiempo.
you know, it's not like being on a phone where you say hi and the other person says hi. It's immediate.
Porque no es así como un teléfono, sino que es algo inmediato.
This is more like an email that ends up in your spam that you only see like maybe 2-3 weeks later.
Es más como un correo que van a ver en su correo no deseado y que lo van a ver como 3 semanas después.
But nonetheless, the communication is there.
Pero la comunicación está ahí.
And so what is really happening today?
¿Y qué ocurre hoy?
Superimpose on this image right there, where that line is coming from in the north, where we're at in Canahuague,
Y en esta línea en donde estamos en el norte, en Canahuague,
you look just a little bit to the left of that before the Great Lakes,
si ven un poquito más hacia la izquierda, antes de los grandes lagos,
and then a little bit south of that.
y hacia el sur,
And that's where, imagine that image of where that cloud is over Ohio.
imagínense que ahí está la nube en Ohio.
So picture that image there,
Vean esa imagen ahí.
that cloud emitting poison to that entire eastern seaboard.
Esa nube que está dándole veneno a toda la costa este.
That's what the white man is doing.
Eso es lo que el hombre blanco está haciendo.
All the non-native people, not just the white man, black people are doing it also.
Todos los no nativos, porque también no son nada más los blancos, sino ahora los
And I
negros.
won't leave my people out. My people are more responsible for environmental destruction than pretty much anyone else.
Y mi gente que ahora se ha vuelto más responsable por la destrucción ambiental que nadie.
There are some of us that are unwilling participants in the destruction, but the majority of native people have all bent over and kissed the white man's ass.
Hay quienes somos participantes involuntarios, pero la mayoría le están dando lamidas al trasero al hombre blanco.
So imagine again that you are Grandma Moon looking at your daughter. So our vantage point right now, looking at the earth, we are Grandma Moon.
Entonces imaginen que son abuela luna viendo esta imagen.
Look at your daughter.
Miren a su hija.
There's that black spot that you can see.
Está este hoyo negro que pueden ver.
And there's other things that you can see. You can see the deforestation happening, the browning of the planet. It's turning ungreen.
Y hay otras cosas como la deforestación, es decir, se está volviendo no verde.
You can see to the west, drought.
Pueden ver hacia el oeste la sequía.
You can see all over toxic chemical spills, poison, you look at the Gulf of Mexico, all around that, that's all poison. It's poison. Texas is poison.
Y todo lo tóxico, es decir, incluso alrededor de Texas, todo está contaminado.
Florida, you know that place is poison. All the people that are there, all from New York City going to Florida, that's poison enough. Just the people's minds who are there, that's poison.
Y Florida también, nada más, es decir, de Florida a Nueva York, la forma en que la gente piensa, ese es el veneno.
And then, of course, you see war, all the destruction. Everybody knows in every country. I don't have to tell you.
Y la guerra, la destrucción.
But grandma is also seeing those lines of communication.
Pero abuelita Luna también está viendo estas líneas de comunicación.
What is that communication? You think right now what it is we're doing Zoom, it's over the internet, that's what's happening. That's your perception of it.
¿Qué es esta comunicación? Bueno, pueden pensar, están haciendo un Zoom, esto es internet, pero esa es una percepción.
That's not what we're doing.
Eso no es lo que hacemos.
We are activating and working with our Mother Earth's magnetic field.
Sino que estamos activando y trabajando con el campo magnético de nuestra Madre Tierra.
That's what this communication is.
De esta comunicación.
Actually, everybody else's communication, whether you're on the phone or you're emailing, interneting one way or another, it's not that. It's actually you traveling on the Earth's magnetic field.
Y de hecho, cualquier comunicación en teléfono, internet, ustedes piensan que es eso, pero no, se trata de cómo ustedes están viajando en el campo magnético de nuestra Madre Tierra.
So when you look at that cloud and you see that dark spot, you'd have to get in that cloud to take the dark spot out.
Y cuando ven ese punto negro, pues tendrían que tratar de quitarlo.
But it's in every molecule.
Pero se encuentra en cada molécula ahora.
So you can't actually go there and grab that cloud and take it out.
No, como no pueden ir a agarrar la nube y quitarla.
So you have to be able to get to every molecule.
Entonces tienen que llegar a cada molécula.
You have to communicate to each droplet of water.
Y comunicarse con cada molécula de agua.
And there is only one way to do that.
Y solo hay una forma de hacer esto.
And that's to use our Mother Earth's magnetic field.
Y es el usar el campo magnético de nuestra Madre Tierra.
And so this is what we're using to communicate. You can say no, anybody can imagine anything different and just say it's technology that we're using.
Y eso es lo que estamos utilizando. Entonces, quien sea puede decir, pero no, es la tecnología lo que estás utilizando.
Well, that technology is nothing and cannot communicate without our Mother Earth's magnetic field.
Pero esa tecnología no es nada y no se puede comunicar con el campo magnético de nuestra Madre Tierra.
So this is what's happening right now. We are communicating finally from north to south. Maybe not everybody, but the line of communication is open.
Entonces, eso es lo que ocurre. La línea de comunicación de sur a norte está abierta.
We have from east to west a line of communication that is set up across the country. We are communicating with people in so-called British Columbia, with people in so-called maritime provinces. We're communicating with everybody, north to south, east to west. They may not know it, but the lines of communication are open.
Y de este a oeste también hay líneas de comunicación abierta.
And so this is to identify that this is what every native person, original person, is to be doing. You should be doing this as opposed to wasting your time and energy protesting something.
Y eso es lo que cada persona debería de estar haciendo, este tipo de trabajo, en lugar de perder la energía protestando.
It's what the non-native, the white man, wants you to do. They want you to focus on him. That's his whole thing of his ego. It's him. He's the center of the world. That's what he wants. Don't focus on him. And you'll see how pissed off he will get. He is like a little child that wants attention. And if he doesn't get it, he's going to throw a tantrum.
Y eso es lo que el hombre blanco quiere, que se enfoquen en él, pero déjenle de prestar atención y van a ver cómo se van a poner las cosas.
Okay, so everything that was explained now, hopefully this gives people a clearer picture as to what we have been doing here. And if you have been with us, you know why you have been here, what is it you're doing? And maybe this will give you a more focus as to what you are to do from here. We are to work in unison from here.
Esperando que esto le dé a todo mundo una perspectiva más amplia de lo que estamos haciendo en este proceso y que a partir de aquí tenemos que trabajar en conjunto.
I don't care if you listen to me, you don't got to listen to me, but then tell me that what this is, what we're doing, you tell me that this isn't the logical step that you should take.
Y no importa que no quieran hacerlo conmigo, pero pues si ustedes concluyen como yo que es el próximo paso que tienen que hacer, pues que lo inicien como sea, con quien sea.
So then don't work with us. But you build these lines of communication yourself.
Para que empiecen a construir estas líneas de comunicación.
Let's see how far you'll get.
A ver qué tan lejos llegan.
Okay, so hope everybody gets a clearer vision of what this reconstitution process is, what this process is of speaking to all original peoples across the country, that we are rising. We are rising out of the darkness.
Esperando que se pueda comprender este proceso de reconstitución y cómo nos estamos levantando de la oscuridad.
And we're getting ready. We already have started storming the castle. You better get your ass in gear and get up to speed on things.
Y esta, digamos, tirada del castillo ya empezó, entonces que todo el mundo se prepare.
Okay, so Kukum Francine is here with us. She's the one, as far as I know, pretty much the only one that went to the middle of the country last year to open it up. And that's what it was for, just to open up the middle of the country. The people said they wanted something. What did they want? They want to address this. They want to address that. All these corruptions. You know what? We got to open up a can of worms. You know how to open up the can of worms? Go right to the center and open up the can of worms. This is what Francine done last year.
Y abuelita Francine, que está aquí con nosotros, pues fue ella la que tomó el tiempo de sus propios recursos con su propia iniciativa y fue la única que fue al centro del país a abrir en ceremonia esta, digamos, caja de Pandora, en el sentido de que para poder hacer que las cosas cambien se tiene que abrir toda la porquería y eso es justo lo que está ocurriendo.
So I got a question for you right off the bat. How come last year, when you were going to the center of the country, how come you didn't go to Winnipeg? How come it's not there where you went to do the ceremony?
Y entonces tendría una primera pregunta para ti, abuelita Francine. ¿Cómo es posible que si tú sí fuiste el año pasado al centro del país, ahorita esto esté ocurriendo en Winnipeg? Es decir, ¿por qué tú no fuiste a Winnipeg?
Well, one of the reasons was to find a location. And that's why I ended up going to Moose Jaw, which is like the first little place as soon as you enter Saskatchewan. Yeah, it was mostly because of location, because we were supposed to be a big group going. So we had to find a place to accommodate. If I kind of knew from the bat that I was going to go by myself. And of course I could have gone to Winnipeg, because just by myself, I could have just gone anywhere, just putting up my tent on any camping ground and did the same thing I did in Moose Jaw. But at first we were supposed to be a group, and it was mostly to find the proper place to, and Winnipeg was such on a lockdown from the pandemic that, you know, everything was closed and the camping ground were closed and they were not open to have groups there. And then a lot of laws, you know, regarding the pandemic. So there was mostly also that reason that why I went to Moose Jaw.
Bueno, de hecho fui a Moose Jaw porque yo sabía perfectamente que prácticamente iba a ir sola. Entonces, bueno, en aquella época no hay que olvidar que se encontraba la plena pandemia, entonces había un montón de restricciones por todos lados, y si yo iba a Winnipeg, pues imagínense la bola de restricciones, porque yo, sabiendo que iba sola, pude haber puesto mi tienda en cualquier lugar, pero obviamente mi primera idea no sería en una ciudad para hacer eso, entonces así fue como se dio la elección del lugar.
Well, there is the truth where you just identified about why, because as we first said to them, why go to Ottawa? I mean, cops again. So you just identified the reality of why not to go to Winnipeg, because of laws. What laws? People might think, well, what are we, lawless? Do we want no laws? No, when we say laws, it's not that there's a law there that says don't go through a stop sign. No, it's that there's cops there. And cops are the oppressive arm of the genocidal system. So you don't go where they're going to go there and beat you over the head.
That's right.
Entonces, bueno, tú ahorita básicamente acabas de explicar por qué no ir a Winnipeg, justamente por lo mismo que nosotros dijimos no vayan a Ottawa, porque es en donde va a haber policías y es en donde puede llegar esta fuerza violenta a darte un palazo en la cabeza.
So Moose Jaw was really the closest place to the center of this country.
Entonces, Moose Jaw era el lugar disponible más cercano a lo que es el centro del país.
So if you can just tell us everything about the journey, you know, even the little things, maybe if you got a flat tire and somebody helped you or something, because the little things like that on the journey is crucial for everyone to know.
Entonces, si nos pudieses contar tu viaje hacia allá, los más pequeños detalles, incluso si se te poncha una llanta, porque los detalles es lo importante.
Well, I will share something that I haven't shared with anyone. And some people here may think that I'm a little bit crazy, but I will share it.
Voy a compartir algo que no le he dicho a nadie y tal vez gente piense que estoy un poco loca, pero lo voy a compartir también.
So on my way there, at one point, it was almost like I was out of my car and sitting on my hood, and I had all the trees opening up and coming to me. I had such a relationship with the trees in Northern Ontario on my way there that it was, I went through every emotions possible, for like every emotions, whether good or bad, I had them all. That was on my way there. It was not the same thing when I came back, but on my way there, I had this, it was very strong. Like I had to stop my car. I stopped my car at this place called Pebble Beach, which was like on the Lake Superior, which was such a beautiful place. And it's just like it took me there. And I was tempted to drink the water right out of the lake. Oh, that's how beautiful that space was. But it was that connection with the trees. So that was a big thing that happened on my way there.
Una de las cosas más bonitas que me ocurrió en mi camino hacia allá es que, por ejemplo, me detuve, estaba afuera del carro y de repente vi cómo los árboles casi como que se me acercaban, o sea, era una relación con los árboles como si estuviesen casi respirando de ida y vuelta hacia mí. Entonces, después avancé un poco y había un lago también. Entonces, era toda esta relación con la naturaleza que para mí fue muy significativa y esto fue cuando yo iba para allá, ¿no? Cuando
So it was not my first time driving to that area because I used to live in Alberta, but I think I had just forgotten like how beautiful it was and how alive, I think, how alive that road is. That's the only way I can really describe it.
Y esto ocurrió en la parte de Ontario y bueno, yo ya no estaba acostumbrada a este viaje porque antes lo solía hacer bastante porque vivía en Alberta, entonces iba y venía, pero el recordar esto y el vivirlo de esta otra forma fue muy significativo para mí.
So I was not in a rush when I left because I left early enough that I didn't have to, rush, but I did drive long hours, like 10 to 12 hours a day. And my first real stop was at a Turtle Sister in Fort William community at the reservation there. I slept there one night.
Y no me fui así como bien apurada. What happened there?
What?
No, it's maybe the spotting. Okay. Ajá, entonces me fui de viaje para allá y no iba así como muy apurada, más bien era una cuestión de decir, bueno, voy a ir con calma, pero a pesar de eso también manejé unas 12, 10 horas por día. Y mi primera parada fue con una hermana del clan de la Tortuga en Fort, ¿cómo se llamaba? What was it?
Fort Williams, I think it was Fort Williams in Thunder Bay area.
En el área de Thunder Bay.
So there we went right to the, so that lady that hosted me, we did the water walk together a few years back. She's also from Turtle Clan and we always kept a very strong connection. And we did a beautiful water ceremony there right by on Lake Superior.
Y ella, yo la conocí en la caminata del agua que hicimos por varios años, también el clan de la tortuga, entonces nos paramos a hacer una ceremonia en el lago superior hermosísima.
So of course I did water ceremony all the way. You know, I mean, this is important to connect with the land when you go somewhere. You know, to connect to the land all the way. And I picked up a little bit of water everywhere I went. So I would have all this water once I arrived in Musja.
Y por supuesto que hice ceremonias del agua por todos lados. Yo creo que es bien importante que podamos conectar con la tierra a donde vamos y también fui recogiendo un poquito de agua en cada lugar en el que me paré a hacer la ceremonia para llevarla a Musja.
So when I arrived in Musja, I was so welcome there. Like everybody, like the staff, the owner of the camping ground. Musja is under fire ban, but they let me like a bowl where I could have, you know, a little sacred fire going. You know, I was explaining to them that it's a sacred fire, it's not a bonfire, but it was so accommodating and so nice. They would bring me fruits in the afternoon because I was on the Zoom from morning to night because the gathering ended up being a Zoom gathering.
Y la gente cuando yo llegué a Musja eran como me dieron la bienvenida, así era gente de un campo en un lugar en donde estábamos, más bien campo para, ¿cómo decir? Esa es nuestra traducción, un sitio para acampar. Entonces se portaron bien lindos conmigo, había prohibición de hacer fuego, pero ellos lograron también poderme prestar como una especie de fogario, si lo podemos llamar así, para que yo pudiese hacer mi fuego y me llevaban frutas al final del día porque me la pasaba en el Zoom completamente todo el día, desde la mañana hasta en la noche.
It was almost like being in another world. Like nobody there was wearing masks. There was no restriction anywhere. It was so weird well, it was not weird. It was beautiful when I arrived there. It was just like, you know, because when I left here, there was still a lot of restriction. No restriction whatsoever in Musja the whole time I was there. I never saw any kind of restriction. I never saw one mask. So.
Y era como estar en otro mundo allá, porque a pesar de que estábamos en plenas restricciones, la gente no llevaba máscaras, no había nadie que te molestara y te dijera no hagas esto o aquello. En todo ese tiempo nada más vi una sola persona portando una máscara.
So I went there, the purpose was to write a corrective plan of our way of life in order to change our way of life to create a closer relationship with Mother Earth, Grandmother Moon, and the water.
Y
The Grandmother Moon, Mother Earth, and the water.
Y el objetivo de este encuentro era saber cómo le vamos a hacer como humanos para crear una relación mucho más viviente, verdadera, con Mujer Cielo, Abuelita Luna, Mamá Tierra y con el agua.
So 87 people participated online from every provinces, some from the state, you know, 87 participants.
Y en total hubo 87 participantes que fueron de varias provincias, inclusive desde los Estados Unidos.
And I have to tell you that this turtle here did a big cleanup. She cleaned house before leaving, while on the journey, and when she came back.
Y tengo que decirles que esta tortuga hizo la limpieza en la casa desde cuando se fue del viaje, en el viaje, una vez que llegó allá y de regreso también.
Meaning I got rid of everything that was corrupted in my surrounding. People, mostly people.
Es decir, que me deshice de la corrupción que se encontraba en mi alrededor y sobre todo hablo de gente.
So what happened after this? Well, we still have groups that we meet. We still have, we had a group on environmental issues and one group on health. So we were divided by group, one working for environmental issues, healthcare issues, education issues, and not everybody, I'm not saying that 87 people are still involved, but we have a small group of people that really took that at heart because we did a lot of work And we still meet and we still talk about little things that everybody's doing in their own little community. And I'm hoping to, to revive that sometime again this year. Not sure when. It's going to depend on when the water walk will be this year.
Y bueno, en general el trabajo que se hizo fue mediante grupos y lo bueno de todo eso es que también se continuó, es decir, siguen habiendo grupos que siguen activados y bueno, ahora sería cuestión de ver cómo ese trabajo va a ser retomado. Tal vez pueda ser este año, todavía no sabemos alrededor de cuánto, pero sería, digamos, dependiendo de la caminata por el agua.
If I could give an example, some community where there was nothing really going on started like community gardening, working with the MRC, the people there, with the city people, and opening up garden. They did clothes swapping events and toy swapping events, instead of people going to buy new. So this is just example of a few things that happened, but there are many.
Y por ejemplo, hay algunos grupos que hicieron jardines comunitarios, hubo comunidades que hicieron intercambio de ropa, intercambio de juguetes, justamente para evitar seguir comprando cosas nuevas. Entonces, estos son ejemplos de cosas que fueron iniciativa de la gente que participó.
So I don't know what else to say. That sums it about up, unless you have more questions, but I think I think that sums it up a little bit. It was a lot of work.
Entonces, esto da como básicamente el resumen de lo que ocurrió allá, pero obviamente fue mucho trabajo.
So, yeah. I don't really want to go into any of the negative, things that happened during, like before, and, how all the excuses were good for not coming to Saskatchewan, right? So.
Y no quisiera entrar en detalle acerca de las cosas negativas que ocurrieron o cómo fue que la gente no fue, porque al principio la gente dijo que iba a ir, pero al final de todo había como un montón de pretextos para no ir a Saskatchewan.
But me, I was on a mission, and when I said I was going to the middle of Canada, I was going to the middle of Canada, no matter what.
Pero yo me encontraba en una misión, entonces cuando yo dije que yo iba para el centro del país, pues para allá iba y no había nada que me iba a detener.
I could add that the reason why I did the 40 weeks gestation thing and brought this back with the women, I think it had a lot to do with that journey, because I had done this 40 weeks gestation program with the women in the past through the full moon ceremonies a long time ago. But, Stuart had mentioned that it was important to go when the baby takes position. And for me, it awoken that. It made so much sense, and I thought about it so much that when I came back, I thought to myself, we really, really have to awaken that relationship that we have to Grandmother Moon and feel that relationship. So it was really because of that trip, I would say.
Y es el hecho de que este programa, bueno, no es programa, pero más bien este calendario de gestación de 40 semanas lo hice ligado a este viaje, porque yo ya en el pasado había trabajado con mujeres en ceremonia el proceso de gestación para vincularnos más con Abuela Luna, pero esta vez era realmente, para su proceso de gestación personal, pero esta vez la realidad era que yo quería que conectáramos con la gestación con Abuela Luna. Entonces, este nuevo calendario está relacionado a este viaje que tenía que pasar en el 7º mes, que es aproximadamente ahí cuando el bebé se da la vuelta. Entonces, es seguir todo el proceso de gestación para comprenderlo, sentirlo.
I'd like to adjust that with you just for a second, just to expand on that of the baby adjusting, growing.
Y ahora que hablas justamente del bebé, cómo se ajusta y cómo va a crecer.
Of course, we're talking about not a baby within an individual mother's stomach. We're talking about a larger thing happening upon our Mother Earth.
Por supuesto que no hablamos de un bebé individual que se forma en el vientre materno, sino de la situación de nuestra madre tierra.
As you know, and I know, a lot of people just don't believe that.
Y como tú sabes, yo sé que mucha gente no cree esto.
And it's not a matter of if it's something that we want to believe, and therefore the other people won't believe it if it's just rooted in our belief, if there's no like physical evidence of it.
Y no es cuestión de lo que creamos, o más bien de lo que queramos creer, porque queremos creerlo sin que haya ninguna evidencia física para esta creencia.
Well, there is physical evidence of it everywhere. If your eyes are open, you could see it everywhere. You could see it in the geese that just returned back this morning.
Sino que podemos verlo en todo como evidencia. Es decir, si sus ojos están abiertos, bueno, estamos viendo que los gansos ya están regresando esta mañana.
So just to address the people who can't believe their own eyes, who can't connect logic, common sense, knowledge to what they're seeing.
Entonces, para hablar de la gente que no puede conectar el conocimiento con lo que ven sus ojos y la lógica.
When you have a bunch of people who are at war,
Cuando hay un montón de gente que está en guerra,
of course, you're used to an existence of being under war.
pues están acostumbrados a esa existencia.
If those people all of a sudden made a movement towards peace, of course, it wouldn't be 100% of that body. It's going to be first just 1%, and maybe not even 1%, maybe a fraction of a percent.
Pero si la gente hiciera un movimiento hacia la paz, pues no sería toda la gente de inmediato, sino que tendría que empezar tal vez por 1%.
Just like with us, we know, like within the people of the Longhouse of the Five Nations Confederacy and other nations, all have the exact same experience.
Como nosotros, con la gente de la Confederación de las Cinco Naciones y de las Casas Largas, todo el mundo tiene la misma experiencia.
They're coming out of the darkness of war, that it started by one person, and in every nation, it was started by a woman.
Para salir de la guerra, todo empezó por una nación, por una persona, y esa persona era una mujer.
And as you know, it really doesn't matter if you have all the women on one side saying one thing. If you don't got any men there agreeing with you, it doesn't really matter, because the men oppressed the women. They overpowered them physically, spiritually. The blackness of the men just take over when there's no logic and overpower the woman.
Y en general siempre va a ser la oscuridad del hombre el que va a tomar el control de la mujer.
So here, the one woman, Jagunsaze, called upon and influenced the one man, the Ganoida.
Y aquí fue la mujer que llamó e influenció a un hombre de Ganahuida, que es Yagunsese y de Ganahuida.
And then he went out and he implored Ayahuasca to carry out this work.
Y luego él fue a decirle a Yahuata, pedirle a Yahuata que hiciera el trabajo.
And all the people, in seeing the truth, that eventually one person after another got on board with peace.
Y cuando la gente vio la verdad, pues poquito a poquito todo el mundo empezó a entrar a la paz.
So just imagine a sheet of paper with a line drawn down the middle and 100 dots on one side or the other.
Entonces imaginemos que hay un papel con una línea en medio y que tiene 100 puntitos de un lado.
Now imagine that the transfer over to peace. Now imagine one dot at a time moving over to the other side of the page.
Y entonces, bueno, con calmita, cada puntito se va yendo hacia el otro lado.
We look at it that way, we can see movement that you can't see just looking at people.
Y si se ve esto de esta forma, bueno, es algo que no puede ser nada más como, la gente, o sea, verlo con los ojos, como decir, la gente está haciendo esto.
We see a movement initiated by a spirit.
Sino que vemos un movimiento iniciado por un espíritu.
So spiritual, of course, as we know, automatically influences the physical.
Y lo espiritual va a influenciar automáticamente lo físico.
And so when you look at it that way, you can see the movement. You can see a body being formed, a body different than the other one. The other one was 100 dots in war, and now a body of 100 dots in peace. That's a completely different body.
Entonces, si primero hay un cuerpo en guerra donde 100 puntos están del lado de guerra y poquito a poquito se van hacia la paz y ahora los 100 puntos están acá, pues están viendo un cuerpo distinto. Ya no es un cuerpo de guerra, sino un cuerpo de paz.
One that wasn't there before.
Que no existía antes.
And so this is where we are identifying that there is a body, there is a movement, a birth, a rebirth that is happening. And absolutely every person on earth can feel it, can sense it. How? Through our Mother Earth's magnetic field.
Y es ahí que estamos viviendo un renacimiento, todo el mundo lo está sintiendo y viviendo, ¿y cómo? Pues mediante el campo magnético de nuestra Madre Tierra.
So when you talk about this baby and you're talking about it on like a worldwide level, it's a metaphor for a change that is coming so that the people can't think that, well, there's no baby and you're nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Anybody can scientifically prove that this body is being born, that this spirit is in motion, and it is affecting absolutely everyone on earth right now, one way or another, whether they're going to the side of war or not, because all the crazy people who are on that side will polarize themselves even more.
Entonces, cuando estamos viendo que la gente dice, ay, no hay bebé porque no lo está viendo físicamente, pues por supuesto que está ahí, solamente es una cuestión que está como si la gente está polarizada.
Okay, so I just wanted to add that in there because I know that a lot of people when they're hearing like what we all talk about this rebirth and this baby, this new baby being born. I know a lot of people just can't grasp it, that their minds are not big enough to comprehend.
Y yo sé que, bueno, la gente no lo ve, es decir, como si no lo pueden comprender.
Yeah, so just that little interruption.
That's okay, Stuart. I was done. But following to what you just said, I see the women within my circle that are really starting to, like the first few weeks, women are, they have a hard time connecting, but now, that talking, the baby is just starting to move, they have their fingers and their toes starting to, and the women are really connecting more and more. And I think as we move along, the women will feel that, and which is very important because it's also creating that relationship with our grandmother and our mother at the same time. It cannot be any other way. It does create that relationship, but it takes a while for people that are not used to it to see it, but we're getting there. I'm really hopeful. So thank you. I really don't have anything to add about Saskatchewan on this. Thanks. Schmiegwich.
No tenía realmente nada que agregar con respecto a Saskatchewan, pero para continuar con lo de digamos, proceso de gestación que estamos compartiendo entre mujeres, pues no hay bebé físico, pero es algo que es como uno se reconecta con nuestra madre tierra, con nuestra abuela luna. Entonces ahorita que estamos en el proceso de gestación, digamos, en la semana en la que ya se le ven los deditos al bebé, se está empezando a mover, es como las mujeres pueden conectarse a eso y como al principio no hablaban, pero ahora ya están empezando a hablar de, esto es lo que está ocurriendo. Entonces empiezan a sentir más esta conexión y conforme esto vaya avanzando más en el tiempo, más seguras se van a sentir, más lo van a experimentar y eso es la belleza de este proceso.
Building bridges and making connections, it's not the work of everyone. It's not for everyone that.
Y crear conexiones, construir puentes, no es el trabajo de todo el mundo.
It's very delicate work, and it can't be, say, in certain cases, can't be a person like me.
Es un trabajo muy delicado y en muchas ocasiones no puede ser una persona como yo.
At certain times, a person like me involved in certain things is too much for the people who are just opening their eyes. It's like looking in the sun or something.
Y a veces una persona como yo, para personas que apenas están abriendo sus ojos, pues es así como que les va a molestar.
So I know you understand. This is the reason why we weren't there with you in that Zoom last year.
Y
There's
yo-
because I know, and you know, everybody knows. A lot of people exposed to me, first time they'll turn and run away.
Y bueno, es por eso que no estuvimos contigo allá, porque obviamente tú sabes que cuando la gente me ve así una vez primera, van a echarse a correr.
That's because, you know, when people are just awakening and somebody maybe who's been on the path, now maybe I'm the one who's just awakened and maybe everyone else has been on the path, but no matter what, we're on different levels that certain people just don't like to listen to other certain people, don't even like to see them.
Y hay gente que, bueno, si está apenas despertando es una realidad y yo he estado caminando en esta realidad todo el tiempo y bueno, podría ser completamente al revés, que ellos están en una realidad y yo apenas me estoy despertando a la de ellos. Entonces, el hecho es que estamos en distintos caminos, distintos lugares y bueno, hay gente que no quiere escuchar ciertas cosas ni siquiera verlas.
And it might be a little bit hard for people to, outside of us knowing who we are, what we're doing, it might be hard for some people to understand that there's a reputation that I have right across the country. You know, people know. I don't pull my punches. I don't, I tell it like it is. And I go straight for the jugular, straight for the issue.
Y hay gente que sabe que tengo una reputación a lo largo del país, que no voy a dejar nada más así como de aguantar los golpecitos, sino que al contrario, voy a ir derecho a ellos.
You consider the communication that we had yesterday with the people in Winnipeg. Well, there in the circle, there was a non-native guy who said that that he heard about me, that they heard about us, you know, whatever.
Y, por ejemplo, ayer con la gente que estábamos en Winnipeg, había una persona que dijo que ya había escuchado de nosotros.
So this means that he, one way or another, he already has a perception of me.
Y eso significa que de una forma o de otra ya tiene una percepción acerca de mí.
Now, for this one person, in this instance, we could guess that it's an okay perception because he was there and he was communicating and I was saying stuff that was very harsh and he was accepting it.
Y para esta persona, bueno, puede que era una buena percepción en el sentido de que escuchó lo que dijimos y eran palabras duras y bueno, las aceptaba.
Plus, when I think back to 2015, when we walked across the country, we're familiar with the different traits, you know, dispositions of the people. And sometimes a whole nation has a certain disposition.
Y cuando pienso en 2015, cuando hicimos la caminata a lo largo del país, pues uno puede notar rasgos de la gente, que inclusive a veces todas las gentes dentro de una nación tienen ciertas características similares.
So last year, it was very important the preliminary groundwork be done by someone who's not me.
Y el año pasado, pues fue bien importante que el trabajo preliminar haya sido hecho por alguien que no era yo. Ellos con
Who?
the people in Winnipeg. And just so you know, Ayun is there too.
Oh, okay. So, anyways, this was, I got a little off track there. Okay.
It was very important that she went to do the work, preliminary work.
Oh yeah, very important that you went to do the preliminary work because we break things down again, turtle, wolf, and bear.
Porque cuando hablamos de lo básico que es la tortuga, el lobo y el oso,
The only one that carries the trait of the ability to observe the other two and just to look for irregularities, this is the turtle.
quien porta la capacidad de observar a los otros dos y nada más observar irregularidades, pues es la tortuga.
And it was establishing basically, if you can think like laying down a network of power lines for electricity across the land.
Y es como establecer si se van a poner líneas, en este caso de comunicación en la tierra.
You get to a gorge, you have to make a bridge. You got to make two towers on both sides. It's not the same as just putting electricity across the land, telephone pole to telephone pole.
Como se puso la electricidad, pues se tiene que hacer una torre que va a conectar a otra. No es nada más como que la electricidad viaja por cablecitos de poste a poste.
So this was what what's the equivalent of the work that was done last year? That was bridge work.
Y ese es el equivalente del trabajo que fue hecho el año pasado. Fue trabajo de puente.
And so, as you see, once the bridge work was done, the lines of communication open.
Y una vez que el puente está hecho, las líneas de comunicación se abren.
But the spiritual side, which is the equivalent of, let's say, like an architect laying down, drawing down the blueprint. The spiritual side is the work of you actually preparing to go there, actually even deciding to go there, even if you weren't planning to go there, if you just ended up there.
Pero es el lado espiritual el que va a guiar, es decir, a pesar de que no sabías que querías ir ahí físicamente, pues toda esta fuerza espiritual te guió ahí.
So we do this east to west, north to south, to bring our minds back together into collective consciousness.
Y hacemos esto de este a oeste, de norte a sur, para que nuestra conciencia colectiva vuelva.
And we don't, let's say north and south. Let's say, you said Ayun is here. So let's say we're Ayun is. Maybe there's the issue that we're dealing with and they don't agree with it, or the solution doesn't work out the same way on the ground.
Y digamos, ahorita está Yun aquí con nosotros, entonces imaginemos que hay un problema y estamos hablando del mismo problema y la solución a la que nosotros llegamos aquí, allá en el sur, pues no están de acuerdo con ello.
This network of communication isn't to say that whoever we're communicating with, or whoever's communicating with us, that we got to do what they say or they got to do what we say. No, it's quite simply a line of communication that has not been there.
Porque esta red de comunicación no se trata de que ellos tienen que hacer lo que decimos o al revés, sino nada más es eso, una línea de comunicación para contar lo que está pasando.
So I'm going to put Ayun on the spot, if she's there, and I'm going to ask her, what's her thoughts on this?
Entonces, si Ayun se encuentra ahí, le preguntaría directamente, si quiere responder, obviamente, ¿qué piensa acerca de esto?
And maybe just for the people that are with us, if you can just remind everybody as to where you're at, geographically.
Y para la gente que está ahí, si puede nada más decirnos, es decir, para la gente que está escuchando, si nos puedes decir, Ayun, en dónde estás geográficamente hablando. I don't know if she's not in front of her camera, so maybe she's not there.
Okay, if she's not there, is there anybody there from Winnipeg?
Yeah, they are already connected there.
Okay, if anybody from Winnipeg would like to throw their thoughts in on what was just said, I don't know how much you heard, but on whatever level or degree of what you heard.
Entonces, ya está conectada con nosotras la gente en Winnipeg. Si alguien quisiera decir algo, si alcanzaron a escuchar algo acerca de lo que acabamos de decir.
Hello.
Yes,
Hey, hi.
we can barely hear you.
You got sound here? Our volume's all the way.
Maybe you should connect to the blogger.
Can you say something again so we can check our sound?
For sure, Stuart. Can you hear that?
Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Okay, we've got different people sitting in. We had some stuff we had to deal with. All good. And we just got the last little bit in Espanol. So.
Entonces es Jane que está ya, está saludando a la gente y bueno, dice que obviamente han estado ya platicando en el día, se están acomodando ahorita.
Thank you, Jimmy Gretsch.
Okay,
on.
so we'll give you a brief synopsis of what we talked about here today.
Should I continue translating?
You have to.
Les vamos a dar una pequeña reseña de lo que acabamos de decir ahorita.
Okay, just so that you know, you hear it translating into Spanish.
Y bueno, para que la gente en Winnipeg lo sepa, ahorita están escuchando la traducción en español.
Angel, can you share that map picture again?
Y si Ángel pudieses compartir de nuevo, por favor, ese mapa con las líneas.
Because this is what's going on today. It's a communication that we identify as the reconstitution of the eagle and the condor.
Porque hoy el proceso en el que estamos es lo que se identifica como la reconstitución entre el águila y el cóndor.
Today is our, we say 80th, 90th ceremony.
Y hoy es nuestra 90ava ceremonia.
We started this 5-6 years ago.
Empezamos hace unos 5 o 6 años.
At first, it was only every full moon, then we doubled up and went full NU.
Al principio era la luna llena, pero ahora es en la luna llena y nueva,
And the purpose is just to open lines of communication.
que tiene como objetivo abrir líneas de comunicación.
Of course, we're looking for original people,
Entonces estamos buscando por gente de pueblos originarios,
but no matter what, we're looking for truth. So sometimes that doesn't involve original people.
pero bueno, estamos buscando la verdad y eso a veces no es exclusivo de los pueblos originarios.
So we gave the brief history as to how this communication came about, and then identified how the communication that we're having with yous in Winnipeg came about right now.
Entonces dimos la historia de cómo abrimos estas líneas de comunicación y también de cómo la línea de comunicación con ustedes en Winnipeg se abrió.
So right now we are communicating east to west across the country, even though there's only a couple of people on the Zoom. It doesn't matter. It's east to west.
Y ahorita estamos de este a oeste con el país entero,
And we're interlocked with the communication north to south.
a la vez que estamos con la comunicación de sur a norte.
And this is to identify to all people, all Native people, we are all engaged in a protest against something.
Y es para decir que todo el mundo está implicado en una protesta contra algo.
In certain places and certain times, it's necessary. In other times, it's really a waste of our time.
Y en ciertos lugares es necesario, pero en otros es una pérdida de tiempo.
So let's think of that whole body of earth that we're looking at. Native people, north and south, east to west, all over the place, they're protesting.
Entonces, si vemos en este globo terráqueo, hay gente protestando por todos lados.
That's a lot of energy that we're all expending on a whole bunch of different things.
Y es un montón de energía gastada en muchas cosas.
So the purpose of this communication is to align ourselves to be like a triage in the emergency room to determine which issue we have to address first.
Entonces, el objetivo es ser como las urgencias que tienen que determinar qué tratar primero.
And so from north to south, east to west, all natives protesting, we are to stop this.
Y de norte a sur, de este a oeste, el hecho de que los nativos protesten, tenemos que dejar de hacer eso.
Because it means we are focusing our energy where the non-native wants us to focus.
Porque significa que estamos enfocando nuestra energía en donde el no nativo quiere que la enfoquemos.
And we are not doing the larger thing that every native person, north to south, east to west, used to do before the coming of the great darkness of the white man.
Y no estamos haciendo lo que el nativo hacía antes de la llegada del no indígena.
We all used to proactively take care of the health of our Mother Earth.
Porque solíamos tener una proactividad en el cuidado de la salud de nuestra madre tierra.
And now we're not doing it because we're all too busy protesting.
Y ahora no lo hacemos porque estamos bien ocupados protestando.
So we need to pull our heads out of the white man's rear end and stop doing what he wants us to do and start doing what we used to do before his darkness came here to Turtle Island.
Entonces tenemos que dejar de hacer lo que él nos hizo que dijéramos y a empezar a hacer lo que hacíamos antes de que él llegara.
So to be proactive is to do what? It's to take responsibility for the healing of our Mother Earth.
Y para ser proactivo significa hacerse responsables en cuanto a la salud de nuestra madre tierra.
Angel, can you share the hemp unity document again? And so this means that collectively we have to address the health of our Mother Earth, which brings us to a collective action that all of us can take.
Significa que tenemos que hacer una acción colectiva,
Which is the hemp unity agenda.
que es la agenda de la unión del cáñamo.
Now, we're gonna read it off to you really fast because this was already done earlier. I guess you didn't hear, but we're gonna read it off really fast, just in English.
Y bueno, vamos a tomar el tiempo de leerla rápidamente de nuevo porque ya la leímos hace rato, entonces nomás lo vamos a hacer en inglés.
Is Angel there?
Ah, yeah, she must be looking for it, I guess, I don't know. And then,
Okay, we're just waiting for this document. And this is just to show as an example as to how we could together can be proactive.
y esto es para mostrar cómo podemos ser proactivos.
Okay, so we're just gonna read it in English. Just give us 1 second.
Entonces lo vamos a leer nada más en inglés y nos dan un segundo. You can come here.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right, everyone, it's gonna go up. Solution to avoiding worldwide environmental catastrophe. United Nations resolution of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This was done in September 25th, 2015. In accord with the Truro Wampum Peace Treaty, the Ganyangahaga Mohawk people of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, Ganawagi, Turtle Island, have observed the behavior of the European for the last 500 years. Their collective behavior has proven by their own science to be so destructive that their own United Nations has put a deadline of 2030 in which to reverse their actions. We accept their science, there's the link, that a worldwide action must be taken to correct the destruction of to the water, land, and air that the European has caused. However, their political systems are so corrupt, they cannot heed their own warnings to protect themselves. When we consider the European caused environmental degradation on all levels of the ecosystems, factored in with the UN deadline of 2030, we have concluded that the impunity agenda is the one universal hurt healing medicine that can address all of these issues on every level in the short time remaining. The European action of 1492 and the pollution of a river today are both part of a cognitive colonial agenda of planetary destruction embarked upon hundreds of years ago. Consequently, when the white European kidnapped, raped, terrorized, and murdered our native children in the British Nazi residential school concentration camps, with the express intent of killing the native in the child, it was their design to stop our children from becoming our ancestral identity of stewards of the land. Britain and the Church designed the atrocity of kidnapping children from our families and culture to stop an entire generation of our people from being our people and our continuous fire. This is genocide. So-called Canada official policy of reconciliation places direct responsibility for the destruction of the environment and the people upon the shoulders of the British European. It is they who must take corrective action for all the children they killed by protecting the very land that those murdered children would have grown into adulthood to protect, if not for the European killing them. As the European kidnapped, tortured, and murdered native children in every colonizing country, to remove them from being the proper steward of the land, we identified that to have proper reconciliation, the British European must take immediate corrective actions from their course of planetary destruction by endorsing and facilitating the agenda of impunity to facilitate every person in every country on earth to plant hemp for its medicinal healing properties, plant hemp to reverse the destruction to the land, plant hemp to clean the water, plant hemp to clean the air, plant hemp to save our Mother Earth.
Okay, so
the non-native society must endorse this agenda worldwide, as it will compel each one to become closer to the land they have destroyed and bring them closer to understanding why countless native children would rather have died in the freezing cold than be subjected to the horrors of the white European. On behalf of all the Native children, the Canadian American European kidnapped, raped, terrorized, and murdered around the world. Skanagua, Great Peace. Stuart Mayo, Wolf Clan Representative. Kanyangahaga, Traditional Council.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about. If we could take that out of there now, Angel. That everyone in both hemispheres, all Native people are protesting. Now, when you think of this, we're protesting against what the non-natives are doing to us. So from the non-native perspective, of course, they see us as the enemy.
Y eso es de lo que hablábamos, que de la perspectiva no nativa, porque están infligiendo el genocidio sobre los pueblos originarios, pues ellos nos ven como el enemigo.
But the fact is we are their only savior.
Pero el hecho es que somos sus únicas posibilidades de salvación.
It's a matter of us getting our act together, putting all of our energy together to direct our energy to heal our Mother Earth, to take it away from something that seems adversarial, like protesting, and to put it, direct it into direct healing of our Mother Earth.
Entonces es una cuestión de hacer que esto pare y que se dedique la energía a la curación de nuestra Madre Tierra.
Now, is anyone doing this?
¿Hay alguien que esté haciendo esto?
No, no one is doing it.
Pues no, en realidad.
Everyone is protesting their individual things that the government is causing to happen, what they want us to protest. We are kept on a short leash.
Porque todo el mundo está protestando en contra de las cosas que nos imponen. Es para guardarnos en un lazo bien cortito.
Angel, can we go back to the earth again? To be proactive, we got to connect our voices from north to south, east to west, and it's got to say the same thing. It's got to say, heal our Mother Earth. It's got to provide the solution. It can't be us just saying, you non-native people, yous are bad, yous are wrong, yous are this. We're protesting against this and that they're doing. This gets us nowhere. We are banging our head up against a brick wall.
Y para ser proactivos se tiene que dejar de protestar, porque si no es el equivalente de seguir dando contra el muro.
But if we brought our voices together, then our own people will get to the stage of critical mass of where, instead of our children running away to the white man system and looking for excitement and ending up getting missing and murdered, instead of that, they will see guidance from their elders. They would see love once again from their elders. They would see truth, purpose, direction. This is what we must return, not only to our children, we must return this to the non-native children. Because if we don't, the non-native children grow up to be just like their non-native parents, who are the destroyers of the earth, who are killing us in the process.
Y esto es para que todo mundo pueda volver a ser su identidad original, es para que nuestros niños puedan saber quiénes son realmente y puedan crecer en esa fortaleza. Y también tiene que ser para los niños no nativos, porque si no, cuando crezcan van a ser igual de seguir haciendo el genocidio sobre nuestros pueblos originarios.
So what do we want? What is it that any native is doing across the country?
¿Y qué está haciendo un nativo del otro lado del país?
Well, there's a lot of natives who want money. They're asking for more government programs, more social programs, more education in the white man's education that destroys the earth. They're asking for more policing.
Hay muchos nativos que están pidiendo dinero, que quieren más programas de servicios sociales, más policías.
Is that the voice of the native people? Is that what we say to do to our Mother Earth?
Y esta es la verdadera voz nativa, es lo que el sentimiento nativo querría para nuestra madre tierra.
Of course it's not.
Por supuesto que no.
But as each person sits in their own house and in their own mind knows that this isn't the way, and they're looking at a bunch of people doing wrong things and they're saying they're all doing it wrong, and that person just turns around and ends up doing nothing.
Pero como cada persona escucha algo y dice, ellos no saben lo que hacen, y en lugar de ir a hacer algo, se dan la vuelta y no hacen nada.
So this is our communication to everyone, to wake up, take the responsibility of our nations, not of your individual wants and needs, what you want or desire.
Entonces, esta es nuestra línea de comunicación, no para lo que ustedes quieran como individuo personal,
Reignite your nation's fire inside of you.
sino para hacer que el fuego de su nación queme dentro de ustedes
And become your nation's voice.
y que se vuelvan la voz de su nación.
And expand your nation's voice through the Confederacy system, throughout the land, to all of the people. Have everyone knowing the same thing.
Y que expandan la voz de su nación hacia las otras confederaciones para que todo el mundo pueda saber lo mismo.
So this is the purpose of, I'll say, anyone's communication.
Y este es el objetivo de la comunicación de todo el mundo, yo diría.
Because we are all confronted with the exact same thing. I don't care if you're white, black, yellow, brown, green, or whatever.
Porque le hacemos frente a lo mismo sin importar si ustedes son amarillos, negros, blancos, rojos, azules, verdes.
Even the artificial humans that are walking amongst us right now, they're subjected to this evil also. That's not only going to destroy our Mother Earth, it will destroy them also.
Porque incluso los humanos artificiales que caminan sobre nuestra madre tierra van a ser destruidos por todo este proceso de destrucción.
So this is our intent, to have this communication and to build the bridges that link us to the non-native people who are like-minded, who want to take action, and that we walk together in this world to heal the world, walking in symbiosis, meaning we do something to heal, they do something to heal. Nobody's got time to go on vacation.
Y este es el objetivo de lo que estamos haciendo, que mientras aquí hacemos algo para sanar, en el otro lado de la comunicación también, sin que nadie tenga tiempo de irse de vacaciones, por ejemplo.
We are on an agenda.
Estamos en una agenda.
Okay, so I'll just say to everybody who's here, Angel, can we remove that globe now? There are people here from the South. There are the people here that we're speaking to in Winnipeg, of course. So now we'll just ask anyone in Winnipeg who's gathered there, your thoughts on this. And then anyone in the South, let's get our communication going.
Entonces, ese es el proceso que estamos haciendo ahorita. Entonces, le preguntaríamos a alguien de Winnipeg si tiene alguien algo que decirnos y después le daríamos la palabra al sur para que podamos hacer que nuestra comunicación se active en este triángulo.
Okay, if there's nobody there in Winnipeg that wants to say anything on this, if they don't want to address it, then we'll go to anyone in the South.
Si no hay nadie,
Oh, wait, what's going on there?
repeat it again, just to make sure that we heard you.
We thoroughly agree. There's a lot of agricultural potential within the agricultural belts, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. We have many different groups that are looking and wanting to find out other byproducts for the use of the stock and the commodities that are derivative, such as biofuels. So there's the whole plant will not be put to waste in any way, shape, or form, the way our culture had been addressing a lot of the issues in the past. So we've got a lot of people that are going to be coming in, and we're going to just let them come and sit and view what is being taught and what is being said with regards to what you're talking about regarding the hemp and the agricultural component. There's a lot of very well-educated people that are on the track with us, and look forward to becoming a big part of the push towards that agricultural component. Thank you.
Yeah.
JD nos responde y nos dice que efectivamente escucharon el documento de la Unión del Cáñamo y que allá en su territorio donde se encuentran hay muchísimas tierras agrícolas, que sería genial que el cáñamo pudiese ser plantado. Entonces hay mucha gente con muchas ideas, con mucha voluntad y ganas de acción, que están ahorita en pausa, pero que en cuanto entren a las salas se les va a compartir lo que está siendo discutido aquí, y que sería algo buenísimo que pudiese llevarse a cabo en donde se encuentran también. Entonces, por supuesto que están ahí puestos para esto.
Okay, so if there's nobody else there from the south, let's go
Por
to
desayuno.
Ayun then.
Y si no hay nadie más del sur, I saw that Pablo connected. Ayun, ¿te gustaría decir algo al respecto? And Pablo is there too.
Hola.
Hola, hola.
Hola.
Bueno, yo me conecté un poco más tarde, entré un poco más tarde a la conversación. Lo que pude escuchar es, bueno, lo principal que escuché es seguir manteniendo el impulso del cáñamo, la intención y el proyecto del cáñamo. Y antes que eso, escuché sobre la transformación de la vibración de la Tierra y cómo eso nos afecta a todos, y cómo podría colaborar, cómo podrían colaborar las personas que estén más conscientes de esta transformación de la Tierra, que estén conectadas con ella, o que estén conectados en amor, sí, con la Madre. ¿Cómo podríamos colaborar nosotros? Lo que yo puedo decir sobre eso es que dentro de los grupos que yo conozco, inclusive de personas bastante conscientes, están todavía muy programados para creer en la falsa luz, en un falso amor, y que no están todavía del todo como listos para unirse de esta forma. Inclusive personas que pertenecen a comunidades. Entonces, están muy programados todavía por la militancia política y demás. Todavía quizás no se dieron cuenta, pero yo creo y siento que por los movimientos y las vibraciones que se van a seguir dando, que eventualmente van a caer en cuenta. Lo que se puede hacer es acompañar sosteniendo energéticamente, sosteniendo con nuestra presencia y nuestra intención, y quizás difundiendo la información. Pero eso es lo que yo siento. ¿Yeah?
So Ayun connected a little bit late, so she says, I couldn't hear everything that you said since the beginning, but at least what I've heard from when I connected is about the hemp. I completely agree that this would be a very important thing to do, and there's some initiatives down here about that plan too, so that is one thing. The other thing that really caught my attention of what you were saying before is how we are going through changes in our Mother Earth, and how we have to work with her magnetic field, or we are interconnected with this change. So when I realized that that is what we are supposed to be doing, and I look around myself, I see a lot of people that might be aware of these things, but they still are so programmed by that old way of thinking. Let's say they want to have some change, but they are going to still be stuck in the political militancy, for example. Or they want to do some change, but they're going to say, well, this is too much for us, so let's not do it. And so that old program is still being carried out by the people. So what I feel is that there's going to be changes that our Mother Earth is going to bring upon everybody, that now everybody's going to be kind of forced to realize those things. And at that time when that hit them, well, we are there to kind of like accompany them by the hand and like, go in these changes with them. So this is pretty much what I see.
Very interesting there as how you identify that, because what it shows of all our nations, everywhere, everybody, doesn't matter, black, white, yellow, brown, everybody is experiencing the same thing. They are being dissected. They're being compartmentalized within every nation, every community, every clan, every family.
Es bien importante esto que mencionas, porque en realidad lo que está ocurriendo es como que es lo mismo en todas las naciones. En cada nación la gente está siendo dividida, puesta en esquinas para que estén aislados de su familia, de su comunidad, de su gente.
What the people don't ever stop to do is to assess.
Y es como si la gente no se para a analizar.
Let's assess this. Angel, can we go back to the map again, the globe?
Y para hacer este análisis, si podemos volver al mapa, Ángel.
So we're talking about everywhere from north to south, east to west on the globe, all peoples being divided, isolated from each other.
Porque hablamos de cómo de norte a sur, de este a oeste, toda la gente está aislada de la una con la otra.
That's what's happening here in this hemisphere, right?
Es eso lo que está ocurriendo en este hemisferio, ¿cierto?
That's the way it is right now.
Es así que ocurre.
Let's see. Is that a duplicate of somewhere else on Earth?
Y veamos, ¿esa es una copia de algún otro lugar en la Tierra?
But first, let's see. In all these countries here in the globe that we're showing, where everybody's divided, isn't everybody under democracy?
Pero en todos estos lugares que están siendo divididos, ¿la gente no está bajo la democracia?
Some places you might say there's fascism, and maybe you might say even in some communism.
En algunos lugares puede que hasta haya fascismo o comunismo.
It really doesn't matter. These are concepts created in the non-native's mind to divide the non-native's mind.
Pero todos estos sismos realmente no importan porque son conceptos creados por el hombre blanco para dividirle su mente.
Okay, so just imagine this. You see this picture, and there's a headline over this picture that we're looking at right now.
Y entonces se ve esta foto y hay un encabezado en la foto.
And the story is all what you just said, Ayun, all the divisions.
Y la historia es lo que acabas de decir, Ayun, que son todas estas divisiones.
But the headline identifies European feudal system adopted throughout Turtle Island.
Pero el encabezado lee, el sistema feudal caduco de los europeos es adoptado por los habitantes de la isla de la Tortuga.
Everybody here is actually not under a democracy or whatever the hell they want to call it, whatever. They're under the European feudal system.
Todo mundo aquí no se encuentra bajo una democracia o como lo quieran identificar, sino bajo el sistema feudal europeo.
Now, who would believe that?
¿Y quién creería eso?
How long has it been since supposedly the European feudal system hasn't existed?
¿Cuánto tiempo ha pasado desde que supuestamente el sistema feudal europeo ya no existe?
Is there anybody who can say in European history, anyone who studied it, who can say that the European feudal system ended here at this date, this time? Can anybody pinpoint when did the European feudal system end?
¿Alguien puede que haya estudiado la historia europea puede identificar en dónde acabó este sistema feudal europeo?
Anybody who follows or knows whatever European history, there is no end to the European feudal system.
Quien siga la historia europea sabe que no hay ningún fin a este sistema feudal europeo.
It's on the same levels as what the white man refers to as their dark ages. When is it? Anybody identify? When did it start? What year? What date did it start? What year did it end? There's no way to put an end date on the European dark ages. Same way, there is no way to put an end date on the European feudal system. You are all under the European feudal system.
Así como no hay forma de identificar cuándo se acabó la época de las tinieblas, las tenebras en Europa, de la misma forma no se puede identificar cuándo terminó el sistema feudal.
Okay, Angel, we could take that back away. So, Ayun, Well, this is important for us to know that in whatever country that we're in, again, there's people who are protesting against government actions. And if you think you're protesting against a democracy, well, then you have in your mind a certain perspective as to what you can do and what you can't do. But imagine you think you're up against a democracy, but you're actually up against a feudal system. This endangers you. This is what allows Chile to fly over the native people in a military helicopter and shoot them down with a M50 machine gun. It's the feudal system when people think it's democracy.
It was Peru. Y esto es lo que permite que un país que se cree que es democrático, pero en realidad es el sistema feudal, bueno, van a, por ejemplo, como lo hizo en el caso de Perú, mandaron helicópteros a la gente que estaban defendiendo la tierra y los ametrallaron así desde el cielo.
So this is important to know in this aspect.
Y es importante saber esto en este aspecto.
Just imagine that you are a featherweight boxer, lightweight boxer,
Imagínense que son un boxeador de peso pluma
and your manager arranges a boxing match for you.
y es el que les maneja, que les arregla una pelea.
So you prepare for a boxing match.
Entonces están preparados para una pelea.
But when you get there, your opponent isn't a featherweight, is a super heavyweight class.
Pero cuando llegan ahí, su oponente no es un peso pluma, sino un peso pesado.
So you, who know you're going out there to fight and get out there to find that you're up against a super heavyweight class, what's going to happen to you as a featherweight?
Y quien llega ahí y que está listo para pelearse contra otro peso pluma como él, pero se da cuenta que es uno pesado, ¿y qué hacen?
You're going to get your head pounded in.
Les van a dar en la cabeza.
And so this is why it's important for us to come to terms to what the actual truths are, not what the system wants to present to us. They'll tell you democracy, which means that in democracies you can protest. But you know what? In feudal systems, you cannot protest. They will kill you.
Y es por eso que es importante identificar la realidad de las cosas, porque en la democracia pues se supone que sí se podría protestar, pero acá en un sistema feudal pues nada más van y les matan.
So anyways, this is the purpose for this interaction, for this communication. So, okay, hopefully just to see if anybody else wants to get in on this communication, just to familiarize yourself with each other, to even just to say hi, because we are linked in a communication right now from east to west, north to south. And this is something that doesn't happen every day for us. This is something that when it is there, all of us should take advantage of it.
Entonces, ahorita estamos implicados en una comunicación de este a oeste, de norte a sur, y bueno, no es algo que nos ocurre a diario, entonces deberíamos de tomar la ocasión.
Okay, so we'll take turns here and we'll just offer it. So since Ayun was the last one to speak, we'll come back to the north. If there's anyone in the north? Okay, let's go back to Ayun then. She wanted to reiterate.
Adelante, Ayun, lo que querías decir.
Sí, solo quería decir que todo el tema del feudalismo y de la esclavitud, el racismo y todo lo que se trajo desde Europa a América, en realidad nunca tuvo que ver con un verdadero poder de ellos, sino que tiene que ver con un impulso asesino que tienen. Nosotros siempre tuvimos más poder por tener conexión con nuestra ancestralidad y con lo sagrado de la vida y de nuestros ancestros, con las sabidurías. Entonces, es como, no creo que sean un peso tan pesado, lo que sí sé es que nos toman como, nos tienen miedo, por eso nos atacan, tienen mucho miedo. Por eso son violentos, son asesinos.
And yeah, everything that you have said about the feudal system and everything about how they act, well, it is really because they are murderers. Here, we always evolve with the love of our ancestors. We learn to behave completely differently, but now it's like the reality is that they are afraid of us because they see how we act, how we interact, and they cannot be like that. So that's the only way. What they can do is become a murderer. So that's what they are, murderers. So there's no way that somebody that has been evolving with the spirit of our ancestors and a murderer can have like a common ground.
Mhm. So there you're identifying law.
Y es ahí en donde estás identificando la ley, entonces.
And the only thing left is application of it.
Y lo que es aplicarla.
And this is where it's solely dependent on our people.
Y es ahí en donde depende completamente de nuestra gente.
Because we are not the ones that initiated this game of corruption.
Porque no somos nosotros los que iniciamos este juego de la corrupción.
So let's just say if, let's imagine you are a badminton player.
Porque digamos, si eres alguien que juega badminton,
And you're standing on the court waiting to play badminton.
y estás ahí esperando para jugar.
Well, if somebody comes along and serves a tennis ball at you,
Alguien viene y te manda una bola de tenis,
that's up to you. If you're going to hit that tennis ball back, knowing that you are there to play badminton.
bueno, pues tú ya sabes si vas a darle a la pelota o no, porque tú estás ahí para jugar badminton, no tenis.
If you changed from playing badminton and agreed to play this new game of tennis, which you are not there to play, then you will be defeated.
Y si estás ahí para jugar badminton, pero respondes a la pelota de tenis y decides jugar tenis, que no estabas ahí para jugar eso, pues vas a ser derrotada.
And this is what's happening to our people. They're too busy, again, having their head stuck up the white man's rear end, playing the game that he wants, protesting what he wants, that they're not playing our game. They have changed to another game that they don't know how to play, and they will certainly perish.
Y eso es lo que le está pasando a nuestra gente, que ya no está jugando su juego, empezaron a jugar el juego de alguien más y así pues va a haber certeza en que perezcan.
So again, it just goes back to the purpose of this communication, for us to come of one mind on the reality what is attacking us in the two hemispheres and in the in-between.
Y de nuevo, este es el objetivo de esta conversación, que podamos comprender qué es lo que nos está atacando en ambos hemisferios y en el medio.
So, Ayun, we're going to give a chance to, if there is anybody in the north here that wants to respond or reiterate or even just address you, even just to say hi. If there's anyone in Winnipeg, we'll open the floor now. If there's anything that you want to say to address this, or again, just to say hi to her, to acquaint yourself, to ask her, where are you from? You know, whatever. If not, if there's nobody, then we're going to continue.
Entonces le vamos a dar de nuevo, como dijimos, vamos a ir de sur a norte, la palabra a alguien de Winnipeg, si quisiera preguntarle a alguien algo a Yun, nada más para saber quién es o qué hace, y si no, bueno, vamos a continuar.
Okay, so then in our ongoing communication, everything that we've been sharing, just to share with you now, because it seems like we're coming to an end in our discussion for today, just to share with you where we are now in our ceremonial cycle.
Y nada más para decir, bueno, porque parece que estaríamos llegando al fin de nuestra comunicación, para decir en dónde estamos ahorita en el ciclo ceremonial.
This past week, it was super warm here. Well, first, last week it was like, 30 below zero? And then the next day it was like +3.
Y bueno, solamente a nivel de temperatura estábamos, digamos, a -30 un fin de semana y ahorita ya estamos a 3 grados.
So it really broke loose in a very big way. You know, the temperature changed really fast. Approximately a week and a half to 2 weeks earlier.
Y bueno, aquí también eso de que el hielo se haya roto y empezado a derretir, pues ocurrió unas 2 o 3 semanas antes de tiempo.
And also, as we came into winter, the ice froze 2 weeks later.
Y también en el inicio del invierno se congeló 2 semanas más tarde.
And just so that people know, for myself, we got a lake right across the street from where we live, and all my life I have been gauging the environment from that lake.
Y aquí, para que todo el mundo lo sepa, enfrente de donde vivo hay un lago, entonces siempre he medido el medio ambiente gracias a este lago.
And so maybe about, well, not maybe, about 35 to 40 years ago, the lake would freeze maybe around the second, third week in so-called December.
Y tal vez hace unos 35, 40 años, el lago se congelaría por ahí de la segunda semana de diciembre.
And then in the past 20 years, well, it's been freezing within so-called Christmas, New Year's. It would freeze within that time.
Y en los últimos 20 años se ha estado congelando más por ahí, digamos, de Navidad, Año Nuevo.
This year, the ice only froze in the second week in January.
Y ahora solamente se congeló la segunda semana de enero.
And I went on the ice, when was that? That Sabina came for the water. Last week, she came for the water, so I went out on the ice, chop a hole in the ice to get the water.
Y fue la semana pasada que Sabrina vino a conseguir el agua, entonces le hicimos un hoyo y agarré agua del lago.
And the ice just felt different.
Y el hielo se sintió diferente.
You know, the way that the snow seems granular, more granular lately, it almost looks like those little styrofoam balls.
Porque ahora la nieve se ve mucho más granular, incluso parece como bolitas de unicel.
That this year, because of the volcano in Hawaii,
Y este año, debido al volcán en Hawái,
that all the condensation in the air has affected the moisture, the constitution, the texture of the snow.
y esta condensación en el aire afectó la humedad.
So now it feels like that granular that's associated to the snow, it feels like it's that way in the ice.
Y ahora se siente que eso que afectó la humedad afecta el hielo.
Even though you can't see it like granular, meaning like it would look like a bunch of little, maybe droplets of water, you know, frozen together.
A pesar de que no se vean como gotas de agua congelada.
But it's what I felt when I walked on it. I was walking on that ice all my life.
Pero eso fue lo que sentí cuando caminé en el hielo, porque yo había caminado en el hielo toda mi vida.
So, and also this year that the snow, because of the volcano, changed the constitution. It's been very sticky on the trees that, of course, they don't have any leaves on it. So the branches are kind of far apart, but the snow stayed stuck on those branches, almost like it's on snow on an evergreen.
Y este año la nieve que cayó en los árboles de coníferas se quedó pegada. Es como decir, en los años pasados pues con un vientecito se cae, pero este año se quedó pegada encima de los árboles.
So in the scientific study that I'm a part of, being my whole life observing,
Y en el estudio científico de mi vida que he estado observando todo el tiempo,
I don't have to ask anybody. I know, I see that there are drastic changes happening in what we might refer to as precipitation on any level, whether it be rain, snow, what the heck do you call those ice? Hail, sleet, no matter what, it's changing.
yo no tengo que preguntarle a nadie porque yo le he observado que, todas las constituciones del agua en granizo, hielo, nieve han estado cambiando.
Anyways, it's not a good thing, and this tells me that it's just upping the ante in as far as the urgency we are facing worldwide environmentally.
Y esto no es bueno para nadie, nada más nos da el ejemplo de la urgencia ambiental a nivel mundial.
Okay.
There's somebody at the Clan Mother in Winnipeg wants to talk.
Let's go to her.
So Sabrina just said that Clan Mother in Winnipeg would like to talk, so we give the floor for sure. Una madre de clan que se encuentra en Winnipeg quiere hablar, entonces por supuesto que le damos la palabra. Adelante.
But we can't hear. We can't hear. No sound yet. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There we go.
Bonjour. On peg mesto chikijet nen telewisi kabade konde nen pas uche chat him. I just wanted to say that myself, I understand the problems that are happening down in Chile and things like that down there. Because when I was fasting, I had come across a lot of people who had the same concern. And this is way back in 1991. It sounds to me like nothing has changed for them and for a long time, that things have just continued on. But for myself, how I have been able to do things is through prayer. Because a lot of times I can't do anything physically. I have to do it through my prayer, my spirituality. Because you carry a very powerful gift. You as women carry a very powerful gift. And as life givers, you carry the heartbeat of the nation inside of you whenever you carry life. The Creator is a part of that, and Mother Earth is part of that, and Grandmother Moon, and all of that is connected, all in one. Now, when women don't even realize the kind of power that they have during their cycles, it's not that it's not a dirty thing. It's a powerful thing. It's a beautiful thing, because that's the blood of our Great Spirit flowing through your body during that time. So you need to be powerful. You need to be careful of the way that you think, the way that you feel, the things that you say, because you're sending it all out there into the universe. And now, fighting people with guns and ammunition. Well, the government found out a long time ago when they came here that didn't work, because they couldn't understand how come their muskets could take down a buffalo, but could not take down a skinny Indian on a horse. And he was lucky if he had that horse, because he had to steal it. The thing is that our spiritual way of life was the part that was the powerful thing. That's the reason why the government hadn't taken that away from us, or tried to take that away from us. It became against the law for us to walk our spiritual roads. Now I know that your culture also allows that. Bring out your stones, talk to the moon, talk to the sun, talk to the earth. The things that you're asking for will be there, because your ancestors are still with you. Just the same as our ancestors are still with us, helping us to guide us in this way. Because we have to have a past in order to have a present, in order to go into the future. Things don't just happen like that. But this is the beginning. Every day that you're alive, it's the beginning to a new future, because it's the beginning to a new day. So every day that you are on this earth, you can make a difference through that prayer and that energy that you're sending out into the world. For myself, I really don't know too much when it comes to fighting. I've had my times of protesting as well, because I did when I was younger, went out and protested. That's when I had met Carlos Pereiro, and he filled me in on a lot of things that were happening with his people because he had a love for his people. And I remember the things that he would say and the things that he would do to try and put that into vibration into the earth through the songs and the music that he had. And he always hoped that his people would be able to pick up on the sounds and the vibrations of the earth because that would be able to help them when they went forward. And I understand about the hemp. I got an anonymous phone call back in 1909, no, 2009. And back then the banks were constantly calling me and asking. But what I'm saying is that I had this particular call come through, and it was a call from the hemp company, right? Not a hemp company, but from China or Japan. And they were asking if we as sovereigns wanted to go forward and grow hemp. Now I thought about it, and I thought, hemp has got a lot of great qualities, a lot of beautiful qualities that we can help our nation. It can help with mind, body, spirit, emotion. It can help with problems, especially when people have trauma. But then there's the other side of it. Like our people are going to need more food. And I understand that there's hemp products that are out there, like there's hemp milk, and then, you can make rope out of hemp, you can make clothing out of hemp. The only problem with that is that when people become desperate, they'll go out there and they'll smoke their socks, and they will chew on their rope in order to get that feeling of a high. But that isn't what they really want. They want that feeling. Sometimes though, when people get desperate, they'll do almost anything for those things. But we have there's got to be a balance in everything. I'm not going to say anything bad about hemp. What I'm saying is that our people need to heal. And when we do that healing, we need to think about our future generations. Where are we going to go with that? What is it that we want to be put in place? Because we can do that. We can do that through writing our letters to the appropriate places. I'm not going to kiss nobody, but my nose isn't brown. And the government also knows that. And the thing is that for food, we need to look at our own line of food and farming of that as well. Because I'm not going to eat no meat that's going to be made out of a 3D printer. It's got no spirit. It's got no taste. I'm not going to do that. I want my people to eat real food. So I also have to think about those things and where is that going to go. There's a lot of different issues that our people face, but I believe that the power of peace is there, and I believe that we can go forward in life to create a lot of good things within balance, because even a man without a woman is not balanced. A woman without a man is not balanced. But if you have a man and a woman together, that energy creates that balance. And I'm not going to talk bad about our two spirits because they carry both male and female energy. And we need those people as well. Like Creator created all of us. And for a reason, we were created. When we go forward with everything, and I do understand, like they call it the Great Reset that's coming. The reset. You're gonna like a video. You're gonna push a button and everything's gonna reset itself. But the thing is that this isn't the only place that's done this. They've already experimented with the Great Reset in Greece. where they had their Greek money, and that they had I don't know what it was that they did. I think that they declared bankrupt and then they turned around and started creating different money and replaced that. I believe that's what it was. And the reason why I watched that was because you see, even in our parliament pictures, like, you know, the shows that they have on TV, it's called the Parliament Report. It's a long and boring thing. You sit there and you watch them just talk and, you know, call each other. But the thing is that it sounds like my family sometimes. I'm just kidding. But the thing is that the thing is that they can tell you what's going to happen 2 years before it happens. It doesn't matter who you vote into place. You could bring back Mulroney or whatever, you know, you could put anybody in Justin Trudeau's place, and they're still going to follow through with what Justin Trudeau is following through on. Why? Because there's somebody pulling the puppet strings for the government, and that's where the bigger money is. And Justin Trudeau is just a puppet, and he's just doing the dance of whatever his puppeteer wants to do. And 2 years before today, they had already decided what they were going to do. They even decided that they're going to try and make money off of solar power. But that was already here and now. They're already trying to do that. They're trying to make money off of solar power. Why? Because they're selling energy down to the States. Who's paying for that energy? We are. Why are we paying why are we paying for that energy? Because we allow it. And silence is consent. And if nobody's saying anything, we're allowing them to. So I believe that if we have people who talk, people who write, people who pray, and people that sit and do what they do best, that we can create a balance in order to get this done. Because we have thinkers and we have doers and we got pushers, right? So if there's the pushers that are pushing the thinkers and the thinkers push the doers, then we can move forward with whatever it is that we have in our plans. Because you got to stick with your own people to find out, because everybody's problems are a lot different. I can't solve the problems that are down south. I could pray for you and I can pray to help you. And that kind of energy is the one that we need. And I believe that that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the things that we need to do to start the reset. And I believe that our prayers are the ones that are stronger. And for those of us who carry pipes, who carry the sacred rocks, the rattles, the gourds, the drums, and those teachings, I believe that we can go forward with that through prayer. To remember to mention something in those places that we use these things, so that we can get that group of people to all pray the same way. Because like right now, it's very much in need, and everybody is just a lot of people have been woken up for a while, but there's a lot of people that are only waking up now, and those are the ones that we need to fast track. And the only way we can do that is through prayer. And the way we can reach around the world is through prayer. Because I'm only allowed to travel on the land. I can travel on an airplane from Nova Scotia to BC, but I can't travel. Well, I could probably travel down to the States, but they won't allow me to go overseas. I'm not allowed to go to England because you need to have a passport, but they won't allow me to have a passport. And they seem to think that I have something that other people don't, and really I don't have anything that every last one of us has, is that energy. because every one of us has got an energy. Every one of us has got a piece of that power. And, you know, I believe, like sitting here listening, I hear Stuart saying that we can pull that together to make a difference for our future. And that's the thing that we need to do, not just as individuals, because no one is higher than the other. I sit here as somebody who looks towards the future, for the future generations. That's all my job is to try and assure that what we do here today is going to be done for the future generations and affect them in a good way, because we are only the beginning. There's never really an end without a beginning. And when the end comes, there's only a new beginning. So the thing is that we need to start focusing in our energies and our prayers. And I don't care what denomination or how you have your spirituality or what church you might sit in. I don't really care. All I know is that you have the ability to pray. Everybody has the ability to pray. And we can make that prayer into a reality if we send it out into the universe each and every day. And then when you find people, let them know that they can pray, they can make a difference, and they can too create a better tomorrow so that we can all live our lives in a good way, in a peaceful way. Okay, and that's all that I have to say. I thank you, Stuart, for sharing your teachings. They're very nice. I really enjoyed them, and they make a lot of sense.
Entonces, habla acerca de todos los cambios que Stuart estaba mencionando, de la temperatura, que ella también las estaba observando desde hace unos 20 años, pero en realidad todo lo que es importante es hablar de la espiritualidad, y eso es lo que va a hacer que podamos salir adelante. Por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de las lunas de las mujeres, cómo las niñas van a tener cierta, inclusive asco hacia su luna, porque ya no la conocen, ya no están familiarizadas con ella. Entonces tendría que haber una reenseñanza de valorar cómo como mujeres estamos conectadas directamente a abuela luna, con nuestra madre tierra, y todo eso es lo que nos va a hacer más fuertes como verdadera identidad femenina. En el pasado ha habido gente que ha dicho a estos indígenas es como ni siquiera las pistolas les pueden detener, porque es la espiritualidad la que nos va a mantener a flote, la que nos va a motivar. Y yo por mi lado, por ejemplo, no he hecho tanta protesta, no he estado en la militancia política realmente, a pesar de que también lo hice, y así conocí a gente que, por ejemplo, quería hacer música para que su gente lo pudiera tener este conocimiento de los tambores, de la danza, y he conocido gente buena en eso. Por otro lado, hablando del cáñamo, bueno, hace tiempo una corporación, no me acuerdo si era de China o de Japón, vino a pedirnos que si queríamos hacer algo en cuanto al cáñamo, y a pesar de que yo veo todas las propiedades positivas que el cáñamo tiene, pues a veces sé que también nuestra gente va a querer tal vez irse a morder una cuerda de cáñamo, a meterse algo de cáñamo, en el sentido de querer tener este high cuando a veces las cosas no van bien. Entonces vi ese lado negativo, y es por eso que no participamos en eso. Otra de las cosas es que cuando llega la hora de la hora, la gente lo que necesita es comer. Entonces, para comer, bueno, necesitamos plantar, utilizar nuestra tierra para tener acceso a esta comida justamente. Y ahorita estamos hablando de este gran reseteo, pero pues justamente son las marionetas que ocasionan este gran reseteo, como Justin aquí. Y en general lo que yo creo es que tenemos que tener un equilibrio, porque así como hay gente que piensa, hay gente que va a empujar por las cosas, hay gente que va a hacer las cosas, necesitamos encontrar este equilibrio. Y yo sé que, por ejemplo, a pesar de que no pueda hacer nada por la gente del sur físicamente hablando, puedo elevar mi ceremonia, mis palabras, mis pensamientos, y eso es lo que va a permitir que podamos unirnos al menos en lo que se podría llamar como ceremonia. Yo, por ejemplo, no puedo viajar más que aquí en la tierra, porque yo no tengo pasaporte, no me lo quieren dar y yo tampoco lo quiero. Entonces nada más puedo viajar aquí en el territorio hasta Estados Unidos, lo que se llama, pero lo que sí estoy completamente de acuerdo es que tenemos que hacer algo juntos por el futuro, que tenemos que actuar pronto. Y Stuart, te agradezco por las enseñanzas porque siempre tienes cosas muy interesantes que compartir.
Wow. Nyawagoa, for everything that you said. You just came up with the most excellent idea.
Muchísimas gracias por todo lo que acaba de compartir, porque acaba de salir con la mejor idea.
While you were speaking, I'm processing everything that you're saying.
Mientras usted estaba hablando, estaba yo procesando todo lo que estaba diciendo.
And I'm seeing your words take physical form.
Y estoy viendo cómo sus palabras se están tomando forma física.
So let's just think of this. Anybody who's going to pray or speak to Yunkia Dizu or ask for anything, they're asking for change.
Entonces, alguien que va a rezar o hacer ceremonia, hablarle a nuestras y nuestros creadores, lo hacen porque quieren cambio.
Now, let's think of that person who is maybe an alcoholic or drug addict.
Pensemos en la persona que podría ser tal vez algún alcohólico o adicto a las drogas.
You, meaning anybody who's connected to them, family members, you may want them to change.
Y ustedes, siendo tal vez familiares o amigos, querrían que cambien.
But as we all know, that an alcoholic or a drug addict is never going to change unless they themselves identify it.
Pero como sabemos, un alcohólico o adicto a las drogas no va a cambiar a menos de que sean ellos mismos que lo quieran hacer.
So then we can conclude that worldwide, the only reason why people pray or speak to Yunkia Dizu is because they want the change to happen.
Entonces podemos concluir que por qué la gente va a rezar o a hacer ceremonias porque quieren que el cambio ocurra.
Which means anybody who believes in praying or speaking to Yunkia Dizu, that they also know and understand that they have to take practical measures to make those things that they're praying for happen.
Lo que significa que alguien que reza sabe que también tiene que hacer algo físico para que ese deseo en palabras pueda traducirse en la realidad física.
So the idea that you came up with,
Entonces la idea que usted dio,
and truly it is your idea, I'm just seeing how it manifests.
y realmente es de usted, nada más estoy viendo cómo se manifiesta.
So it's this, that we duplicate what the non-natives have. You know, they got these things like tele-evangelist or a prayer network.
Es que dupliquemos lo que los no nativos tienen. Por ejemplo, tienen como una red de rezo por televisión, digámoslo así.
But it won't be called the prayer network or anything like that. It will be called the Native Action Network.
Pero no va a ser llamado como que la red de rezo, sino va a ser la red de acción nativa.
Where we together will create a network first, just between us.
En donde creamos una red entre nosotros primero,
Meaning just a line of communication.
es decir, la línea de comunicación,
Where each of us will know that we can go there each day.
en donde cada quien va a saber que podemos ir ahí cada día.
And we will have to, of course, we'll have to agree ahead of time that each person will have only maybe say 2 minutes, 3 minutes, because there could be many.
Y tendríamos que acordar que cada persona podría tener un par de minutos porque puede que haya mucha gente.
So what we will do is personalize,
Y lo que vamos a hacer es personalizar,
not to individuals, but to nations.
no a individuos, sino a naciones.
So for instance, tomorrow morning, you come onto the Native Action Network and you identify the things that you need to see change in your community, in your nation, and how you see your nation applying it to world healing.
Entonces, por ejemplo, mañana usted se conecta para decir en esta red de acción nativa cómo usted ve los problemas en su comunidad, pero sobre todo cómo usted ve la curación de ellos, cómo ve que se puedan solucionar.
Each of us in each of our nations, from north to south, east to west, we contribute to this.
Y cada quien en nuestras naciones, norte a sur, este a oeste, contribuimos para esto.
And then just like in the non-natives, in their televangelists or whatever, you know, the televangelists are saying, send us money. We pray for a Learjet, so send us money.
Y como en los no nativos, digamos, los evangelistas van a decir, queremos dinero, envíenos.
Instead, with natives, of course, you won't have that.
Pero con los nativos, obvio, no van a tener eso.
Instead, each person will be saying, this is what I do. This is what I will give to you, to the nation, to heal our Mother Earth. This is what I will give, not what I am praying for to ask that somebody else does or whatever. This is what I will give. These are my words, my people, my community, my nation.
Sí, ¿no? Que vamos a decir, esto es lo que yo vengo a ofrecer para dar, no pedir a ver quién más va a venir a darme o ayudarme, sino yo ofrecer lo que tengo que dar para mi nación y mi comunidad.
And like you said, anybody, provided we do not mix religion.
Y bueno, como usted misma lo dijo, mientras no lo mezclemos con la religión.
Which means that I don't care if anybody's a Christian, a Buddhist, Judaism, whatever. I don't care. If they want to come to this thing, they leave their hat at the door.
Lo que significa que a mí no me importa si alguien es budista, judío o musulmán, lo que sea, pero si entran a esta red, dejan ese sombrerito afuera.
Meaning no offenses or violations of the others. So that means you leave your God at the door.
Es decir, que no se va a permitir ninguna violación ni ningún insulto hacia ninguno. Entonces, a su Dios lo dejan en la puerta de entrada.
Because it is all these different white man's gods that are the cause of war, that are the cause of kidnapping, raping, violating, terrorizing, and murdering our children.
Porque son efectivamente todos estos dioses que son los responsables de haber secuestrado, violado, asesinado a nuestros niños.
So that's fine if everybody's praying, but let's see. Well, they've all been praying for something, and the end result of them is to kill our children.
Y está bien si ellos han estado rezando, pero ellos han estado rezando por algo y el resultado final es que asesinan a nuestros niños.
Our people may have been praying for peace, and the end result of it is they kill our children.
Y puede que nuestra gente haya estado rezando por paz y el resultado final es que matan a nuestros niños.
So this is the reason why no offensive gods brought into this process.
Y es por eso que no puede haber ninguna ofensa de dioses que vengan a este proceso.
If there is to be a renewal of anything, renewal means anew, means the old is gone. We are not going to be ridiculous like the non-native people and say the old world and come to the new world and bring all of their old corrupted ways over to the new world. We are not going to be stupid like this.
Si estamos en un proceso de renovación, significa de lo nuevo y no vamos a ser tan tontos como los colonizadores dijeron, venimos del viejo mundo al nuevo mundo, pero se trajeron todos sus viejos hábitos con ellos. No vamos a hacer lo mismo.
And so if everybody would respect each other,
y si todo mundo se respetase los unos a los otros,
we respect each other as to what we are in this world. Humans, we look like sisters and brothers. Respect that. Nobody bring their other baggage with them.
Nos respetamos por lo que somos, humanas, seres, mujeres, hombres, pero sin traer el viejo equipaje con nosotros.
And so each day we can, each of us come and look at, use this medium, this technology. Each day I can go and look and see by what you are saying, I can see what's happening in your community.
Y así cada día yo puedo ir a esta red y ver qué ocurre en su comunidad.
I could see what will be happening in Ayun's community almost 10,000 miles away from you.
Y qué ocurre en la comunidad de Ayun a 10,000 kilómetros de distancia de usted.
We will all see each other.
Nos vamos a ver.
And our words will start to ring true in each other's minds once again. We must remind ourselves of how we were before the coming of the great darkness of the white man.
Y son nuestras palabras los que van a hacer que podamos volvernos a ver como éramos antes de la venida del hombre blanco.
some people may think that there is good stuff that we can take from the non-native world.
Hay quien piensa que hay cosas buenas que podemos tomar del mundo no nativo,
I say no.
pero yo digo que no es así.
I say there is nothing good from the non-native world.
Nada bueno ahí,
It's all poison.
sino veneno.
Our people are the living proof of it.
Y nuestra gente es la prueba viviente de eso.
If children to be kidnapped, terrorized, raped, and murdered is the byproduct of whatever they got, then whatever they got is garbage.
Si el secuestro, la violación y el asesinato de nuestros niños va a ser su resultado final, pues lo que tengan es pura basura.
I know ahead of time that this will turn off a lot of people. I know it. And it does not bother me.
Y yo sé de antemano que esto va a afectar a mucha gente y que les va a hacer como no querer tener nada que ver con esto, pero eso a mí no me molesta,
I am not out to accommodate corruptions. I am out to correct.
porque yo no estoy aquí para acomodar corrupciones, sino por el contrario, para corregirlas.
So the thing that you stated, while you were stating it, I could see things coming to manifest.
Entonces, con lo que dijo, vi cómo las cosas podrían comenzar a manifestarse,
Things that will benefit us all.
que nos van a beneficiar.
Now, of course, we're just saying this right now. We'll do the opposite of this prayer network where each of us will be able to do this. As it's said here today, it might not manifest until maybe weeks or moons down the road.
Y no por el hecho de que ahorita estamos diciendo que esto va a ocurrir, que va a pasar mañana, tal vez se manifieste en semanas o meses.
Unless there is someone with the technical expertise who can assist us to facilitate this.
A menos de que haya alguien que tenga la capacidad técnica para ayudarnos a que esto se manifieste.
So this would be a beautiful thing. Imagine the non-native people on the other side of the world watching our daily Native Action Network.
Entonces, imagínense que el mundo podría observar esta acción nativa, esta red,
And watching each nation give their Ahondagari Wadekwa.
y ver cómo cada nación da su agradecimiento.
That will be a reprogramming of their children's minds,
Que va a permitir reprogramar las mentes de sus niños,
which is what the non-native needs,
que es lo que el no nativo necesita.
which is more than the non-native needing it. It's what we need. We need them to change so they stop killing.
Y sobre todo nosotros necesitamos eso para que dejen de matar,
Because who is it that they're killing?
porque a quién están matando.
Let's not forget, it's our young girls, our young women, our life givers.
Que no se nos olvide que son nuestras jóvenes dadoras de vida.
So let's not forget how sinister they are.
No hay que olvidar qué tan siniestros son.
We do not accommodate sinister.
Y siniestro, eso no lo acomodamos.
Okay, the thing about the hemp, wow, if you got a connection from China, I'll ask you for that connection, forward it to us. We'll go after that. We'll go for those seeds because in the last year, we have been supplying free hemp seeds to anyone who wants it.
Y con respecto a lo que dijo del cáñamo, usted si nos puede enviar esa información, porque nosotros hemos tratado de estar consiguiendo semillas.
And so if you have this connections in China, we'll take advantage of that. We'll get the seeds from them and we'll distribute those seeds still as we have been to anyone who wants. And this means people who know that they are going against the white man's government, who aren't afraid. They know they have to save Mother Earth, heal Mother Earth. The white man is killing her. We have to stand up against the white man.
Y entonces le daríamos estas semillas a la gente que está levantándose su responsabilidad, que no tiene miedo del hombre blanco.
But the thing, what you said about the hemp, there might be a wrong perception here, is that in hemp, there is absolutely no possibility of any kind of high from that. It's not possible. There's no THC in it.
Y con respecto al cáñamo, tal vez haya una especie de mal comprensión ahí, porque con el cáñamo no hay posibilidad de ponerse high.
It looks like marijuana.
se ve como la marihuana,
But then also, anybody who knows what marijuana looks like knows that hemp is not marijuana.
pero quien sea que sepa cómo se ve la marihuana, saben también que el cáñamo no es marihuana.
So really, in the application of this healing medicine, it depends on the elders teaching their young ones proper.
Y en la aplicación de esta medicina lo que es necesario es que los ancianos le muestren a sus niños de forma adecuada.
So if the elders did not teach their children, they just went and planted this and they allowed their children to think whatever, and the children thought, ooh, marijuana, let's go smoke it, let's go chew on it, like what you said or whatever.
Porque si los ancianos no enseñan a los niños, si los niños fueran, digamos, como usted dijo, a morder la cuerda o a querer ponerse high,
They will be doing that with their own belief, because their elders didn't tell them, that they could get high off of it.
van a hacerlo con la creencia de que se van a poner high porque sus ancianos no les dijeron lo contrario.
And so when they if they go to attempt that and they don't get high off of it, then they are going to feel like they got to move on to something else. That they got to go look for that high somewhere else. But if the elders told them in advance what this medicine is and how to work with it, how to use it, they would know they can't get high off of it. And that wouldn't even be in their mind. They would not go to it to try to get high and not get high and therefore have to go find another drug. We must be proactive in guiding our children properly once again.
Y si van a tratarlo y no tienen el high, entonces se van a mover a algo más. Entonces depende de nosotros que le enseñemos a nuestros hijos todo de forma adecuada.
And also, I agree that I can't do anything to help. Even a friend of ours, Lisa Wolf, who's in Nevada, had an issue recently of a friend of hers within the Lakota Nation that they were trying to take their children. And they were looking for help. And what could we do, really? I mean, they're not as far away from us as Ayun. Ayun is about 10,000 miles away. But these other ones are only, about 1,200 miles away? Still, 1,200 miles. We really can't do anything. So we know that we can't do anything. It's a matter of building the bridges of communication so that everyone becomes aware. You communicate more communication, more knowledge, bigger intellectual capacities to be able to address the corruptions that have come here to Turtle Island from across the great waters.
Y así como usted dijo, yo también qué podría hacer, por ejemplo, una amiga aquí, Lisa Wolf, tiene otra amiga que le están quitando a sus niños, o más bien a sus nietos, los servicios sociales, y qué puede hacer uno. Entonces lo importante es crear la línea de comunicación en la que vamos a poder saber más el uno del otro y por lo tanto poder saber más cómo ayudar.
And I identify that in everything that you said, I feel your love. I can hear it.
Y tengo que decir que en todo lo que dijo, siento el amor, lo puedo oír.
So let's remember, there are two of us in this world. There are the life givers and the life protectors.
Y hay que recordar que hay dos en este mundo, las dadoras de vida, los protectores de vida.
The life givers being our spirit, direct us. Even in the morning, you'll tell us, do the dishes, do this, do that, take out the garbage. And what do? We do what you say.
Y las dadoras de vida son las que van a dirigir en la mañana, van a decir, saca la basura, lava los trastes, y pues hacemos lo que dicen.
Guys have to get used to doing what their mothers say.
Los hombres tienen que acostumbrarse a hacer lo que sus madres dicen.
So the only way to do this is collectively. Unfortunately, in our individual households, living like the white man turns us into being just like the white man. All divided, broken up, and we're schizophrenic just like them.
Y la única forma de hacerlo es mediante el hombre, es mediante la casa larga, porque si no es como vivir como el hombre blanco que nos defragmenta y nos aísla.
So it's in our collective action.
Es en nuestra acción colectiva, entonces.
Yes, the mothers guide us, but the men have to take the spirit of what the women are telling us and figure out how to manifest it within law.
Son las madres las que nos guían, pero también tienen los hombres que tomar ese espíritu para manifestarlo en la ley.
And so we have heard all women on earth say, stop the destruction, heal Mother Earth.
Y hemos escuchado que las madres dicen, para la destrucción, hay que sanar a nuestra madre tierra.
I could imagine that you have prayed for this,
Puedo imaginar que usted ha rezado por esto
and we have heard it.
y lo hemos oído.
And we identify that how it manifests, what your prayer is to heal the world, to stop the destruction, is in one action, through hemp.
E identificamos que la forma de hacerlo es mediante el cáñamo.
Because what it means is that first and foremost, hemp is not a corralled plant. It is a free plant.
Porque para empezar, el cáñamo es una planta libre
So what it means is it addresses your food also.
y también habla de su comida.
In the long run, what it means is the return of the buffalo. Now, right off the bat, to say that, anybody might wonder, what, how? Huh? Well, there's a lot of steps here that are already identified in the plan of hemp unity as how these things will return.
Y esto implica el regreso del búfalo. Entonces alguien dice, escucha eso y dice, ay, sí, pero ¿cómo? Bueno, es paso por paso, pero todos estos pasos ya están ahí en el plan de la unión del cáñamo.
So for right now, we'll look at, say for all the nations within the Great Plains, let's look at their food sovereignty, which you don't have.
Y en las naciones de las praderas, si vemos la soberanía alimentaria que aún no tienen,
You have not had food sovereignty since about 1889.
que no la han tenido desde tal vez 1889,
Even if you're able to plant, doesn't matter. There's no food sovereignty.
aunque puedan plantar, no hay soberanía alimentaria.
But anyways, the Plains people, you have a different constitution than us. This is a fact. If you are generations born and raised on buffalo meat, then it's different than the people who are born and raised on, say, within the garden. You know, we still eat meat too, but it's just different.
Pero las gentes de la pradera, bueno, han crecido de forma distinta, es decir, tienen han comido la carne de búfalo, entonces tienen una constitución diferente.
So what does food sovereignty look like for the people in the Great Plains, the native people? Let's see. Will you go to planting? Is that your way, planting? No, it's not your way. Your way is of the buffalo.
Entonces, su soberanía alimentaria en la gente de la pradera sería ir a plantar. No, sería el búfalo.
So when you speak of food sovereignty, I could imagine you don't want food sovereignty in as far as say, well, let's get about a bunch of goat farmers and a bunch of beef farmers and then somebody to grow potatoes. That wouldn't mean food sovereignty. That would mean that you are becoming like the non-native. What food sovereignty would mean would be to return back to where you did have food sovereignty, which was the way of the buffalo.
Porque si decimos para tener soberanía alimentaria en las praderas hay que tener granjas de cabras y tal vez de vacas y plantar papas, pues no sería soberanía alimentaria porque sería volverse igual que el no nativo. Para tener soberanía alimentaria sería volver a la fuente de nutrición que era el búfalo.
So to make a long story short here, I'll just tell you that planting hemp will bring the buffalo back.
Y para hacer de una historia larga algo corto, yo nada más digo que el cáñamo va a hacer que el búfalo regrese.
And under the agenda, the way that it is set, it tells the white people, the non-natives, this is what they must do. So this means that they are the ones that must make the adjustments within their so-called governments that will have, and them even stand there to stop their police from coming into where we are, planting hemp to heal our Mother Earth.
Y la forma en la que la agenda está presentada es que son los no nativos los que tienen que hacer esto, porque inclusive si va a haber policía involucrada, son ellos los que se van a poner en medio para que no haya nada.
And so this would mean that, yes, it's in the agenda. Imagine this, the reversal of land privatization.
Y esto significa que si está en la agenda, imagínense cómo se va a revertir la privatización de la tierra.
Which will take away white man's imagined ownership of our lands.
lo que va a quitar la idea imaginada del hombre blanco de que posee nuestras tierras,
which will be the stepping stone to the buffaloes returning.
que va a ser la primera fase para que el búfalo regrese.
And you being able to harvest them once again in a natural way, returning you to food sovereignty.
Y el hecho de que puedan hacerlo de forma natural para que puedan volver a la soberanía alimentaria.
Right now, you could go the way of returning buffaloes because a lot of people are doing that. They're getting buffaloes on their properties, but that's fine. But it doesn't address the destruction to the earth and the healing that we got to do. We are people of the earth. We are the ones responsible. There is not a single white man, non-native person on this planet that is going to reverse all the multi-generations of destruction they have done, because not a single one of them take responsibility for anything. So we know they are never going to fix a goddamn thing, which means it rests upon us.
Y esto significa que, bueno, sabemos que vino a hacer la colonización nunca se va a hacer responsable de nada, entonces significa que los que tenemos que trabajar somos nosotros.
And if anybody thinks that's not true, well, then challenge anyone on earth to present what the truth is, then, what the other option is.
Y si alguien cree que esto no es cierto, pues entonces que propongan lo que ven como opción.
So anyways, this is the thing about bringing our minds together to assess one thing after another. All of us got to assess it. And if I think in my nation that this is what we should be doing, but if you can present how this is canceled out by this other thing that advances, that goes beyond it, then this is what we need to do. We need to get behind the one thing that is the tip of the spear. We can't be at the end of the spear. That doesn't control it. We got to be the tip of the spear to control this, to make sure that our faces yet beneath the earth have an earth to rise from.
Y es para este fin que estamos comunicándonos, porque si decimos algo como solución, pero alguien más presenta algo que nos va a avanzar más, pues tenemos que ponernos todos detrás de aquello que nos va a llevar como la punta de flecha.
And for all the science skeptics that are out there,
y para los escépticos de la ciencia,
many people will say, we're wasting our time because it's not true what the white man says. 2030 is not a deadline. No, this destruction isn't happening. For those skeptics,
mucha gente va a decir que en la agenda de 2030 no es cierto y que estamos perdiendo nuestro tiempo.
Well, then it means that what the white man is handing down to us is a false agenda.
Y esto significaría que el hombre blanco nos cuenta una falsa agenda.
And if it is, in fact, a false agenda, then that is mass mind control.
Y si esto es así, sería el control masivo de la mente.
And as we know, there is nothing out there in the world to fight against mass mind control.
Y como sabemos, no hay nada que pueda luchar contra el control de masa.
So we can see one way or another, if it's true or not, this is still attacking an ugliness that the non-natives represents in the world.
Y de una forma u otra, esto batalla contra una fealdad que el hombre blanco ha impuesto en el mundo.
Yeah, so anyways, again, I'll reiterate, if you can send us the contact for whoever contacted you from China for those, for hemp, if you don't mind, we'll gladly take that contact from you and we'll get the hemp seeds from you.
Y nada más para reiterar, si usted tiene el contacto de quien le llamó de China o de Japón, tomaríamos el contacto.
I don't know if how you feel about that, if there's anything that you want to respond to that. If not, then we'll move on and we'll see if there's anybody from the south that wants to.
No sé cómo se sienta, si quiere decir algo, si no, nos moveríamos a alguien del sur.
Denied the hemp. I didn't want to have anything to do with it because in order to get the hemp is the byproduct left over from the marijuana once the THC is extracted from it. And for myself, I could not see because okay, first of all, there is no such thing as an Indian without land or land. Now, if we look on our land right now, you can clearly see Mother Earth is in turmoil. If Mother Earth is in turmoil and our waters are sort of slowly being poisoned, and yeah, all this stuff is coming from not only white man now, it's coming from all of us. We all play a hand in it. Every time we flush a toilet, every time we turn on a light, we all play a hand on it. And some of the things that the white man has, we still use today, and we benefit from it today. If we weren't allowed to have electricity and use of these cell phones and cameras and that, we wouldn't be able to sit here and listen to you today. Now, some things have been good. One of the other things is the fact that we have people that have been working towards sovereignty. And there's several ways of looking at sovereignty. The white people have tried to hide things that we have through their paperwork. And we know that this has been a paper war and it's been going on for a long time. So we sit here and we look at the collaboration of everything. And so far, when we do it on our own, we always come up to stumbling blocks. Now, I've been listening to these people and I've been listening to how far that they've gotten. And they have stumbling blocks, but their stumbling blocks are different than ours. So I think that sometimes, we can help one another, because you see, these people here, they see that there was a commonality as to what we were fighting for, because our people were being forced to have vaccines. Now, for myself, I'm allergic to that vaccine. I was told not to take it once it accompanied, and I don't want it. But I didn't want the fact that that vaccine was going to change the DNA of my people. So I didn't like that. And with some of these people, they were the ones who took charge, because everybody was so controlled by the COVID-19 false pandemic. And I call it a false pandemic because I watched how they isolated people. I watched how they put them in medicated comas. And then I watched how they watched people die without treating them for any of the things and illnesses that they actually had. And then when I talked to other people that I know, foreigners and people who were funeral directors, they weren't allowed to have autopsies. These people had to be automatically buried or cremated. Now, if there was a real pandemic, they would have had all of them cremated. But these people saw that there was something wrong. They were the ones who made the stand for all of us. And then our people finally came out of the darkness to stand with them, because we knew that we agreed with what the problem was with that they were standing up for. Now, a lot of people are upset with they're upset with the fact that they've been finding all these Native children in the graves all over. And I'm not just talking First Nations people. I'm talking people of the world, people who are here, people who are standing with us, that have been walking with us. I have had people of Asian descent, East Indian. I've had people of all walks of life come down. The thing is that I have not seen any rich people come down and help us. I mean, really rich people. Like, I haven't come across any Rockefellers or anything like that. And those are the ones that are the corruption. They're the ones that are, because they have something that nobody else has. They have the money. The thing is that money is only a fiction to begin with. It isn't real. All that it is an IOU. And the thing is that we allow ourselves to believe that this is actually something that's real, powerful, and that we all need to have it. Well, no, we don't really all need to have. We could be self-sufficient. And like, I'd rather eat deer meat or moose meat than hamburgers. We don't have very many buffaloes. We had a buffalo farm here, and somebody else decided they were going to take out our main buffalo, but they were just like pets, you know. So we weren't eating them either. So the thing is that when we talk about a food chain, we're looking at something for the future of our children and our generations, because the children are the ones that we're looking forward to, our future generations. And that's what I'm looking at. 7 years down the road, I want 7 generations down the road. I want to know that when I'm gone, that there's something here for them. And yeah, I believe in hemp and I believe in marijuana as medicine, because I was given those teachings, but not everybody has been. If you look around, there's a lot of broken people. There's a lot of broken spirits out there. There's a lot of people that are still trying to heal, just like Mother Earth. Mother Earth is trying to heal. How are we going to do that? How are we going to fix the broken spirits? The one thing that I know is that when I was a little girl, my grandmother said, pray for those people up in the 2000s, because they're all going to be lost. I'm going to be gone, but you pray for them now, because if you wait too long, by the time you get there, it's not going to have anything. So you need to start now. I was 7 years old. I started praying. 50 something years later, I'm sitting here today telling people, you know, we need to pray. If we're looking at our future generations, if we're looking at a future at all. And to be honest with you, today, most of our people are taking the lives of our people because of anger, because of jealousy, greed. It's not just the white people anymore. So we got to get that out of our minds, because you don't know if your children are going to marry, who your children are going to fall in love with and marry. Because in our prophecies, where they talk about that out of the fire will come from the skies, but out of that fire will rise a new nation of mankind, and they will have one spiritual belief, and that will be one spirit. They will become the people of the rainbow nation. But today it's the rainbow warriors that are fighting for that to take place, so that our people can have one day a great peace. But how can we start that if we're all fighting, all trying to be, one's trying to be better than the other? We can't do that. We have to try and create something. And that's what I'm talking about, is creating something that's going to work for our people. If out of these ashes is going to rise one nation with one spiritual belief, then we have to start somewhere. Because right now, USSR, they got ships in the water getting ready to send off nuclear bombs. You know where they're going to hit? They're going to hit all the reserves that have got nuclear waste bottled up on the reserves. And where's that nuclear waste going to go? All over. Who's going to feel that effect? Everyone. Every single one. So we have to do something, and we can't just sit back and wait for it to happen. We have to do something. And you know, it has to start with us, the people, the ones that have a voice, the ones that have some knowledge, to put things in place so that that does not happen that way. Because nuclear waste is going to contaminate everything. And then what is that going to leave us to start off with once the war is over? Nothing. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Because China's got their what do you call them, androids or whatever in the air, checking to see what's happening down here. What are the people doing? But all it's going to take is for our nations to send a paper regarding the Great Peace Treaty. And I know that we never signed that treaty, but we smoked a pipe with that treaty. And that treaty was with all of the nations. And they're not supposed to come here. And according to your wampum belt, you know that, because that was what was recorded, because your people were there too. From the Anishinaabe Nation to your nation, to the Dakota Nation, we were all there. Only one representative for each one of our nations was there, and that peace pipe was smoked. 408 AD. The United Nations recognizes that. But if we start talking about it, all of us talking about it, and ordering them to cease and desist, I'm pretty sure that they're going to have to put away their weapons and go home. They're going to have to fight on somebody else's land. Because if they want to fight on this land, they need to have Putin and Biden come together, and we'll stake them to the ground. Let them work it out. Our traditional way, our traditional territories. So we need to have them understand it though, because we're not going to stand for it. Enough is enough. And how can we say it without harming our children, harming our people? The only way that we know how. Put our prayers onto those papers, send those letters in, keep copies, and let them know that we know about that treaty. We know about that treaty. We remember, we still have our history, our oral history, because you have it sitting behind you there. That was world peace. We never signed no papers. It was talked about us in this land. So that's what I'm talking about. And I think that we need to work together in order to stop this from happening, because otherwise it's not going to happen. It's going to go through. And do we really need that? So with that, I'm just going to say that's enough. Enough. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Entonces, bueno, nos habla acerca del cáñamo, que ella decidió completamente no tomar ese contacto para nada. Y es importante recordar que realmente no se puede hablar de gente nativa sin tierra, es decir, la tierra es de los nativos. Entonces, hay muchas formas de ver cómo es la soberanía. Se puede abordar de diferentes perspectivas y allá han estado trabajando mucho acerca de la soberanía. Una de las cosas en cuanto se da un ejemplo de la soberanía son las vacunas. Por ejemplo, ella no tomó la vacuna porque es alérgica y no quería que le cambiara nada el ADN o a su familia. Pero como todas las formas de opresión de los sistemas de todo trataron de obligar a la gente a ponerse estas vacunas, eso es algo que atenta justamente a la soberanía y es un ejemplo. Y bueno, vemos la realidad de que mucha gente hoy está muy consciente de todas estas pequeñas tumbas que se encontraron de niños sin marca y que ha afectado mucho la conciencia colectiva de la gente, pero la mayoría de la gente cae en la trampa del dinero, es decir, olvida todo esto por la ilusión del dinero. Mucha gente de muchos niveles han ido a tratar de ayudar a la gente, apoyarles, pero ¿quién de los ricos, por ejemplo, los Rockefeller o algo así, hayan venido a ayudar? Pues absolutamente nadie. Entonces, la gente nativa hace las cosas por las generaciones que vienen. Tenemos que considerar todas las decisiones para que de aquí a 7 generaciones los niños sigan teniendo todo lo que necesitan. Pero hoy lo que está ocurriendo entre nuestra gente es que hay muchísimo odio, competencia, todos quieren ser el mejor, tienen muchísimos celos, se trata de siempre demostrar que uno puede más. Entonces esto crea una atmósfera que no puede hacer que la gente pueda colaborar para avanzar, pero si hay algo que hay que hacer, tendríamos que trabajar de forma conjunta para crear algo que vaya a trabajar para la gente. Si damos el ejemplo de lo que está ocurriendo ahorita con la guerra, quieren aventar bombas nucleares, ¿y dónde las van a venir a aventar? Aquí, en donde hay desecho tóxico en las reservas. ¿Y qué va a ocurrir? Es decir, toda la tierra va a estar completamente contaminada, va a estar toda el agua completamente perdida. Entonces hay que recordar que tenemos un tratado y que aquí el hombre no nativo se encuentra bajo ese tratado. Entonces hay que arreglar las cosas de forma nativa. Si quieren pelearse aquí, pues vamos a tener que poner a Biden y a Justin a que se arreglen ellos en sus cosas. Es decir, vamos a arreglar las cosas de forma nativa. Hay que recordar que formamos la pipa de la paz, que todas las naciones lo hicieron. Estamos hablando de tu pueblo, Stuart estuvo ahí, los Anishinaabe, nosotros. Entonces tenemos que recordar que esto fue hecho. Estos tratados tú lo tienes aquí atrás sentado de ti. Entonces eso es lo que tenemos que recordar y trabajar juntos para eso.
Very beautiful, very powerful words. I really connect to what your grandmother had shared with you.
Y son palabras muy fuertes, muy profundas, y conecto completamente con esto que su madre, su abuela le dijo.
If your grandmother had the vision back in 60 years ago to tell you about the people of the 2000s, then I go along with that vision.
Y si fue su abuela quien le dio la visión de lo que ocurriría con la gente de los años 2000, yo estoy de acuerdo con esa visión.
And I'll combine it with your words and concerns of today.
Y la combino con sus preocupaciones y sus palabras del día de hoy.
What was said about Putin and what's going to happen, whether it's now or sometime in the future. You know, wherever the nuclear waste is, this is where any enemies to so-called Canada is going to attack.
Y es justamente cuando hablamos de Putin o de Biden o de quien sea en la guerra, si vemos en dónde se encuentra el desecho nuclear, pues es ahí en donde van a querer atacar.
So, of course, that's a military target because of the poison it would release.
Y es un objetivo militar debido al veneno que generaría.
So let's extrapolate that to what your grandmother told you when you were, I think you said 6 or 7.
Y si lo vinculamos de nuevo a lo que su abuelita le dijo,
pray for them way up there in the 2000s.
Reza por la gente de los años 2000.
So let's look at the same thing now here for whoever, what time in the future that the people are going to have to be dealing with the radioactivity being released, whether it's naturally or by some other country bombing it.
Entonces lo mismo aplicaría ahorita. ¿Qué va a ocurrir con la gente en un futuro cuando su país sea bombardeado y tenga que hacerle frente al desecho nuclear?
So let's pray for those people in the, let's say, 2080s.
Entonces estaríamos rezando por la gente de los 2080.
Because that's 60 years from now.
Porque es en 70 años.
And let's just pray that they could deal with it at the time, whenever it happens.
Y recemos que puedan hacerle frente cuando esto ocurra.
Or 60 years before, instead of just praying, we could actually take action to give them a medicine that will heal them in advance.
O 60 años antes podemos ponernos a rezar por ellos o darles la medicina que va a prevenir la enfermedad.
Let's give them free hemp seeds to plant everywhere.
Si les damos semillas de cáñamo gratuitas para plantar por todos lados.
That does have nothing to do with marijuana. Hemp is not a byproduct of marijuana. It's not that when you break down the marijuana that hemp is left. It's not like that. Hemp is an entirely different species with no THC in it at all. Or the value that is there, it's a percentage that you'd have to eat like tons and tons of it before you're ever going to get anything out of it. And you would never get to that stage.
Porque volvemos a lo mismo, el cáñamo no es marihuana, tiene un porcentaje de 0.02 en THC, entonces para poder volverse high se necesitarían comer kilos y kilos y tal vez hasta tonelada, entonces no hay forma de que pueda crear un efecto.
But hemp actually absorbs radioactivity.
Pero lo que el cáñamo hace es que absorbe la radioactividad.
Which means not that it absorbs it and then, well, it will release it. No, hemp absorbs it and processes it so that when you process the hemp, whatever's going to be at the end of that processing, there will not be radioactivity. Or let's say if there was, just an example, 1 pound of radioactivity before, at the end, you might have 1 ounce. So it eliminates radioactivity.
Lo que significa que va a, es decir, absorber lo que vaya a caer de la radioactividad en el suelo, limpiarla, sacarla y removerla.
So again, I'll say that I have heard your prayers. I have heard every woman's prayers on this earth of how to heal Mother Earth. And the answer to that is, in fact, to everybody's prayers, is the one magic medicine that heals all and deals with all the issues we got to deal with, including the corruption of the non-native political system. The only thing that deals with everything is, in fact, hemp.
Entonces, lo único que hace frente a toda la corrupción del sistema político, no solamente de la literal descontaminación, es el cáñamo.
Right now, majority of nuclear power plants on Earth are already planting hemp around them.
Y ahorita la mayoría de plantas nucleares en la Tierra están plantando cáñamo alrededor.
It's just that they don't tell the public, because if they did, you would see, hey, wait a minute, you're a liar. In one instance, you're outlawing it, and in the other instance, you're using it for the only thing that can remove the most toxic thing known to man.
Es solo que no lo dicen a la gente, porque si no verían que es una mentira que efectivamente el cáñamo puede remover la toxicidad.
So, in advance, what we need to do, some can pray for those 60 years from now down the road that are going to be feeling the leak of that radiation, and others can respond to those prayers and actually plant hemp there 60 years in advance, which would be minimizing it in advance before that destructive act can take place.
Entonces, de nuevo, podemos ponernos a rezar o podemos efectivamente llevar a cabo la acción de plantar, lo que va a poder evitar que haya una catástrofe.
I am willing to send you and your nation as much hemp seeds as you can plant.
Y yo puedo enviarle tanto a usted como a su nación las semillas de cáñamo que ustedes puedan plantar
To take responsibility in the here and now,
para que tengamos responsabilidad en el aquí y en el ahora
that actually addresses everything.
y que de hecho trata todo.
The plastics, like you said, we're all using white man stuff right now. You said some of them are good. This thing that we're using, we can say it's good, but we all know that it's not.
Y como por ejemplo los plásticos, todo lo que utilizamos podemos decir que sea bueno, pero no lo es.
This camera right here is connected to my computer, which is made out of plastics, which has lithium batteries in it, and all of that stuff we know is destructive, when all the plastic can be replaced with hemp, and even the lithium batteries can be replaced with hemp batteries, a new type of like lithium that is processed out of hemp.
Como ahorita estoy utilizando la cámara de esta computadora que está hecha de plástico, que tiene baterías de litio, pero todo eso puede ser reemplazado por el cáñamo, tanto el plástico como también se pueden crear baterías de cáñamo.
So the plastic on your car doesn't have to be plastic.
Y el plástico en su carro tampoco tiene que ser plástico.
Our people should be the ones to produce this and then sell that to the non-natives for their housing materials, which is the only way they will be building eco-friendly houses out of hemp. It's the only way.
Nosotros, nuestra gente debería de estar plantando esto para poder venderle el material a los no nativos para que ellos puedan hacer sus casas de material ecológico. Es la única forma.
You want to get your people off of welfare? You want to stop them from kissing the white man's ass? Well, you got to give your people an actual positive way out.
Porque si quieren sacar a su gente de la ayuda social, bueno, hay que darles un camino de salida positivo.
There is a lot of hemp facts that everybody must educate themselves upon.
Hay muchos hechos del cáñamo que todo mundo ganaría a educarse en ello.
But there is absolutely no reason why your community can provide all the lumber, all the materials needed to build all the houses that are being built in your region.
Y no hay razón por la cual su zona no debiese tener todo el material necesario para poder construir en su razón.
You could be putting your people to work, giving them an income because the white man is a deadbeat and they don't want to pay their rent to us, you know. So, well, we could be doing this and selling them the lumber materials that they need to build their houses, to do whatever. And we will be the ones that will be canceling out all the poisons and the negative of the current standard methods of house building.
Y entonces seríamos nosotros dando los materiales y creando las estructuras básicas para crear los estándares de construcción de casas.
Anyways, the hemp facts are endless.
Y bueno, estos hechos no terminan.
We're not going to share them with you right now, but we are going to post it and anybody can see it at any time. Everything that is manufactured right now can be manufactured out of hemp, and thereby meaning that all the stuff that are poisons right now can be changed into not poisons.
Y hay muchos hechos del cáñamo que vamos a poder compartir, no ahorita, pero lo vamos a publicar en Facebook y todo el mundo puede ir a leerlos.
So let's understand something right now. This communication that you talked about is being made possible by some things that are good from them, like our computers. But actually, they are not good because they're plastics and they're lithium. It's us that have to turn them good. We have to take something that is right now, as a matter of fact, a poison, not to you, it's a poison to your children that are not even born yet. Because the computer that we're looking at right now, the phone that you have in your hand right now, by the time the lithium batteries and all the plastics go back into landfills, that's going to be at the time of your daughter or your granddaughter.
Y bueno, la contaminación que toda la forma de vida que tenemos está ocurriendo es letal en el sentido de que ahorita no la vemos, pero va a ser en un futuro cuando todos estos plásticos, todas estas baterías de litio, absolutamente todo, van a estar contaminando a su nieta o a sus generaciones futuras.
And also, just quite simply by asserting, and what you said was sovereignty, by asserting your right to do what the hell we want in our house, and especially knowing that we got to heal our mother in our house, that we're going to heal it the way that we know it will be done. I don't give a good goddamn about any laws of the white man. I don't care anything that the white man says on this issue. He is the killer. We're not going to listen to the one killing as to how we're going to stop him from killing.
Y sobre todo lo que usted dijo acerca de la soberanía, no vamos a poder estar viendo al hombre blanco para ver qué dice, porque él es el asesino, entonces no podemos considerar al asesino para nada.
If you want sovereignty for your people right now, the quickest way to do it is to take advantage of this environmental nightmare we're in and to use that to turn it around.
Y si usted quiere soberanía para su gente, lo mejor sería tomar esta pesadilla ambiental que estamos viviendo y hacer que se revierta.
The rest of the world knows. We all got to face this. The rest of the world has their heads up their rear ends. The only people on the planet that is going to lead the planet back to humanity is us.
Porque el resto del mundo tiene la cabeza pues metida quién sabe dónde, entonces tenemos que poder acompañar al mundo.
Now we got to start acting like it fast.
Y tenemos que actuar rápido.
Because if we don't, we're going to miss the bus.
Porque si no, pues vamos a ser dejados por el autobús.
And how we're going to miss the bus is we are going to be guilty. Just as guilty as them. Right now, we are not. We are not a willing participant to rape. But once the solution is presented to us and we continue in the corruption, then we are willing participants in our own rape.
Porque ahorita no somos participantes voluntarios, pero una vez que la solución nos es presentada y queremos seguir con la corrupción, pues eso nos hace cómplices de nuestra propia violación.
But I'm not here to push anybody into anything that they are not ready for.
Pero no estoy aquí para empujar a nadie hacia algo a lo que no están listos.
Here, where we are at this stage because we're here addressing these things already.
Aquí estamos en este punto porque ya hemos estado hablando de esto.
We're not sitting down We're taking responsibility for what's happening in our house, what this crazy, insane white man done in breaking into our house and destroying our house. Our process of restoring and fixing and healing is to get him out of our house.
Y no estamos aquí nada más sentados esperando, sino que estamos en un proceso activo de hacer que este asesino salga de nuestra casa.
This is not hate.
Y esto no es odio,
This is love like no one has ever seen before.
sino amor, como nunca nadie antes ha visto.
We love our sisters and brothers everywhere.
Porque amamos a nuestras hermanas y hermanos en todos lados.
The white people are our sisters and brothers. We love them, but we're not going to put up with their corruptions any longer, which means we're not going to wait for them and ask them, hey, are you murdering us? Are you killing the world? Can we stop it? Can we do something to prevent it? We're not going to bend over backwards anymore. We are already taking action. This is the document of impunity. It's not just a document. It is actual healing medicine that we are giving for free to anybody who wants to heal our Mother Earth.
Y la unión del cáñamo es algo que estamos dando completamente gratuita para quien quiera sanar a nuestra Madre Tierra.
So anyways, yeah, I'll stop there and let's just see if there's somebody else that wants to address this. We're gonna have to end very soon anyways.
Yeah. Gloria had raised her hand and then Sabrina said that JD has something to say too.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the south to Gloria and then we'll come back to the north to JD.
Entonces vamos a ir hasta el sur con Gloria y después vamos al norte con JD. Adelante, Gloria.
Saludos para todos. Voy a tratar de hablar en español porque va al sur este mensaje y necesitamos que nuestros líderes, presidentes indígenas, jefes de las comunidades y todos ellos entiendan lo que lo que yo estoy investigando personalmente aquí en los Estados Unidos, por lo que tengo el privilegio de hablar English. Toda esta información sale en inglés y ellos no entienden.
So I'm gonna speak in Spanish because usually all of these informations, it would be so important for the people of the South to have them so that the national leaders of the Native communities can take a position, can be informed. So all of the research that I have been doing, it's important that they know it. So I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Primero, saludos para todos. Estoy muy contenta que las naciones del Búfalo se hayan unido para poder escuchar el trabajo que este grupo está haciendo tan grande y que ha alcanzado la voz para hasta el sur.
So first of all, I want to greet everybody that is from the Buffalo Nations, and I'm very happy that you were able to join this work that the group has been doing for reaching out to all of the nations to the south.
Por primero quiero decirles que no sé el año exactamente, no me acuerdo, que es después de los 1800s, no sé si es 1845. Los invasores deciden ya exterminar toda la población nativa americana de acá del norte y del sur. Vienen matando también en Chile. A todos estos nativos los remueven y se toman los territorios y eliminan el búfalo.
So I am not certain about the date exactly, but I believe it is after 1845. That the nations of the Buffalo, they are completely targeted and wiped out by the powers that be of the colonization in their territories.
Y entonces voy a ir rápido porque yo sé que el tiempo es grande. Para el año 1913, ya después de haber exterminado el búfalo y a los nativos americanos, se preparan desde 1913 para robar la riqueza de lo que es oro, lo que es valor, territorios y todo, tanto de este continente Abdayala o Torral Island, como también ya lo tienen bajo el dominio de ellos Asia y tienen también África y Europa.
And so it is from 1913 that after they wiped out the Native American, the Buffalo, they just have the free range to access to the land. And since they had already done the same thing in the nations of the South that is called Abya-Yala, well, they go and spoil completely all of the land in the whole hemisphere.
Y todas las riquezas que son en metales.
and they take everything of the riches that are in metals.
So, para el 1920 se declara ya una gran recesión. O sea, va el país, la nación como que está en crisis y queda todo el mundo sin trabajo igual que ahora.
And it is in 1920 that we are talking about the Great Recession, that everybody is lacking of work and everything.
Se toma, entonces deciden de la gran recesión reemplazar el oro, se prohíbe usar el oro como, y el silver como cash, y le roban también las propiedades a estas gentes y que tenían en la bolsa de valores, y deciden imprimir el dólar.
And it is with this recession that they forbid everyone to utilize the gold as they used to, and they decide to start printing the dollar.
Para el año, tampoco no me acuerdo, que se llama el nuevo American Deal, the New American Deal.
And this is what is called the New American Deal.
Ya, en este año del New American Deal hicieron estos invasores un pacto secreto de todo el mundo. No había nadie que se enterara en que el oro iba a estar en la Reserva Federal. Eso fue también un engaño, y empiezan a dar este papel imprimido sin ningún vacamiento, o sea, no tiene ningún valor.
And the powers that be at the time that wanted to control everything, they did like an internal pact that nobody knew of, and they decided that they would just start printing and printing the money without having anything to back it up.
Entonces, con el Consejo de Relaciones Exteriores, que es ahí tiene Council of Foreign Relations, forma la ONU, y con la ONU imponen a todos los países de Medio Oriente a enviar el oro acá, que nadie puede tener tampoco allá oro ni silver, sino tiene que hacer igual que todos tienen que hacer esto, el papel como currency.
And it is through the Foreign Affairs Constitution at the time that they create the United Nations, and that's how they bring all of the countries from the Middle East to this thing too, that they have to just print money without having anything to back it up.
He escuchado que no había resistencia del Medio Oriente tampoco, nadie se atrevió a resistir y decir, no, nosotros no vamos a dar el oro a ustedes.
And what I've heard is that there was nobody in the Middle East that resisted, meaning nobody said, no, we are not going to give you the gold.
De aquí para acá comienzan y obligan a todos los humanos que nacen en el planeta a hacer un certificado de nacimiento, y usan la población como dinero cash. O sea que cada esclavo, en otra palabra, él a partir de nacimiento es lo que esclaviza a todo el planeta, a toda la humanidad.
And from this moment on, whenever there's somebody being born, through the birth certificates and everything, is going to be making everybody to be a slave from the moment that they are born.
Entonces, eso se llama en ese entonces el nuevo reset.
And that's exactly what is called the new reset.
Reset, sí. Entonces, también tengo acá información que ya les compartí, pero que los hermanos de allá de las naciones del sur no saben, que para el año 1933 y 1945 se declara que el Rusia se acaba el comunismo.
And in the years of 1933 to 45, Russia announces that there is no more communism.
Sí, que está ya, se termina el comunismo. Y de ahí para acá adelante deciden que estas élites controlan ya el Medio Oriente, controlan África, controlan Rusia y controlan los Estados Unidos, gobernando mutuamente en secreto.
And from there on, they are going to be governing jointly in secret.
Yeah. Eso le llaman la penetración del sionismo dentro de los Estados de este continente Abdayala, y lo vienen gobernando de esa manera en secreto. Eso se llama la formación del Deep State.
And that's how Zionism started impregnating the whole continent, and that is exactly what is known as the deep state today.
Esto estaba publicado en Twitter. Yo tenía mi cuenta de Twitter hasta que me tumbaron, me quitaron completamente. Estaba publicado en Twitter. El que tiene Twitter puede chequear, que se llama El Diario El Indagador. Publicó: el sistema se terminó, el sistema se terminó y tu certificado de nacimiento está en un valor en la bolsa de Nueva York.
And this is something that I knew from the time that I was in Twitter, but they knocked down my account, so I don't have any more access to it. But if anybody still has access to Twitter, it was the Inquirer that published through the birth certificate, you are conditioned to them and you have a monetary value, and yeah.
Entonces, en este momento que estamos viviendo en estos días, que es del World Economic Forum 2030, sé que es el fin del sistema de cash.
And now they are talking about the end of the cash system.
So, estamos dándonos, la mayoría del público está enfatizada en los mainstream media, que son corporaciones, son 6 corporaciones controlando la noticia totalmente, de periódicos, radio, televisión, todo está controlado para que no llegue esta noticia al público, puesto que ellos, los controladores que son dueños de las 6, los bancos que son dueños de las 6 corporaciones de noticias, mantienen a la gente en total oscuridad.
And this information is not necessarily known because it is the corporations through the media that are completely, it's actually 6 media corporations that are controlling everything. They will funnel all of the news that are going to come out around the world. So everything that we are knowing is just controlled by them.
Entonces, esto es para las naciones del sur, que sepan que ya el sistema con el nuevo Foro Mundial terminó el sistema, dejen de estar andando protestando para cambiar un presidente y meter otro mentiroso, porque todo esto son gente psicópata, eso no son gente para nada honesta, y ellos están perdiendo los últimos días de este entonces de poder dirigir su camino formalmente. Y los tengo invitados en Facebook, les invitaba a toditos a la casa grande, y la razón que no vienen es porque todavía están viendo el dinero cash como opción para ellos.
And so I'm saying this for all of the nations in the South to know it, because nowadays, what are the people doing? Wasting their energy in protesting against government to put another liar that is going to continue reproducing the same thing. So instead of taking advantage of these systems, of these times to be able to get the good steps at the end, have been inviting them to the Longhouse to come and talk about these things, but they are still too stuck in the way of how they think, and especially because they think that they are going to get any benefit from money.
Y esto me urge decirle a todas las naciones de acá del norte que están en un peligro total de muerte, porque estas élites ya se descubrieron en que ellos ya no funcionan, y la única razón que ellos tienen los trabajos abiertos, donde hasta mis hijos están trabajando, y les obligaron a cada uno a meterse una vacuna, y ahora quieren que se meta la segunda, porque saben que no va a haber retiro, los quieren ir retirados en el cementerio. Están tomando la vacuna para estudiar, para ir a trabajar, para coger un curso de enfermería, para coger cualquier cosa, y esta vacuna, esta no es una vacuna, esto es un bioterrorismo, que es venenos de serpientes que los están convirtiendo en transhumans, y van a pagar con la vida, o tienen que estar dispuestos a botarse trabajo inmediatamente.
And so I'm even talking about my own experience with my own sons. They were forced to get a vaccine to be able to keep their employment, but now that is not enough. Now they have to get a second one. But this is a plan of transhumanism, how to make the humans not be what they are anymore and then be able to control them. So anybody's got to be aware of this and even to be ready to leave their work so they can still keep their humanity.
Y para finalizar, le voy a decir la respuesta de la hermana que habló al último, no sé el nombre de ella, de la Buffalo Nations, que aquí en donde yo vivo hay 4 plantas nucleares y le llaman Indian Point.
Just to say also to the clan mother from the West that spoke, here where I live, there's 4 nuclear plants and they call them Indian Point.
Sí, están sacando diario, noche y día, y más, sobre todo de noche, las cosas nucleares esa factoría de misiles de que usaron en Irak en la invasión para matar a esos millones, noche y día, y no hay nadie, no hay nadie quien proteste. Esto está totalmente controlado por esta mafia que gobierna todo el mundo. Son mafias organizadas, no son gobierno para nada.
And basically, day and night, they are taking out the waste and they are completely disregarding any public health or whatever security and issues. So these companies are basically complete murderers. They don't care about the well-being of anybody, and they are contributing or working with the deep state.
Son psicópatas, criminales, matones en masa, y están ellos coludos porque están ganando en esos billetes. A lo mejor ni saben que eso ya no va a servir para nada. Muchísimas gracias. Good evening, everybody. I really love everybody in the work that you're doing.
So basically, they are psychopaths, and we should be ready to be dealing with psychopaths. Y gracias a todo el mundo por el trabajo que hacen. Les amo mucho.
Just to add in something there about the concerns about nuclear power plants.
Para hablar acerca de la preocupación de el poder nuclear.
Everybody, of course, when they think nuclear, you're focused on nuclear power plants, wherever you know that they are.
Y cuando se habla de preocupaciones nucleares, se habla siempre de las plantas, es decir, en donde ustedes saben que se encuentran.
How many nuclear power plants are moving around through the oceans?
Pero ¿cuántas plantas nucleares se mueven en los océanos?
And then you think about it, the nuclear power plants that are stationary on the ground, well, how do they cool off the superheated radioactive rods? How do they cool it? They cool it with water. Okay, where do they cool them? In the nuclear power plants, they have big, massive, giant pools dug in the nuclear power plant where they keep these rods there. And then eventually, once they've cooled down after who knows how many years, then they ship them somewhere else.
Y las plantas nucleares que están en la Tierra, ¿cómo creen ustedes que se enfrían? Pues lo hacen con el agua de los océanos, los ríos, los lagos, y entonces esta agua va a ser contaminada, y cuando después de mucha utilización de agua vayan a ser finalmente enfriados, pues estos desechos van a ser enviados a ser enterrados en algún lado.
And here in so-called Canada, where they ship those spent heating rods, cooling rods, I mean, is into the so-called Canadian Shield, which is where the Kleinmauler expressed their concerns about where all our people are.
Aquí en el así llamado Canadá, donde van a enviar esos reactores nucleares enfriados, va a ser a lo que le llaman el escudo canadiense, que es exactamente en donde se encuentra la madre de clan y su pueblo alrededor.
So we're really worried, or everybody's really focused about those nuclear power plants. But think of it. The nuclear power plants that are moving through the oceans in aircraft carriers, in submarines and other battleships, those nuclear power plants, where do they store their spent cooling rods? How do they cool them? What do you think is going on here? What's cooling them is not stored in a cooling, in a storage pool or something. What's cooling them is the ocean. The ocean is constantly being bombarded with radiation through all the nuclear power plants that are on the oceans that you never see, so we're never concerned about. We don't even know that they're there.
Entonces, todo lo que está en plantas nucleares, pues van a ser enfriadas por el agua de la tierra, lagos, ríos, océanos. ¿Qué tanta cosa nuclear te pasea en los océanos con submarinos, con barcos? Y entonces de eso no estamos al tanto.
So again, the one magic medicine that will address everything is in fact hemp, because by putting hemp at the nuclear storage facilities, at the nuclear plants, it becomes undeniable that hemp heals, cures radiation disease. So it will bring to a head that the uncontrollable nuclear power plants that they got roaming the oceans, almost every country on earth, that those will be targeted. That we, through planting hemp, those nuclear power plants on battleships, aircraft carriers, warships are going to be addressed through this process.
Y entonces cuando plantemos cáñamo, todos estos que se transportan con desechos nucleares o de armamento nuclear en el océano van a ser puestos en evidencia.
Actually, the only thing anybody needs to do is come to terms with the reality that we're already in this process. If nobody accepts, it doesn't matter if people don't accept the hemp unity agenda. It's already in motion. It's already the only thing on earth that's going to cure everything.
Y de hecho va a ser solamente el cáñamo y esta agenda que va a sanar todo y ya está en movimiento.
Okay, so now we come back to the north. We go to JD.
Entonces ahora volvemos hacia el norte, entonces vamos con JD.
I say muchas gracias. All your words and honesty with respect to what you were talking about, and especially the informative information that we're receiving. Stuart, like to thank you for that. Right here in this room, we have many different people that are stepping up and voicing their respect and concern for our brothers and our sisters that are going through all of these problems that you've mentioned here today. They're sitting in these rooms. We've got literally 1,000 of them sitting outside of town of the city of Winnipeg. And apparently they're coming this evening, and they're going to join us here in more ways than one. There's many others that are in the agricultural. I do not know enough about hemp. I know that there's certain properties and what have you. I'm not going to give up my green thumb or any information that I had from the past. I might say things that will bring things into question and incriminate me. But
We'll incriminate each other.
Horticultural abilities and agricultural ways and means from farmers right across this nation that have come in this gathering as well and are here to join us. And we know that they can bring change and are looking to help change their ways. And especially with the fact that with this, you'd mentioned Nan. I love Nana. But I looked it up. NAN has been taken with regard to Native Action Network. So we might have to look at another name, Stuart. I know there's a motion in that direction and a word that we can replace or put in there, but I'm going to leave that to you and to the group, but we'll put some think tank on that and maybe help get things moving in that manner. But with this, if all of those that are present, raise your hand. Joe, Stuart, you're all here with us and looking to make that change, as well as all the people that are, yeah. And this is the beginning of Natives in Action with nations, or building a network is what he was talking about earlier. And it's people in prayer to bring that change to our minds and to our hearts and to our souls. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy to give you gratis for what we've received from your teachings today and in the last couple of days. And I think they're out.
Not that. The flyer, the poster.
I'm just gonna translate very quick, JD, if you allow me, Tracy. Entonces, JD está diciendo que está muy contento de haber escuchado toda esta información porque es muy buena información lo que están recibiendo y él no es muy conocedor acerca del cáñamo, pero no va a dar tampoco todos sus secretos de el pulgarcito verde, es decir, ha plantado mucho en su camino, en su vida y tampoco quiere que le saquen los trapitos al sol de su pasado, entonces, bueno, ya hizo la bromita con Stuart de que se van a incriminar mutuamente. Entonces, básicamente dice, pero mira aquí alrededor, mira toda esta gente que hay aquí. Hay gente que está lista para empezar con esta red de acción nativa de la que estás hablando, que esta proposición que acabas de hacer. Ya chequé en el internet a ver si podemos utilizar nana, porque me gusta esa palabra, pero parece que ya está tomada. Entonces, bueno, podemos seguir hablando de esto, pero esto ya está en movimiento. Vamos a hacer esta red. Y mira toda la gente, hay un montón de gente que está afuera, que sabe mucho de cáñamo, entonces vamos a poder hablar con ellos, parece que van a entrar más tarde, pero este es el sentimiento general. Estamos aquí de pie con las manos en alto para decir estamos juntos en esto y vamos a trabajarle. Y ahora le paso la palabra también a Tracy para que pueda decirnos lo que necesita decir. Go ahead, Tracy. Oh,
something wrong with the sound.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you turn it up a bit more?
Yeah, there, it's getting better.
Better?
Yeah.
Greetings. I want to thank you. I know, or I'd rather say acknowledge you for sharing your experiences as well as your care and concern for the generations to come. I like to acknowledge everyone that is shared on the Zoom for their experiences. I feel that I personally don't have a lot of knowledge of hemp, but I feel that I'm a lot more informed today, and especially after this presentation. And I think that's exactly what this is about, you know, the bringing together of the North and the South and sharing what it is in each of our communities that bring us what it is we need to bring us back, I guess, to the food sovereignty, as well as what is going to heal Mother Earth, as well as ourselves individually and collectively as a community and as inhabitants of Mother Earth. I want to extend my love to all the life givers who have participated. Each and every one of you plant a seed within our minds and our hearts. And I do acknowledge and give gratitude for the knowledge and wisdom that the men have shared. But of course I must and I need to, and I feel that, you know, it is the seed that is planted that creates all things. And so for that, I acknowledge all the life givers, and I extend my love to you, Stuart, for your sharing. Edith, Huichol, everyone there at the Longhouse, everyone down south, people of the Condor, send my love. I'm a little backwards, I think, because I'm just realizing I didn't introduce myself. I am Saskia, so ignites the fire. I come from the Thunderbird clan and the Buffalo Nation here in the north. So I just want to extend my gratitude and acknowledge each and every one of you sharing, helping to educate us so we can build ourselves and our families, our community, and our nation. Tack. 'Yan. 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 'Yan.
Tracy dice que empezó al revés, pero voy a empezar de donde acabó presentándose. Su nombre es la que prende el fuego, la que inicia el fuego. Entonces ella es del clan de el Thunderbird y está muy contenta de haber podido presenciar todo este amor que fue compartido por las dadoras de vida, por su sabiduría y también por los hombres. Y de nuevo volviendo al cáñamo, que no sabe mucho al respecto tampoco, pero es una evidencia que hay muchísimo que aprender de esto y que hay muchas cosas que hacer. Entonces reconoce el compartir y las palabras de todos y agradece muy profundamente a todas las personas aquí en el norte, aquí en el sur, y está esperando, no esperando, pero ya tiene muchas ganas de que este trabajo común y colectivo pueda seguir más fuerte.
Okay, Nyawagoa, yeah, this is going to bring everything to an end for today. But before we do, we're just going to take a minute to go to the people who are on the Zoom. If there's anybody on the Zoom with us that wants to give their greetings, just very short, come on, say who you are, say where you're from, greetings to the people in the middle of the country, to the Buffalo Nations, whatever. If there's nobody that wants to say anything, then we'll do the closing.
Entonces, bueno, esto marca el fin de esta conversación el día de hoy, pero antes de cerrar vamos a permitirle a que la gente que se encuentra en el Zoom con nosotros pueda decir, si lo desean, quiénes son y que saluden a las naciones del Búfalo allá en el centro del país. So Lisa raised her hand. Go ahead, Lisa. Lisa levantó su mano. Adelante, Lisa.
Skinningoa. My name is Siava Waya, also known as Lisa Wolf. And I am the daughter of Muriel, the granddaughter of Sadie and Lillian, the great-granddaughter of Yetta and Rose, the mother of Alicia and Misa, the grandmother of Lucy and Charles, and I am temporary Bear Clan under the protection of the Kanien'kehá:ka Longhouse. And I want to thank the Tankashila and Sky Women for this historic mending of the hoop that is unfolding. And I want to thank everyone for being hollow bones. And I apologize, I'm also busy here, and but I wanted to say a couple of things. One is that I hope that Phil Lane may join us on Wednesday. He's spent over 55 years working on the reunion of the Eagle and the Condor, and he is getting ready to go to Mexico. And that's a good thing. Stuart, earlier, you mentioned the situation with Dorothy Sunbear, Chatgawiya, my sister. And it occurs to me that actually, just as we were able to raise awareness for Piper, just as we're able to raise awareness about so many things, we need to start a movement, not only for the MMIWs and the, women, children, and everyone, these children who are being stolen and placed in foster care need to be spoken of. And, Chatgawiya is the matriarch of Wounded Knee, of the Fire Lightning Teoshpiat. And they want to restore their matrilineal and, sovereignty, for lack of a better word, and are looking to take protection under the Longhouse, because they know that you are not, that you're free, that you don't have a number, that you're original and you're in integrity. And we both know, as you mentioned the other day, that the problem obviously is that everyone's a hang around the fort Indian, but there's no other choice. It's that or starve. And so I'm very glad that you brought it up, because I know that the people who are here are people who have educated themselves on that which works. But this issue of our children because it's children of the four directions, white, black, yellow, red, who are being bought and sold in the system. And we need to start a movement and show their pictures and help their parents and help the mothers and fathers. There's a way to help people. You know, I tell people it's like originally they were welcomed through the two-row wampum. There's two countries always. And we need to help the people step back onto the red road, even if they have to be forced to accept benefits. They're owed those benefits anyway. So once, you know, and I think I told you, you know, I heard the 7 council fires are coming to Wounded Knee. Dorothy Sunbear was asked permission by Wasujuta. And even if the men are patriarchal, if those grandmothers go sit in their teepees, their governments are back in order. So, and the other thing that came to me earlier is just that this child that is being born is not only human, it's buffalo. There is a new buffalo being born in this time of gestation. And just Skenangoa, and just for myself, I also want to mention and that I've invited, I hope Jonathan Charpentier and Axel Johansson come on Wednesday, because there's a teacher coming from the East with a great gift. And I think you're going to be invited to speak at a peace conference coming up in March, because the people who are listening are very happy, you know, and they need to hear it too, because I don't care if it's India, China, all of them have been colonialized. And as you say, it's very odd that in a sense, you're the last man standing, speaking for your mother and the ancestors. And thank you. And, you know, Wopata Tankashla, and and to your mother and your father and to your people. Because, oh, I know there was one other important thing. When you said earlier, you know, my people were basically chased and hunted across Asia and Russia, you know, escaping being murdered. And my people came here in the late 1800s to escape being murdered. And I remember when I was in 3rd grade, I was on the playground in Clayton, Missouri at recess. And this little boy, this little Asian boy, I'd never seen him before and I never saw him after. He just ran up to me out of the blue, fast as he could, and he kicked me as hard as he could in the crotch. And I remember thinking at that moment that I am never going to purposely inflict pain on another person. And I was a doormat for a long time, but like you, I'm wolf. And this wolfskin rug is standing up, you know. So anyway, Skenangoa, Wopata. And again, thank you and blessings to everybody in Winnipeg, and special love to everybody who's out at Camp Morgan, and to those who were martyred, who are waiting for us to set things right. And not only the two-leggeds, our relatives, but all of our relatives, the water ones, the sky ones, the rock people. Oh, and a bad piece of news is we've been at evacuation levels for radiation for many years. And it's not only, there are ways to fix it. John Hutchison, who's actually Native American, this is, you know, there are things. And that was one of the things, like you, I've been researching solutions for many years, because we know they're trying to kill us. And it's enough. So anyway, thank you for letting me speak. And much love to everyone.
Entonces, en resumen, Lisa dice que agradezca mucho la presencia de todo el mundo. Está muy contenta que pueda estar en contacto con la gente del oeste, la gente de la nación Búfalo. Y también quiere decir que hay esta cuestión con una madre en la región de La región de South Dakota, que le están queriendo quitar a sus niños, y esa es una cuestión completamente de los servicios sociales, cómo se imponen sobre nuestra gente. Entonces es hora de que esto pare. También está comentando que hay una cuestión de que están en evacuación de radiación constante. Entonces sería importante que sigamos haciendo el trabajo para evitar este tipo de catástrofes, en resumen.
Yawagoa. Okay, so we're gonna try to get through this as fast as possible then. We're just gonna, like we said, we're gonna continue until whoever has anything to say, greetings or anything, till we're through it.
Entonces vamos a continuar. Adelante, Ayun.
Bueno, solo decirles, agradecerles por el espacio, por la conexión, por el círculo. No sé si me escuchan.
Sí, te escuchamos bien.
Y también elevar un rezo por la unidad, por poder conectarnos, conectar el norte, el centro y el sur, en nosotros, cada uno, conectar la mente con el corazón, bueno, los que ya lo hayan hecho, ayudar y colaborar para que esto suceda cada vez en más personas.
So Ayun is basically again thanking for this space of connection between the different peoples of the east, the center of the country, and the south. And she's inviting everybody. Well, actually, she's doing elevating her words in prayer, as to say that if we can all connect the north, the center, and the south within ourselves, to never forget to connect our mind to our heart, to our spirit, and that way we're going to be able to be doing this work in the proper manner as well.
I don't think
she finished. It's because there was interference.
Okay.
Y bueno, muchas gracias y un abrazo. Yo soy Ayun. Soy hija de Susana y nieta de Orfilia y soy mamá de Lara. Y bueno, toda nuestra familia es su mayoría de mujeres, es como matriarcado. Y en experiencia de eso sé que la energía masculina equilibra en el sentido de que guía y estructura. Y es muy necesario también que el águila y el cóndor se unan en cada uno por esto mismo, para darle una estructura y una guía a lo que estamos sintiendo, para que no se desborde, para que no se desperdicie tanta energía, porque lo tenemos, lo llevamos, ese amor que es en conjunto. Así que bueno, eso, muchas gracias. Gracias por estar, gracias por ser, a todos.
And she also introduces herself. So her name is Ayun, and she mentions her matrilineal line, mentioning the name of her mother and her grandmother. And she mentions as well the name of her daughter, Lara. And in her family, the majority of people are women. So basically, she's saying we are in a very way of trying to balance this. We need like the male energy as well to be always balanced. So we have to dig it out from ourselves. And that is how the eagle and the condor within ourselves, we also need to connect it so that this work and these efforts that are being done are not wasted, are not overflown, or are not like just lost. So we always have to keep in watch the balance within it. Stuart, I'm seeing that Gisela is connected with the Maracame that we're supposed to be there, which is the medicine people for the Huichol. So
okay, let's finish this and then we'll go to
but that's it. There's nobody else that raised their hand.
Oh, okay, nobody else. All right. Okay, is Angel still there?
Yes.
Angel, can you share the globe once again?
And Angel, ¿puedes compartir el mapa de nuevo, por favor?
Okay, just to visualize what Ayun just said.
Para visualizar lo que Ayun acaba de decir.
We know that we're dealing with two different hemispheres here.
Sabemos que hacemos frente a dos hemisferios distintos.
The brain also has two different hemispheres.
Y el cerebro también tiene dos hemisferios distintos.
And those two hemispheres get all their information filtered through two ears. two nostrils, two eyes, two everything.
Y estos dos hemisferios se encuentran también en nuestro cerebro y este cerebro va a filtrar la información por nuestros dos ojos, nuestras dos orejas, nuestros dos orificios de la nariz.
But as we know that with the two eyes, that there is an inversion of the image that you are seeing that is then transmitted to the brain.
Pero como sabemos, con los ojos, la imagen es invertida por nuestros ojos que hace que el cerebro la pueda comprender.
So this tells us that each of us have these two perceptions, and within us, it is that of life giver, life protector.
Y eso nos indica que dentro de nosotros tenemos la percepción de la dadora de vida y del protector de vida.
But then the inversion tells us of another perception that you may not be cognizant of.
Pero la inversión nos indica que tenemos que estar conscientes de ello.
And so, just to identify that when you look at so-called South America, the Southern Hemisphere,
Y para identificar que el así llamado América del Sur es el hemisferio de abajo, obviamente.
Go get Haha. And so, in the Southern Hemisphere, he's outside in the van. Go get him. Go get him. He's in the... Okay, listen. Don't bother me right now then with it. I'm telling you a solution. You can do that. I can't leave right now. You know that. I should not be troubled with anything. Damn it. Okay.
The south is a hemisphere, is a side of the brain.
In the Southern Hemisphere, this is a hoop.
Y en el hemisferio sur estamos hablando de que es como una especie de círculo.
And the Northern Hemisphere is another hoop.
Y en el norte hay otro círculo,
And these are like the eyes of our Mother Earth.
que serían el equivalente de los ojos de nuestra madre tierra.
And just as the eyes and your brain has two different hemispheres, the eyes again invert to the brain.
Y así como los ojos tienen esta capacidad de invertir, en nuestra madre tierra los hemisferios también pueden invertir.
This is the isthmus in between the northern and the southern hemisphere.
Y esta capacidad la tiene el istmo entre el hemisferio norte y sur.
This is where the Mayan peoples and the other peoples that live all through that particular hoop are having a different vision than the southern and the northern hemisphere.
Y es ahí en donde los mayas o la gente de la región central en este istmo pueden ver tanto hacia un lado, hacia el otro, a la gente del sur y a la gente del norte para poderles invertir en su comunicación.
They are the inversion.
Son la inversión.
So think of this, to invert from north to south, that means where you are inverting, you have to have all the knowledge of what's in the north and all the knowledge of the south. You have to have the knowledge of their traits, the way they act, all of this.
Y para poder invertir significa que para poder hacerlo tienen que tener el conocimiento tanto del norte y del sur, es decir, cómo se comportan, cómo son, qué les gusta.
And this is why the peoples there, in particular the Mayans, the Aztecs, others with the different calendars and way to chart the waterverse, this is the reason why they known knowledge of the entire waterverse, of which even the supercube computers of today cannot figure out.
Y es por eso que en el centro han podido tener todo el conocimiento del aguaverso entero que las computadoras más avanzadas nunca podrían tener.
So, as our Mother Earth has the northern, southern hemisphere, these are the equivalent of the eyes, the two eyes, but then there is the vision in between that inverts. And this is where people of the world know of this, but this is not some spiritual thing. This is a scientific thing, where we all have this third eye in between that inverts, that gives us a larger knowledge. So this entire earth with these three hoops are the whole hoop. So if we are to heal the whole hoop, this is what we must address.
Entonces, si queremos sanar ambos lados, tanto el sur como el norte, no hay que olvidar que así como nuestros ojos, va a haber gente que va a hablar de un tercer ojo que aparece en el medio de nuestro pensamiento. Bueno, es todo eso que tenemos que equilibrar para poder tener la solución adecuada a nuestros desafíos.
And we are.
Y lo estamos haciendo.
Okay, so you can take that image away now, Angel. Nyawagoa. Okay, so we don't want to torture anybody here. So if anybody has to leave now, no, okay, because we're going really long. But we were waiting for Griselda, who is supposed to be here with the moon dancers.
No, with the Maracame, the medicine people of the Huichol, the Wixarika.
Okay, so I don't know how long of a conversation we can
And
have.
they just want to present to us that they want to invite to us to a peregrination, to a walk that they are doing because they are attacking their sacred mountain down there. So it's a very short message. They were the whole day healing people. They are also tired, but they really wanted to do this connection with all of the people because they knew. So it's going to be a brief message that they have to deliver to everybody. Estoy diciendo que el Maracame está ahí. Desde hace rato queríamos conectar y que sabemos que es un mensaje corto que tiene que decir porque nos quieren invitar a su peregrinación, pero que sabemos que estuvieron todo el día trabajando en curaciones. Entonces, así como la gente aquí está cansada, sabemos que ustedes también están cansados, pero sabemos que esta conexión es muy importante hacerla.
Okay, let's go to them.
Entonces, vamos con ellos. So, go ahead. Adelante, Gris.
Listo, ya puedo hablar. Muy buenas noches a todos donde quiera que estén. Mi nombre es Celia Carrillo, vengo de la comunidad de San Andrés Comiata. Pues aquí saludando con ustedes, conectando. Mi nombre es Yulama en Huirra. Y mucho gusto conocer aquí en Monterrey. Estamos aquí visitando a nuestras amigas, a las amistades y sobre todo esto.
So they are greeting everybody. She's saying her name as well, and she's saying the community that she's coming from, that the Wixarika people live more in the mountains towards the west of the country, but now they travel to the city of Monterrey to visit some friends and to also provide the healing that some people require sometimes.
So to continue.
Yeah, well, they are talking, she's muted. Entonces, adelante.
Y pues que aku United que wa separeme uwa en tame ana y te uwa también te wa kuhabat ana kia katari Unaime. Y ahora si quieres decirlo en español. Y pues saludando a todo, significa todo que pues que ACO significa en español, pues buenas noches, en Huirra, pues saludando a todo donde quiera que estén, y pues saludo es parte de en Huirra, en lengua, pues donde quiera que estén y que estén bien, pues saludos a todos, bendiciones, eso significa la palabra. Gracias.
She speaks in her original language that, of course, I didn't comprehend nothing at all, but then she translated herself in Spanish, and she's saying that basically she's just greeting everybody. She's happy to see everybody's faces. She's wishing everybody a good night. And in their language, there's these words to just greet somebody and to wish them good. So that's what she's wishing upon everybody.
Pues hablando también de este tema, pues nosotros pues salimos los peregrinajes en Huirra, en la comunidad zona de Escomiata, y también pues invitando si a alguien le interesa ir a la caminata a Huiricuta, pues también están invitados a donde quiera que estén, pues a todo de aquí de Monterrey, de México, donde quiera que estén también. Les invitamos, hacemos la caminata en Huiricuta, pues donde significan el venado azul Cauyumare, pues es parte de la tradición. También están invitadas. Gracias, bendiciones.
So she thanks the space, the opportunity to be able to at least connect with everybody. And she's saying that they are going to be doing a walk to their sacred mountain of their territory where they live, that is called the Wixarika. And she's inviting everybody in case anybody could come. to attend, because this is a very sacred walk that they do every year, and it's in relation to the blue deer. When we are talking about it, is the medicine that is coming out from the earth, that is the medicine that comes from that plant. So they are inviting everybody to just do the walk and make sure that with this participation of the people, the medicine is going to still be able to be coming out from the land. And so that's basically the message that she wanted to say, and she thanks and she greets again everybody.
Muchas gracias. Mucho gusto, I'll say. Ya we'll go.
Yeah, you translate it yourself.
Okay, Griselda, if you can forward all the information as to the date and time, and we got to make sure that we correlate, meaning if it's 1 o'clock your time and 2 o'clock our time, you know, we got to make sure in the communication as to what specific time it is, what day, when they're going to be doing this. Again, a little descriptive of what it's for. And then this way, on that time, we can at least hear where we are, spread this out in our network to identify this is what's going on, this is what we're focusing on today.
Entonces, muchas gracias por haber compartido esa información, y si Griselda, tú les estás apoyando, te pediríamos de favor que nos puedas transmitir la información de qué día, cuánto tiempo va a durar, a qué hora inicia, y que también hagamos la traducción en los tiempos horarios para que la gente aquí pueda saber a qué hora inicia exactamente, y que a pesar de que tal vez no puedan ir allá físicamente hablando, pues que nos podamos al menos unir en ceremonia para enviar toda la buena energía que se necesita por allá para esta peregrinación.
But I have a question for the grandmother.
También tiene una pregunta para la abuelita.
The time of year where you do this, it's always the same time of year, right?
Hace la pregunta si entendió bien que cuando van a hacer esta caminata la hacen cada año y la hacen al mismo tiempo, es decir, por la misma temporada. ¿Entendió correctamente?
Que si la hacen cada año, esta caminata. Ah, sí, lo hacemos cada año.
Y por la misma temporada, exactamente, por
¿La
el
misma
mismo...
fecha?
Yeah, that's how they do it every year at the same time.
Okay, then. This is coming up very soon, right?
Y esto ya viene prontito, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Okay, then. I'm going to show you what just came to my mind while you were relating this.
Entonces le quiero contar lo que me vino a la mente mientras usted nos estaba contando esto. Deme un segundito que voy por otro tambor para hacer el ejemplo.
If we go on the three hoop, what we just identified as the three hoops.
Si nos basamos en los tres diferentes ojos de los que acabamos de hablar sobre nuestra madre tierra.
Come hold this one, Peter.
Si puedes sostener este por aquí.
Hold it there like that.
Y
okay, so a little higher.
un poquito.
This one would be the southern hemisphere.
Entonces, este es el hemisferio sur.
This one would be the northern.
Y este es el norte.
So when the southern turns,
y cuando el sur gira,
the one in the middle is going to turn this way.
El del medio va a venirse para acá.
And it's going to turn us in the north this way, the same way as the one in the south.
Y va a hacer que en el norte giremos de la misma forma que en el sur.
So as we know, herein is the inversion of all the peoples, not just the Mayans, the Aztecs, but all the peoples in the isthmus who are in that little area in between the two hemispheres of the brain.
Y como sabemos, esta es la función de los pueblos del centro, es decir, no solamente los mayas o los aztecas, sino todos los que se encuentran en esa parte más ísmica del continente, del cerebro.
That obviously then, this as it turns, it's the rotation of the earth that makes her people there at that time carry out this specific ceremony.
Y que es obviamente el movimiento de rotación de la Tierra la que hace que su pueblo allá haga esta ceremonia cada año al mismo tiempo.
And so what I'm seeing, where these two are, the bottom, the south and the north are turning the same direction, as the center one has to turn in an opposite direction.
Y como veo, cuando están girando así, el centro tiene que girar en oposición, en forma distinta, en dirección distinta, opuesta.
So what I'm seeing here is that your blue deer ceremony, if that's what it's called, this correlates with our maple.
Y entonces lo que estoy viendo es que la ceremonia que ustedes hacen del venado azul tiene una correlación directa con nuestra ceremonia de los árboles de maple aquí.
Our maples are starting to, it's the time for them now. It's their season. They are going to begin to flow very soon.
Porque los árboles de maple ya es su temporada, van a empezar a escurrir bien prontito.
So our maple is connected to your blue deer.
Entonces nuestros árboles de maple están directamente conectados con el venado azul.
And this begins to return our vision to us.
Y esto hace que nuestra visión pueda volver a nosotros.
So I'll say Nyawagoa for what you just shared, because it really connects a whole lot of things.
Entonces, pues muchísimas gracias por lo que acaba de compartir, porque esto hace como el conecte final de muchísimas cosas también.
But of course, it would only connect to people whose minds are thinking this way.
Pero obviamente conecta en las mentes de la gente que piensa de esta forma.
So herein today is the importance of North and South, East and West coming together, because it aligns our vision.
Entonces ahí la importancia de que el norte, el sur, el este y el oeste se junten porque nos alinea en la visión.
I give thanks to the grandmother that is here to share this information.
Y le agradezco a esta abuelita que está aquí para compartirnos esta información.
And we will move in unison with you in ceremony.
Y nos vamos a mover con ustedes juntos en ceremonia.
And this knowledge will be shared with everyone who will listen.
Y este conocimiento va a ser compartido con quien sea que quiera escuchar.
We are becoming back what we once were.
Nos estamos volviendo de nuevo lo que solíamos ser.
So I personally give thanks to everyone who is here today, even the people who didn't speak, because those things are important.
Entonces, personalmente le agradezco a todas y todos quienes estuvieron aquí, inclusive a quienes no hablaron, porque nada más su presencia es bien importante.
We give thanks to the clan mothers,
Y le agradecemos a las madres de clan,
the grand clan mothers.
a las grandes madres de clan
We give thanks to all the life givers.
y a todas las dadoras de vida.
And right now, I will give thanks to my mother, because it is her that has placed me here in this beautiful adventure we are engaged in.
Y ahorita le agradezco a mi mami porque es ella la quien me puso aquí para estar en esta bella aventura en la que estamos embarcándonos.
We give thanks to the messengers, the runners.
Y le damos las gracias a los mensajeros, a los corredores.
So a special acknowledgement to Tracy and to JD.
Y un reconocimiento especial tanto a Tracy como a JD,
You just happen to be in the right places at the right times.
que siempre están en los lugares que son necesarios en los buenos momentos.
And we think of how many people there are that are not in the right places at the right times.
Porque si pensamos cuánta gente no está en el buen momento, en el lugar adecuado.
So we acknowledge and we give thanks to everyone who is a part of this process. We think of Ayun where she is with her daughter.
Entonces agradecemos a quienes hicieron parte de este proceso. Pensamos en Ayun con su hija Lana.
And we remind everybody of
Y le recordamos a todo mundo,
all of our people who are political prisoners of war.
toda nuestra gente que se los volvieron políticos, prisioneros políticos de guerra.
We remind our people of a Mapuche,
Celestino Córdoba.
a Mapuche Machi, Celestino Cordova.
Les recordamos a todos que un machi mapuche, que su nombre es Celestino Córdoba, está encarcelado injustamente,
Who of course is wrongly imprisoned
por supuesto.
for defending and protecting his people and his land.
Y quiso defender y proteger a su pueblo y a su gente.
We remember Roger Chuck Mendoza,
Y también recordamos a Roger Choque Mendoza,
who is also wrongly imprisoned for protecting and defending his people and his land.
Quien también fue puesto en prisión por haber defendido a su gente y a su tierra.
And we also identify of Leonard Peltier,
Y también identificamos a Leonard Pelletier,
who are, like all of them, and many of our people, political prisoners of war. We are not to forget that we are still engaged in a 500-year war.
es todavía un prisionero político y no hay que olvidar que seguimos todavía metidos en una guerra de defensa desde hace 500 años.
So let's remember everything.
Entonces hay que recordar absolutamente todo,
Let's not only remember a little bit.
no nada más un poquito de Huichol.
Let's bring back all of our mother's love,
Y que traigamos de vuelta el amor de todas nuestras mamis,
because she's waiting. She has already identified to us what we must do.
que ella está esperando y ya nos dijo qué es lo que tenemos que hacer.
So Nyawagoa, to everybody, the only thing left to do is to close.
Entonces, muchísimas gracias a todas y todos y ahora lo único que nos queda es cerrar. Wakatsanuni in the Ganyangeja language, we are happy. En la lengua Ganyangeja, Wakatsanuni, estamos contentas y contentos. Agüego gunungwe danurunungwe skatne Condor dano awex, that all of the life givers and the life protectors could come together for this council between the peoples of the Condor, the Center, and the Eagle. Que todas las dadoras de vida y los protectores de vida pudieron venir a este consejo entre el Cóndor, el Centro y el Águila. Edith Yujets está Soko, Axeta Yendajesco Panchita, de Ganaceta Neda Yendajesco Estelsta, Zapotek Nihonsagi, Mexican Wenerista, Yonatayuni, Yankinostadista, Nantajarage Ganosetne, Edinyangaha Ganawage, Newis Nihonsagi, Nawarage Kawanoge.
Hi, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me, Stuart?
Somebody's talking right now. You can't just come in and start talking.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, listen, I don't know if you can hear me. I just said that somebody is talking right now. We're doing the closing. You can't just come in and start talking.
No, it's just that I was cutting off because the mic cut off. So we
Okay, all right, listen, put your microphone on silent.
Sorry about that, but the things that we learn in the Longhouse is also about the order of things. So very, very sorry about that. We just want to give thanks for the spirit of the creation that has allowed us to come together for this gathering. And it is such a powerful gathering that we give thanks for the hearts and the minds of the people that were given by Sky Woman to everybody to be here. We give thanks also to our grandmother Moon that allowed us to gather here in her power of renewing that she's giving us in this third new moon. And we also give thanks to all of the bodies that our Mother Earth has given us so that we can use them in the proper way for the right thing. And we also give thanks to all of our mothers in all of their shapes and forms, for our individual mothers, our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers, and all of the mothers of all of the living, because they allow us to thrive. We also want to give thanks to the twins that assist us in the balance, to all of the waters and all of the medicines, and to all of the clans. We call upon them and we ask them to return so that we come apply our counseling process once again. And we also get the inspiration from all of the peacemakers, be it female or male, that walked on the path and that gave us our original law, the law of creation, the great law of peace, and the tools that they have created, like the Treaty of the Turu Wampum Peace Treaty, so that it reminds us how we are supposed to be able to walk and interact with each other in mutual respect, in mutual agreement. And we also want to give thanks to all of the life givers and life protectors that are taking the responsibility so that we are able to walk in balance, so that we make that our love, truth, peace, power, and righteousness comes back to and this is for all of the faces yet beneath the earth. Entonces agradecemos a la Mujer Cielo, a Abuelita Luna, a nuestra Mami Tierra y a todas las dadoras de vida por toda la belleza que nos aportan a todas las aguas y medicinas y a todos los clanes y les llamamos para que podamos volverles a aplicar y podamos traer la medicina que es necesaria. Y nos inspiramos en la gente que ha hecho la paz, tanto mujeres como hombres en el pasado, que nos han dado el regalo de la gran ley de la paz y todas sus herramientas como el wampum de 2 vías para que puedan volver a ser aplicados y que todas las mujeres dadoras de vida y los hombres protectores de vida en equilibrio podamos hacer que el amor, la verdad, la paz y el buen camino puedan volver a nuestros pueblos para que vivamos como tal. Y si hay un obstáculo a eso, lo empujamos en los 3 niveles de la existencia. And if there's any obstacle to any of this, we just push it away on the 3 levels of the existence. Nogatena yutapsa, eres awet, eres awet, eres awet.
Bravo, go everybody. Don't see your